Whoa. What's going on right there? I don't know. Watching the world go around. World go around, world go around. Round and around. Down, down, down in the burning ring of fire. You go down, down, down. Now, why would that be my input device? Why would it be my input device? It makes no sense. That's right, that's right. 92%, 100. Looking good. I hate audio equipment. Holy. Alright, what's been going on? What do these YouTube channels talk about nowadays? I haven't checked up on the Ben Shapiro's and all that kind of stuff. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate it. Ben Shapiro. What did Blake Lively do? Tim Sheehy. Bro. Tim Sheehy is so painful. He's a painful individual to look at. AOC is so predictable. Johnny Cash Patel. That's crazy, Kate. Johnny Cash Patel is insane. Okay, who is more athletic? Tonight's gonna be the night. Who is more athletic? LeBron's gotta win. LeBron James or Donald Trump? Which one? If we had to find out. Let me put in Discord that I'm live officially. I may as well get some LeBron must win someday. I may as well get a quick reaction in of some Ben Shapiro content. Smash that like button to subscribe. Thank you, Jeremy. Oh God, bro. Oh, God. Democrats lose their mind over Hegseth. There's 04. What master? Which rank is a major? Yeah, major's 04. Yeah. Because you have the enlisted, then you have the officer. 04, then 010 is a general. Repeat Hegseth. Pretty much. Oh my god, it's so cringe. Alright, let's do it. Get some Ben Shapiro content. So we have AOC is so predictable, and I see a picture on the thumbnail of men wearing pink playing basketball. I wonder what this is about. I wonder what topic this is going to cover.
Some representatives is already getting active. Yesterday, they passed a ban on men who say they are women from participating in women's sports. The bill passed 218 to 206. All Republicans present voted yes. Only two Democrats voted yes. And Democrats cannot shake the woke. They cannot. It is amazing. Okay, this is a death knell for Democratic electoral prospects. Their continued maintenance of the idea that boys can be girls, girls can be boys, and men should compete against women while pretending to be women is a horrifyingly bad political.
By the way, so for professional sports or collegiate sports, everyone would probably agree there should be a lot of standards there for transitioning. It needs to start at a place of respect and understanding. Being trans is a real thing. 100%, just like they said about gay people, they like to say it's not real. It's a, mental illness. They're convinced to be that way. That's not true. But when you talk about kids, especially through high school, when they have co-ed sports and sports are a method of socialization, that's a different thing, dude. Completely different thing. I mean, even through college, you do intramurals and you have men and women playing together. It's to have a good time, to get to meet people. But the issue is many Americans view sports as the way their little kid's going to be a D1 football star. So it makes a lot of issues for people. But we have schools that have zero trans athletes at all, zero trans people playing sports. And they want to pass big government legislation, authoritarian legislation, for a problem that does not exist in these areas. But if you wanted to have a sober conversation on this topic, you really could. But the issue is people just start off at the point of, oh, trans people are not a real thing. Therefore, we should take away their rights. But yeah, sure, there would be a sober conversation on sports if we can have that. But yeah, I don't know. Crazy.
Decision. And yet they still continue to trot out absolute imbeciles like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez to make the case. Here yesterday was Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez.
But Republicans are going to keep talking about this because they have no policies at all for the economy or anything else to help people. They're trying to cut every single government program that actually helps people right now. Every government program from Medicaid to Medicare, to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, they're going to cut all the stuff that helps people. They're going to cut everything for the people and use those budget cuts to give tax cuts to the ultra wealthy. And they use social issues like this to distract everyone.
Explaining that it's terribly sexist not to allow boys to compete with girls.
I know who loves this bill. Yes, bigoted folks love this bill. Assaulters love this bill. But also, CEOs love this bill. Because Los Angeles is on fire right now. And this is the #1 priority this majority has. Thank you, and I yield back.
CEOs?
Off a 10-second clip, brother? A 10-second clip? Of course CEOs love us arguing about dumb social topics. Of course.
Love this bill because of the fire? Like, well, what is she even jabbering about? But they are so attached to their woke principles, they cannot let it go. Meanwhile, Speaker Johnson, again, passed his first test with flying colors, somehow cobbling together enough of the House Republican majority to be re-enshrined as Speaker of the House with the very important support of President Trump. He said, listen, this is pretty obvious. Protecting women in sports is commonsensical.
It's an executive branch function. I mean, it is.
Bro, these people said women's sports should be abolished. The WNBA is pathetic. Just a couple years ago, they said the Me Too movement is disgusting and gross and men-hating. And now, all of a sudden, when trans people get involved, now all of a sudden when there's trans issues involved, now they become feminist icons. It's actually amazing how they shift. Look at Mike Johnson. Again, little theater boy, wannabe founding father. He read the Constitution like 15,000 times growing up. Now he looks like a little like a puppet. Like he's playing dress up right now. Like, he's just happy to be here. It's so sad.
It is a big issue. I mean, probably the most famous ad of the campaign cycle was the one that the Trump administration ran on this issue, and it resonates with the American people. Congressman Stubbe mentioned it's in the opinion polls. This is a 80-90% issue or more, depending on which poll you look at, because, again, it comports with common sense. It should not be a partisan issue. We should have every single member of Congress united on this. And I would challenge all of you to go ask the questions of the Democrats who voted against it, how in the world they can justify that, because I don't understand the argument at all.
That, of course, is exactly correct. But common sense left the Democratic Party long ago. Meanwhile, the situation in California continues to be quite dire. It is not as though these fires are under control. The fires are still raging out of control. The winds are picking up once again. The wildfire map continues to be extraordinarily large. The Palisades fire has been burning for 8 days. It is still only 18% contained. It has burned almost 24,000 acres, and the winds are expected to pick up today as well. The Eaton fire, which has burned 14,000 acres, is only 35% contained as well. It seems as though the most populated areas.
It's estimated that around 0.025% of athletes are openly trans, and different sports bodies have different regulations. So when someone transitions, they might even be at a disadvantage if they are a trans woman, if they're on hormones long enough. But we can't even decide on the polio vaccine right now, so we can't really talk about trans issues, to be honest, because the polio vaccine, if people think that's bad, then they can believe literally anything. kind of crazy. Look at this sucking up, bro. The same guy who called January 6th just as bad as 9/11.
Okay, so as we'll see, Democrats lost their minds over all of this. They could not believe that Pete Hegseth was the nominee.
Yeah, because Pete Hegseth is a 04 in the military. It goes up to 010, by the way. He's completely just not qualified at all. He's a rampaging, drunken man. He's a severe alcoholic by every account. It's not even disputed or debatable. His own mother called him a threat to women. And that doesn't even matter. Like, it does matter, but he's unqualified. They talk about DEI making it so that there's unqualified candidates for other positions. You know, look at that pilot. That pilot's black. They definitely don't know how to fly, dude, because they got the job for DEI, which is not true at all. Only qualified people are being given jobs in general. But you have Pete Hegseth, a straight white Christian ultra-nationalist male with insane tattoos about the Crusades and the Iron Cross. This same guy is a 04 when usually 010s are nominated for Secretary of State. His resume is the weakest and most pathetic resume to ever be nominated for this position. And he knows nothing at all about foreign policy, about managing people. He knows nothing about leading this military. And he would not answer the question, by the way, when they said, would you put Trump first or the Constitution first? Pete Hegseth, he refused to answer. So therefore, we might have a full cabinet, including the Secretary of Defense, who, you know, violates his oath to the Constitution in order to appease King Trump. That's why people are mad. But Ben Shapiro is going to use a bunch of woke terms because he thinks you are stupid. Trump supporters, he thinks you are stupid. So he's going to use the terms woke, DEI, you know, they're mad because he's like a white guy. He's going to use all the dumbest words possible to shut your little brains off because he thinks you're dumb so that you don't even think for a second why this person is the person they're nominating. And the reason they're nominating Pete Hegseth is because he's a loyalist, he's easy to control, especially because he's a drunk. Very weak person. They need weak people that they can control easily. They want to kick out everyone that is not a yes man to Donald Trump, to King Trump.
So Senator Gary Peters of Michigan, he ripped in Texas.
Our founding fathers are rolling in their graves right now.
I cannot believe that Pete Hegseth was the nominee. So
As a constitutional progressive
Michigan,
myself.
He ripped in Texas saying, you are unqualified. Now again, all the Democrat qualifications in the world, they don't seem to matter. Because for Democrats, the qualification is not how you will actually run the Defense Department.
It's if you're DEI.
Whether your ideology on defense is correct.
It's if you're
it's
DEI.
Whether you ran a big
If you're
business
a DEI.
beforehand, or whether you spent 30 years climbing the ranks of the military by kissing enough ass. These are apparently the things that make you qualified.
That's what you're... Okay, wait. You're gonna devolve climbing up the ranks of the military to just kissing ass. Ben Shapiro, literally failed theater kid, by the way. Failed theater kid who had to go into right-wing politics because he couldn't make it in theater. He's going to talk about military service and how you just kiss ass to move up these ranks. It's an extreme lack of experience and capability that we're seeing right now.
To run the Department of Defense, as opposed to what you are going to do. Of course. So here is Senator Gary Peters getting very miffed, incredibly miffed, that Pete Hegseth is going to be Secretary of Defense.
Do you think that the way to raise the minimum standards of the people who serve us is to lower the standards for the Secretary of Defense? That we have someone who has never managed an organization more than 100 people is going to come in and manage this incredibly important organization and do it with a professionalism and has no experience that they can tell us that they have actually done that? I have real problems with that.
Wow. I mean, well, if he hasn't run a giant organization, then how can he possibly run the Department of Defense? Well, maybe by making it a smaller organization might be one answer.
We're talking about even 100 people. He had issues staying on nonprofits that had like 10 staff versus the entire Army, Air Force, Marine Corps, Space Force, and Guard. Are you serious, brother? Ben Shapiro, Mr. January 6th was worse than 9/11. Seriously, bro.
And then you have Senator Jack Reed, who dropped the laugh-out-loud funny line that we are a more lethal military thanks to diversity. I'm sorry, I don't see the correlation. It doesn't seem to me that if you were just recruiting a military from scratch, your first question would be, how many black, Hispanic, Jewish, and Asian people are there in this military? That shouldn't be your first line of demarcation in terms of...
Did he say we're more lethal because of diversity? Because if we have diversity, okay, I want to know what he actually said. because broad backgrounds and people from different capabilities and different cultural understandings can be better at different areas. There's a reason, by the way, at the Olympics, you see specialized groups for certain sports, and they all are one, even if they're American, the ping pong team, the gymnastics team, we have certain cultures that are better at certain sports that focus more on those things. I want to know the actual quote, but it's kind of just dumb because we're good at the Olympics because we're diverse. We're America in general is powerful because we're diverse. I want to know what they actually said about the military being diverse because it typically is true.
In terms of an effective fighting force, but according to Jack Reed, this is the thing that makes the American military.
Because you should be pulling the best from everywhere. You know what I mean?
Very deadly. Is that we have more minority lesbians or something.
By the way, not ping pong. I mean table tennis. And yes, Ben, we're talking about lesbians. Yep, that's the exact conversation we're having here. It's a meme. It's funny. It's just the military. It's just the Pentagon. It's not even a serious thing, bro.
This is the thing that makes the American military deadly, is that we have more minority lesbians or something. Here is this asinine senator from Rhode Island.
Our military is more diverse than it has ever been, but more importantly, it is more lethal than it has ever been. This is not a coincidence.
He said it's more diverse and more lethal.
Mr. Hegseth, I hope you will explain why you believe such diversity is making the military weak and how you propose to undo that without...
I think the response, the actual response, unlike my really dumb response I just said, is that we have not suffered at all because the whole argument is we are unprepared. We're unprepared because of DEI. DEI is making us hire the worst people for these jobs. That attack line is stupid. Just like the fires in California, they blame that on the lesbians and women that are in the LA fire department. Meanwhile, women make up 3% of the fire department in California, but they still blamed women and lesbians for California's fire response. And the first thing they think about military as well is not how good is someone, how much has someone worked. The first thing they obsess on is race and gender and sexuality. That's all Republicans can think about.
Undermining military leadership and harming readiness, recruitment, and retention.
Harming recruitment. We can't recruit or retain anyone right now. Everybody who's showing up to the office is too fat. It's really a massive problem. They have massive recruitment shortages. And Jack Reed's like, well, I mean, what are we going to do if we don't have enough overweight transgender people in the military? How are we going to solve
overweight transgender people? Ben Shapiro thinks you guys are all idiots. He thinks you're all idiots, bro. He's talking to you like you're a toddler because he knows you're going to respond to it.
our recruitment crisis without those people? Well, maybe the answer to solving the recruitment crisis is making it appear to be badass to be in the military.
Oh, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Russia makes it look badass to be in the military. They're one of the weakest fighting forces we have globally. It's all propaganda. That doesn't help recruit people. Providing more actual incentives is how you recruit people. No one I know went to the military. They went there out of desperation. They didn't go to the military because it was badass. Make it actually better to be a soldier. Make it actually better. Give more incentives. Give more benefits. Give more of a ladder. Give more social mobility. That's how you get more people to do something, not making it more badass. It doesn't matter how badass they make something. People aren't going to sign up if it's a shit job. Like Ben Shapiro's using the most low IQ possible take you can imagine.
Every single member of the military I've ever met, and I've met many, many, many members of the military, they all joined up because they thought that it was an awesome thing to do. They all...
Bro, what kind of privileged, pampered people did you grow up around, theater boy? Like, who is he talking to where it's like, I went there because it's badass, bro? Like, everyone I know, because I'm actually from a real background in a real life, went there because it was one of the only options that they had.
All joined up because they wanted to be part of the defense
of badass.
And yes, because the vast majority of people who join the military...
Because it was badass.
And there is a masculine energy to the military. This is just
masculine
the way it works.
Energy.
Restoring that is not a bad thing. It's a very good thing.
Ben Shapiro is the epitome of masculine energy.
Continued. Senator Elise Slotkin of Michigan, she suggested that Hegseth is going to follow illegal orders given by President Trump. And Hegseth just wasn't even buying the premise.
Hegseth refused to answer the question. Not buying the premise and refusing to answer the question, those are far, far different things. Especially when the only answers any of Trump's nominees are giving is, I will follow whatever Trump tells me to do. That is not your job. Your job is to serve the American people and the Constitution and God, not Donald Trump. He's not a king. Refusing to... It should be an easy... No, I will not violate the Constitution. It should be easy.
What are you scared of? Did he do the right thing by apologizing? I'm not scared of anything, Senator.
Then say
I'm
yes or no.
interested
You
in
can say
upholding
no.
the laws and the Constitution
Okay,
in any
so
particular
Donald
scenario.
Trump asked for the active duty 82nd Airborne to be deployed during that same time. Secretary Esper has written that he convinced him against that decision. If Donald Trump asked you to use the 82nd Airborne in law enforcement roles in Washington, D.C., would you also convince him otherwise?
I'm not going to get ahead of conversations I would have with the president.
See, that's a very easy hypothetical because the person you're serving has been president, okay? And the person that was in your job, Pete, had the same experience she's describing. Therefore, all right, if we rub our two brain cells together, we can imagine Donald Trump was asking someone else this. Maybe if you're in that position, he may ask you a similar question. If you were in this job under this same president, in the same scenario, would you have acted in the same way that the other person did because they stood up for the Constitution and convinced Donald Trump to not do it? It's an easy answer.
However, there are laws and processes inside our Constitution that would be followed.
Man, that's the basic answer. How's he supposed to evaluate whether something's legal or not before this?
And Ben Shapiro's not showing the next 2 minutes where he refuses to say anything anti following every one of Trump's orders, by the way. Because they kept asking, different illegal orders, would you follow these? And he kept on saying, well, I'll follow whatever Trump says. And also, I can't get ahead of myself. You know, if he tells me to go, like, blow up a civilian population, I can't really tell you. That's all hypothetical, bro. You can't deal in hypotheticals. I mean, it's not real. I mean, I can't get ahead of myself.
The situation arises. But Mazie Hirono, who's legitimately the stupid...
I love how Ben Shapiro is showing 5-second clips of all of this because it looks terrible. The fact he's showing 5-second clips of everything is really damning.
This person in the Senate. I mean, Mazie Hirono, the senator from Hawaii, who is a full-scale moron. I mean, this lady...
By the way, drop a like if you're watching live. I will take calls in literally 5 minutes. I want to get this segment done really quick, then I'll take your phone calls. Drop a like, hit subscribe. I'll see you in a few minutes, okay?
She's got a triple-digit IQ. I would be absolutely astonished. So she suggested that Hegseth was going to shoot protesters. And there's a reason they couldn't lay a glove on Hegseth yesterday.
Donald Trump made that request, and she was asking, would you have followed through? Because the other guy did not.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown D.C., an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
events. Would you carry out an order to shoot protesters in the legs?
I saw 50 Secret Service agents.
Not answering the question. Okay. He is not answering the question on purpose. Very media trained.
Would you carry out an order to shoot protesters in the legs?
I saw 50 Secret Service agents get injured by rioters trying to jump over the fence, set the church on fire, and destroy a statue.
That sounds to me that you will comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg.
You will shoot protesters. What is she talking about?
She's talking about him being too much of a little beta male, this drunken idiot. He can't answer a simple question about killing protesters. Like, do we want another Kent State? Like, do we want another massacre like that from the U.S. government? Can you answer a simple question? Or is that too high of a standard for Secretary of Defense? Like, do you realize, Trump supporters, you realize they think you're stupid. They think you're actually an idiot. Like, they think you have no idea how to comprehend any words at all. He's obviously being slimy. He's avoiding questions. That's weakness.
He says he's going to abide by the law, and then she refuses to hear his answer. But this is the way they work. We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, we're all looking.
He didn't say anything regarding her question directly. He avoided it the entire time.
Hirono, by the way, then decided to go even further. She said, "Will you resign if you drink on the job?" Okay, this is all based on these anonymous.
Yeah, okay, because he literally has a liquor cabinet in every office he ever worked in. There are so many reports of him being drunk and going on rampages. Okay, he's assaulted many women. Now, the only part we have questions about is to what extent. But his own mother called him a threat to women. His own mother said he's a threat to women, and she's embarrassed of her son. His own mother.
Smears that Hegseth is a heavy drinker, despite the fact that everybody at Fox has said that that is not true, despite the fact that pretty much all of his former colleagues say that's not
true. Bro, there's videos of him being sloshed at work on multiple occasions.
True.
Of course they're saying it's not true. They're all yes men. They're all sheep. Of course they're going to say that.
There is Hirono claiming that Hegseth is a sloppy drunk.
You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking.
Hey, as Secretary of Defense, if you showed up to work drunk, would you like not be, would you resign? Well, actually, he's not going to answer the question again, by the way. He's not going to answer the question. He's going to say like unfounded hearsay, or it's unsubstantiated claims or whatever.
And won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of the
Will you
men and women I'm
resign
serving.
as Secretary of Defense
I've made
if
this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf
job?
of the men and women I'm serving
I'm not
because it's
hearing-
the most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on.
He literally answered the question. I don't even know what she's talking about.
He avoided the question. He's been avoiding the question the entire time. They have limited time, so she's going to move on, of course. Like, of course.
But again, this is how the Democrats decide to go after him. Same thing.
Yeah, this is how they decide to go after him. Hey, brother, you have 0 qualifications for this job. You're a raging drunk. Can you handle literally anything? Well, you know, Donald Trump is my daddy.
With Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, he also tried to get Hegseth on the "you're a heavy drinker" routine.
On Memorial Day 2014, at a CVA event in Virginia, you needed to be carried out of the event.
These are the same people who want to drug test people for jobs, by the way. They want to drug test people for every job, for every freaking welfare, for anything. They want to drug test every single second. But someone being a serial drunk and being in control of the world's strongest military and most powerful, most lethal military of all time, that's not an issue now, guys. Their standards for these politicians and these appointments are unironically lower than a McDonald's, like unironically lower than a McDonald's hiring process.
Intoxicated.
Senator, anonymous smears.
Just true or
Anonymous
false?
smears. Anonymous smears.
Very simple. Summer of 2014 in Cleveland, drunk in public with the CVA team.
Anonymous smears.
I'm just asking for true or false questions. True or false answers.
Trained.
An event in North Carolina, drunk in front of 3
Media
young
trained.
female staff members after you had instituted a no alcohol policy and then reversed it. True or false?
Media
Anonymous
trained.
smears.
He instituted a no drinking policy to cover up for his excessive drinking, and then reversed it because he couldn't stop being a drunk. That's what happened, by the way.
And again, you actually have to evidence the smear in order for you to move forward.
We have testimony, but there's an issue though. A lot of people can't come forward because this guy has a mountain of NDAs. He has a mountain of NDAs, bro. He's not releasing any NDAs. So of course you can't hear directly from them, but there are cases.
Accusations, but apparently not, according to the Democrats.
Including, like I said, including his own mother.
From Virginia and long forgotten vice presidential candidate for Hillary Clinton. He went after Hegseth for his extramarital affairs.
I love the comments right now. Everyone's saying like, oh, why can't a bro have a drink? Why can't I have a drink on the way to work, bro? Why can't I just he should become a priest and not drink, bro. Bro, it's a serious job, brother. It's a serious job. I know you want to be kids now, but it's going to get serious. It's going to get serious eventually.
Which again, I'm sorry, you're the party of Bill Clinton, guys. You are.
Bro, you're saying he can't run the military and have a couple brewskis every day? Have like 10 brewskis every day? Are you kidding me, bro? Everyone does that. Like,
what you are. You're the party of Ted
It's just
Kennedy.
the military.
Give it a
not
rest.
a big deal.
Here's Tim Kaine.
You're controlling every branch.
I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct? I believe so. And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct? Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated, and completely cleared.
So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime? That's your definition of cleared? You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you were completely cleared? How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she was, and you cheated.
She's a child of God. That's why I cheated on 18 of my wives. All right. Pete Hegseth is really not qualified. Bad guy. And this guy's okay. This guy has like an emotional fit. All the Republicans' jobs were to just give them the ultimate glazing of all time whenever they were asking questions of the nominees. It's okay. Nothing matters. Nothing matters, brother. Nothing matters. Trump won. That's all you got, guys. That's all you got. Trump won. Trump won. Trump won. You have zero actual arguments. You can't stand on anything, brother. All right, we're taking phone calls. You can see the phone number. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe. We'll take some phone calls. See how the conversations go. All right. Feel free. If you want to be first in line, you can donate $5 to my Venmo. But yeah, I might start up some Call of Duty too. Why not? If you call now, the phone call should go through, by the way. For that same number. Donald Trump is losing the poll again of who's more athletic between LeBron James and Donald Trump. What a shame. Poor LeBron. Trump is a homosexual. I didn't know that. Who said that? Why do you think that? Also, if you want to go on Discord too, you can call in from Discord. Man. Did your girlfriend's boyfriend say you can play COD? You're an idiot. Biden is destroying America. He is with you. FJB. Kamala kind of bad though, not gonna lie. Begging on YouTube, how sweet. Prank calls are coming. You're mad he cheated. Joe. Leftist POS. What are your pronouns? Trump evil. Do you realize how there's no arguments at all or thoughts? There's no cognitive thoughts in chat at all. You guys are all just like repeating the same Twitter threads. You're probably bots actually. You're probably AI bots. Meanwhile, Republicans, okay? When Republicans ask questions.
Is there objection? Without objection, it will be entered. Also, I present a host of letters and op-eds.
By nearly 90 former soldiers who served with Pete in combat. I would like to submit a statement from 86 of them who support his nomination. Your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pete, I'm actually going to ask you questions because I want to hear your answer. How many genders are there? Tough one.
How many genders are there?
Senator, there are 2 genders.
I know that well. I'm a she, so I'm on board.
He said that joke every single time he's spoken in public, bro.
What is the diameter of the rifle round fired out of an M4A1 rifle?
That's a 5.56.
How many push-ups can you do?
I did 5 sets of 47 this morning.
Bro, 5 sets of 47 is so gay. I'm sorry. It really is homoerotic. Calling Donald Trump daddy is crazy, bro. The fact all of you call Donald Trump daddy is insane. 47.
What do you think
47th president,
What do you think
bro.
our most important strategic base is in the Pacific?
In the Pacific, Guam is pretty strategically significant.
How many rounds of 5.56 can you fit into the magazine of an M4 rifle?
Bro, this is basic trivia that most people can answer.
Depends on the magazine, but standard issue is 30. Senator.
And what size round is the M9 Beretta standard issue sidearm for military fire?
A 9mm, Senator.
What kind of batteries do you put in your night vision goggle?
Duracell.
So right there, you're representing qualifications that show you understand what the warfighter deals with every single day on the battlefield. You understand what happens on the front line where our troops...
Call.
Hello. Going pretty good. How are you?
One day, just working.
Beautiful. What do you want to chat about?
I was hoping to chat about more January 6th stuff, but I'm on your side 99% of the time. I would just love to see more people talking about that it was a 3-pronged attack with the fake electors, the riot, and then the senators. And all this bullshit about Democrats, did the same thing when they didn't have anything to do at all the same way.
Yeah. Well, people believe January 6th was an inside job. So most people don't even know that like the Proud Boys were the first people in the building because they believe everything about the federal agents inciting the riots. When the Proud Boys broke in first, they incited it. And also the cops letting people into different rooms. It's extremely basic riot control maneuver to make sure that the elected officials could get out of the building. Because they were outnumbered, and they couldn't like kill anyone or shoot anyone or stop anyone because if they did, the crowd would get even crazier. So yeah, a lot of the stuff on January 6th alone was pretty basic. But yeah, Donald Trump, and it's all a meme now. Everything's a meme, nothing serious. But there was a whole electro scheme. Donald Trump tried overturning multiple states, stealing votes, telling people to get rid of votes, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, people don't care about that. They don't know that. No one cares. He won the election again. In most countries, he'd be in prison, unironically. We're seeing that in South Korea right now, but yeah.
Yeah, and every time I try and ask somebody on the right side what Biden has ever done at all comparison, all they ever have is, oh, he's evil, he's the devil. And then you push on them, and they've got absolutely nothing other than, I don't like him.
Wokeism. He's woke.
Woke is a good thing when people are being pressed. I don't understand why this is now a four-letter word.
Because woke stands for every race, and they say that instead of saying like a slur or something, typically. It's like, look at that woke hire, that woke person. That's a woke DEI hire. Wow, you look like a DEI hire. Hey, thank you for calling in. I'm going to try to get some people that are mad at me.
I agree. Have a good
I
night.
appreciate you watching. Have a good night. Call in again sometime. I appreciate it.
Call from.
Don't do that. Hello? Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Beautiful. That's what we like to see, bro. Alright, how's chat doing? How's the normal people in chat doing? Cam, I see you, Cam. We got a super chat. Wait, who? Okay. Shut up. Trump is daddy? Is Trump? You said Trump is daddy? He hung up. That's funny.
Except press 1 to send.
GG's. Alright, how's it going? This loser should go on PPD or Tim Tool. They don't let people on there unless they get the... I mean, they want to get views, bro. I'm not big enough to go on those shows. Thank you, Dominique, for $2 tip. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Lincoln, thank you for $5. Thank you for everything you do. Dova, you're stupid. Trump won. Is that you, Dova? Is that you being annoying? Is that the Dova I know?
Call from.
Hello? Hey, what's up?
I like Trump
Why do you like Trump?
because he humors me.
You think it's funny?
I think he is funny, yes.
What's the funniest thing Trump ever said?
And he also ended the Palestinian war with Israel.
How?
I'm really happy about it. Didn't you hear? The war just ended. Thank you, Trump.
The war didn't end at the ceasefire. It'll probably start back up in like a week, but okay.
But thank you, Trump. Trump, our president.
Thank you, Joe Biden, for making that deal. Thank you, Joe Biden.
What are you talking about? Trump won the election.
Thank you, Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders won the election, bro.
Bernie Sanders didn't win the election, fucko.
Yeah, he
I just
did.
watched
He
the
won.
election.
I just watched it. It's 2016. He won, dude. Tulsi
Talking about the
Gabbard, bro.
2024?
Okay, I want to ask you one big question. Yeah, thank you. People saying Trump is daddy. Biden and Kamala are funny also, but we don't laugh at them. We laugh at them. Biden had this deal months ago, by the way. It's the exact deal Biden had in like May. Biden didn't broker this deal. Yeah, because Trump has best friends in Israel, and he gets funded
Call
by
from.
the biggest rich people in the world. Gotta say name, brother. Oh yeah, I got a top donor list too. I forgot about that. I have to look it up. Hi, Tony.
I'm live, bro. No way I'm on live. Hey. So I don't have to prove nothing. I mean, like, okay, I voted for Trump, but then I was like, you know what? How crazy is if this guy fucks up? Can you imagine all the people that voted for Trump? Bro, it would be crazy. Like, oh yeah, let's vote for Trump for a better America. But imagine if he fucks up. Everybody's gonna be like, you see, you voted for him, you dumb fucking nah, man.
I don't know. I don't know.
crazy.
I don't think anyone will care that voted for him. They kind of just love Trump. It's like they're in love with him usually. A lot of them.
Me personally, I voted for Trump because they were giving out free money to these immigrants, and my family been immigrants for 15 years in here in United more than 15 years in United States. We're Mexicans, but they never receive money from them. And that's
What kind of
the
money
reason I
what
voted
kind of
for
money
Trump.
did they get?
They get house, rent, $5,000 check, worth of house, food.
$5,000.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
Crazy.
My dad owns a 2-house complex, and
Your dad owns
my
a 2-house
gave me
complex, so you're doing pretty well off, huh?
yeah, since like
Well, that's
he
why you
owned
voted
it
Trump.
since like
That's why you voted Trump, because the stuff about the immigration, immigrants getting $5,000 thing is a complete fake thing. Complete fake. We own apartment complexes. Yeah, you voted for him because you're rich, brother. Like, you didn't vote for him for any actual reason. Like, shut up. Like, of course you're gonna vote for lower taxes. Like, all you gotta say is my dad owns a complex. Like, you relate to him on daddy's money. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hey man, what's up?
Nothing much. How are you?
So I voted for Trump 3 times. I was pretty, excited about him for the first 2, and then for the first couple of weeks after voting for him a third time, I was pretty stoked. But then Elon kind of shit the bed with the H-1B shit. But so I was just wondering what your opinions on Pizzagate are, and if you think it's like a crazy conspiracy theory, or if you think maybe Republicans and Democrats are involved in some shady underage escort services.
What do you think is more likely to be true? Pizzagate or Donald Trump being on Epstein's flight logs?
No, well, Donald Trump, like officially, like I don't doubt that he like has some more shady stuff involved with Epstein, but officially and what's been released, the only thing that Trump has proven to have been on was like 1 or 2 flights on the plane with no one else on board from Florida to New York or New York to Florida. I don't remember which it was, but it looks clean on the surface, but there is no proof of him going to the island. That doesn't mean he didn't go, obviously.
He seems a little weird when they ask him about it. They were asking about like releasing JFK files. They asked him about a bunch of other files, and then they asked him about Epstein, and he said, "Well, that one I'm not sure about," because he seemed a little hesitant to release the Epstein list.
But with Pizzagate specifically, I'm just wondering if like the whole thing with Comet Ping Pong and James Alefantis, and how his name is like an anagram for J'aime Timian les enfants or whatever, which translates to I love babies in French, which is weird, and he's the only person.
I'm not gonna lie, it does seem
States.
like very far-fetched conspiracy stuff. If you want to find conspiracies, you could probably find it right in the open, with like Elon Musk getting a free office in the White House right now.
It's just weird that he's the only person in the United States with the last name Alefantis. No one else has that name, except for there's one other person who has a similar surname, who was actually the man who drew out the blueprints for all of the, like how the blueprints for the streets of D.C. come out to be like upside down pentagrams and the weird owls.
No, there's a lot of shapes. There's a lot of shapes that
the-
are shared between like pyramids and stars and a bunch of other.
Yeah,
things
it
like
goes
that. And a lot of it is photoshopped. The owners of
Yeah,
these
but
restaurants were
you can go to
harassed by a
Google
lot of
Maps,
people.
though. It's not just Photoshop.
The owners
You
have
can
been
go
there
to
for a
Google
long
Maps
time.
and
The
look
owners
at
have no ties to anything. There's no evidence of this at all, other than on the
Right,
internet.
yeah, no evidence, yeah. So do you believe
Everything's
that
real on the
Comet
internet.
Ping Pong has a basement or no?
Does it have a
Because James
basement? It can have a
Alefantis
basement, sure.
did say that
I'm
he
not
had
gonna.
a
I'm not
basement
gonna
to
lie. I'm
hold,
not gonna
like,
debate
the
QAnon
house
stuff.
produce.
I can't debate QAnon stuff.
Well,
I
you don't have
can't.
to debate because I know you're
can't.
gonna bullshit me because you're afraid of getting banned. I know what you're gonna do.
No, I'm not gonna BS you. You're just insane.
I'm insane, right? Because
Yeah, because you
James
don't care
Alefantis
about
didn't
Elon Musk
tell,
moving
a
in the White House and
newspaper-
stealing from American taxpayers
Oh,
to
I do
enrich
care
himself.
because Elon Musk.
But
is
you're not
also
talking about that. You're
evil.
talking about
Like,
Pizzagate
he
still.
is
You're still
evil.
talking about Pizzagate. Talk
Yeah,
about him
because
more then.
James Alefantis is a CIA asset, and he was housing a honeypot operation for the CIA. Yeah, he is also. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a CIA.
I think
hunt
it's actually pretty revealing
to
for the
entrap
people who did
politicians,
Pizzagate. It's revealing for them
foreign and
because the fact
domestic.
they saw these emails and instantly thought about this child ring, it's kind of self-reporting, to be honest, because they made all these
So, like,
connections. It's got to be on their
okay,
heads.
what about
It's
this
got to be on
guy?
their brains.
If you look up the
Like
Pizzagate
Republicans think
shooter,
about child
when he- okay,
crimes very
Republicans are
often.
also
Like they're
pedophiles.
obsessed
Yes,
with
I
it.
agree. Republicans are pedophiles.
No, but
yes.
you're obsessed with it right now.
But
You're
if you
obsessed with
look
this.
up,
Like
okay,
you should
if
go
you
volunteer
look
for an
up
organization that
the
actually helps
Pizzagate
sex trafficking.
shooter,
You should go volunteer for an
he shot
organization.
off one bullet into Combat Ping Pong, and it went through a
Buddy, you
locked
should go.
door
You should
and
go
magically hit the
volunteer for
hard
real
drive.
organizations
Go
to help real
look up
people. You're doing
the
like a
article,
fantasy land
the
on the
Washington
internet right now.
Post wrote an article. Yeah, you can talk over
I
me.
can go
The
read
Washington Post
Harry
wrote an
Potter as
article
well.
about the Pizzagate shoot. Yeah, the Washington Post wrote an article about the Pizzagate shooter, and he showed up. He shot off one bullet with his AR-15. It went through a locked door, and it went into a computer and destroyed the hard drive, which was, how convenient is that, right? It destroyed the hard drive that was housing all their files. That's
So
crazy.
you're
isn't
telling
it?
me, okay, wait, you're telling me
can
that
go
there
look
is,
that up on,
brother, think for a second. You're telling me that there is this huge incriminating thing with all these powerful people, and their only defense was one locked door in a pizza parlor, and that hard drive, that one hard drive had all this information on
That
it.
is one of many avenues they use.
Why do all these
because
conspiracy
Epstein was
theories have
also
clues? Why do they leave
another one.
clues? Why does the deep state leave so many clues? Are they just
Okay,
bad at hiding it?
exactly. You're right. Why do they? Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, because you
How
can
did
make
he
you can
shoot
make
off
up
a bullet
anything.
and it
You
went
can make
through a
up
door?
anything.
You can pull that story up on the Washington Post right now. You can look it up. It's an actual story. Like it's the main line. Like, you can look it up, and all the.
I have the story. There is
articles that
no
were
evidence
written
any
in
hard drive was
2016.
closed. There's no evidence any hard drive was closed. There's no evidence
Dude,
of anything
there's no
being
evidence.
destroyed.
It was in every major article that was written about.
I'm looking at the Washington
shooter.
Post article about this. There's zero evidence of it. There's zero
Okay,
evidence
do
of a hard drive
Control
being
F
blown
and
up.
look at hard drive and look at. It's a main point of
I
every
did.
fucking story. What are you
Yeah,
talking
because
about,
you
dude?
see a fake
why
version
are
of the
you lying?
internet. I really care about my fellow Americans, and
it
you
was
seem
in
really.
every major
I
news
think
article. What are you
okay.
talking about?
I think you should clear your hard drives on your computer because you're thinking about some
Dude,
weird
the
stuff.
only thing I have open on my computer right now is Warframe.
Well,
What are you
Warframe's a
talking
terrible
about?
game. Okay, that's even worse, bro.
It is.
Warframe is
Shit,
terrible.
Yeah. But
Why do you play
yeah,
Warframe?
so yeah, stop projecting. No, so but
Bro, you're the
that
one
was
bringing up
that was a
Pizzagate. Do
point.
you have a real topic to talk about?
Yeah,
Do you have a real topic?
Pizzagate, right? Pizzagate. It was
Do you
an
have a real
actual thing.
topic? Do you have a real topic?
Yeah, okay, okay. What about Boys Town in the 1980s? With
Imagine if these people dedicated their lives to anything useful, bro. They're smart. They're intelligent. They're obviously intelligent, you know? They have brains. Imagine dedicating that brain for science or something. Anything. Anything of use. It would be, like, profound. They'd be a Nobel Prize winner. Nobel Prize winner. What the hell's this? Don't do that. Yeah.
Call from
Hello.
Hello?
Howdy.
Hey, I just heard this, the guy on there talking about fucking Pizzagate or some shit. My uncle's best friend is really high up in the FBI, and I've talked to him a couple times about that thing, so I've seen it, and it is 100% not true, false information. No, nothing happened there. What I have heard him talk about, though, kind of onto the child sex trafficking ring, is there is a lot of it going on, and it is a serious issue, for sure. So the Pizzagate thing's definitely not true, but it's still definitely a big issue. So I think for sure.
One of the big issues that is actually real is that like the P. Diddy stuff and Jeff Epstein, and now that like the online right wing calls everybody an Epstein client or a P. Diddy fan, although Elon Musk was best friends with P. Diddy and Epstein and Ghislaine, and also Trump was best friends with Epstein for a long time. They call everyone like a P. Diddy fan or whatever. So like the actual crisis lines that track this kind of thing, they're flooded, and it's harder for them to do their job for actual leads because there's so many like conspiracy theorists bugging out online, giving them a bunch of like fake stuff. So it makes it really hard for them to actually do their job.
For sure, yeah, it's definitely hard to do your job when you have tons of conspiracy theorists are calling in your line all day. I get that for sure. Oh shit, what was I gonna say? My bad, I have ADHD, so I'm like, I kind of forget stuff all the time.
You're good. Gotta
But,
make some meth for you.
Yeah, I know. what was I gonna say?
I gotta start just like pretending I have, hey man, I know someone high up in the FBI. This is how, yeah, dude. I know someone. Like, bro, I know. I've been there. I know them. I know the guy who did this right now. Please drop a like on the stream, hit subscribe. Thank you. It's fueling independent people to catch criminals. That's like one of the most like dumb internet understandings of this. Like the real organizations that track this down are doing a great job. They should be helping. It's like interference. Hello? Hi. Brother, have you seen it? Yeah. Basically. If you go in Discord, if you go under one of my videos, you can find a Discord link. You can join our Discord server and call in through the Discord server as well. We actually prefer that if you're able to. So if you get the chance to do that, go ahead. Go on Discord, I'll look for you in there. How do you know that Elon Musk was best friends with Diddy? There's pictures of them like watching movies together. Diddy helped finance some of Elon Musk's projects. Elon Musk spoke how he talked on the phone multiple times. There's pictures of them. I'm sorry you don't know how to Google Billy. Hello? Howdy. Yep.
It's really touching to me because I'm not going to say exactly, but I am related to said man, and I've been in the pizza parlor.
Oh man. Man, oh man. The egg prices are going down, bro. The egg prices are staying up, bro. The egg prices. The egg prices are screwed up, man. The egg prices. Hello? Howdy.
Here and thought I would give you a call.
Yeah, how's it going, man? What do you want to talk about?
Pizzagate. No, I'm just kidding.
Bro. I was about to hang up.
No, I just, I was listening to you, and I understand how you were saying, like, you care about your fellow Americans, as I do too. I mean, I'm sure most of us do. We've all lived through the last 4 years, and I'm 42 years old, and so, I mean, I haven't been around for an awful lot of elections, but I do feel in my short time of politics, the last 20-something years, I feel like it's always been a little easier when a conservative gets in office. And that's just my outlook on it. Like, forget all the, like, this, that, or he said this, or he did that. Just an overall general look back on life. It's been easier when a conservative is in office.
Conservatives are really good at selling the model they do. They're good at selling a narrative. Because if you look at our conservative presidents, Reagan and the first Bush ran really bad economies. We had a terrible recession. Bill Clinton came back in and balanced the budget. Under Bush, we got into Iraq and Afghanistan. And then we had a recession under Bush. Obama had to help us come back from that. Under Donald Trump, we had the COVID pandemic, which was terribly mismanaged. And then Biden had to come bring us back from that. So maybe...
Do you really think Biden brought us back from the pandemic?
Biden definitely helped. We were #1 in our recovery from the pandemic. according to our numbers versus any comparable nation. We were number 1 by far with our metrics.
I mean, I feel like by the time Biden got into office, the vaccines were already on the market. People had already started taking them. When Biden got into office, CNN took down their death counter. You remember when CNN used to run the little death counter every day when Trump was in office, how many people died? As soon as Biden gets in office, they take that down nicely. Like, more people died from COVID under Biden's presidency than Donald Trump's.
Yeah, because he was president for more of the pandemic with more of the contagious spreads.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can try to justify it however you want, but the numbers are more people died under Biden when the vaccine was in place pretty much during his whole presidency.
CNN never stopped their COVID tracker, by the way, but they did stop showing it on the news every single second. It's still on their website. It's still on their website. They still talk about it on the news.
Website,
but after the vaccines,
on their news channel,
because people got upset about seeing it because Americans were getting upset about it. They wanted to protect American emotions. But as far as
it was just ironic how it goes down when Trump
it
leaves
didn't
office.
go down. Okay, every news agency still reported on it. It wasn't a constant thing once the vaccines came out.
Hang on, I think there's a misconception with what I'm talking about. It came down off of their CNN news network on television.
They've been showing it throughout the years. They just didn't have the 24/7 counter after the vaccines came out.
Yeah, no, once Trump left office.
After the vaccines came out.
I mean, I feel
the
like
vaccines also came out in January 2025, right?
No. The COVID vaccines came out many years ago. They're on like what, the 7th variant of it right now?
Or 2020? I mean, 2021 when Biden took office. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, that might be. I'm not sure of the exact date, but I know it wasn't this year. I mean, it's only January.
Or it was late 2020.
But...
So from December on to January, enough of the population got vaccinated, where if the at-risk populations were able to get one. So using conspiracies, and by the way, I was a big Bernie supporter, so I know a lot about the media talking in different ways in like 2016. But when it comes to that, Donald Trump did mismanage it. We had by far the most COVID deaths per capita. We had the worst economic downturn because of losing lives to COVID. COVID was the number 1 cause of death in America for like 3 or 4 months, and Donald Trump wanted to just hide deaths because he didn't want our numbers to go up.
Was COVID the number 1 cause of death? I mean, you could have died from stage 4 cancer, but still tested for COVID, and it was still called a COVID death.
If you got hit by a car and you had COVID, it was not counted for a COVID death. Because when he did the actual reviews of the total excess deaths that year, when you look at excess deaths, okay, do you know what excess deaths are? Do you know what excess death is?
No.
So excess death, we have listen. We need to get facts right, okay? We care about facts here. So excess deaths. Shut up for a second. When you have an expected number of deaths for that year, okay, and then we end up having 600 or 700,000 more deaths than we expected that year, we can use what came up that year. Why were there more deaths during 2020 and 2021 than there were in any of the surrounding years? It was because of COVID. So we can see that COVID increased our death rate by a lot, even without looking at individual causes.
But with that same metric, why did the flu deaths go down so far?
Because of the social distancing and masking, because people still were around each other less, and COVID is a lot more easy to spread between people. It was not also considered COVID. They tested for COVID for the coronavirus.
If you believe
COVID-19.
what they say are actual COVID deaths,
I know actual doctors, and I know people who work in public health and actually tabulate this stuff. You learn this off of Fox News and Twitter.
My neighbor's a nurse too and dealt with.
Oh no, a nurse. I don't care. Okay, I'll hear opinions from a doctor that's reputable, but not a nurse. A lot of nurses are anti-vax as well. A lot of nurses are.
But
they don't get training in vaccines or biology.
Reported were actual COVID deaths. You're not being honest.
I said excess. Okay, are you listening to excess deaths? Are you listening to what I just said? Do you care about facts at all?
Yeah, I just think
can you repeat it back to me? What excess deaths are? Do you understand what they are? Repeat it back to me.
Yes, they were what they were counting in as already deaths from different things that had caused people to die, the excess death of it. But I still think you're wrong. I mean, it's okay. We can agree to disagree on that. We're getting into the whole COVID thing, but my first comment really was when I look back on my life in voting, it's always been easier under a conservative president.
Okay, if you feel emotions, if you have an emotional take, that's fine. Just say you're rolling your decisions off of emotion and not facts or logic. That is
Like my
emotional. That's
wallet
inherently
can
emotional. It's
tell
your
me
personal
that
experience.
It's been easier. My wallet, your wallet, I know it used to be easier for you.
Okay, if your
too,
house
and to
catches
say
on
it's
fire,
not-
okay, if your house catches on fire, and firefighters come and they save like 20% of your house only, is it the firefighters' fault that the fire started?
I guess it depends on why it started.
I'm saying that, okay, so during COVID, Biden got blamed for a lot of outcomes of COVID economically that were not his fault, but we had the best recovery from this rate of inflation with a soft landing. It was the best in human history. The fact we did not have a recession is actually extremely impressive under Biden, but no one gave him credit for it because no one looks at like
We kind of are in a somewhat recession.
We're not in a recession. You would know if we're in a recession.
To a degree,
A recession actually
we
means
are.
something. Well, how are we in a
Yeah.
recession? What does a recession mean?
We are at a shrinking rate with inflation going up, and based
Inflation
on
is
ways
going
of
down.
pay-
Inflation is at pre-pandemic levels now. Inflation
Yeah.
crashed down. It's at 4% now, which is a gold number. Pretty good.
That's what they say. But let me tell you something. At the grocery store, you don't notice that. I guarantee you, anybody here that goes shopping today doesn't notice
The prices increase
pre-pandemic
less.
rates.
The prices increase less. We're not going to have deflation ever, and that's why Donald Trump has zero plan to get prices down or to keep them maintained. Do you know why egg prices are going up, by the way? Do you know like the real reason why egg prices are going up like crazy?
Why?
Because the bird flu is killing all the birds, bro. The birds are dropping like flies.
Well, yeah, that's why eggs are about $7 a dozen right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah, a lot of
that's
birds
with-
died
for eggs,
recently.
you know. But I still think you're kind of just, I don't know. You don't seem to stick to one topic. You're kind of like, well, this, that, and the other. When I was just saying, like, even if you think about Obama, I remember Obama sitting there giving that speech about Obamacare, saying that, you know, people that already have health insurance
We're gonna
wouldn't
be able
lose
to
their
keep their
doctor.
doctor.
Right. I lost my doctor after Obamacare. I
Sorry.
mean, was he still there, my doctor at the time? Yeah. But prior to Obamacare, I used to be able to call my doctor and say, hey, you know, I got a cold, whatever, I need to see you. Hey, Mike, I could get you in tomorrow morning or the very next day. After Obamacare, I would call them and they'd be like, man, I'm booked out for 90 days. And it's like, well, geez, if I still have a cold
Wait,
in
keeping
90
your
days, I'm
doctor.
probably going to be dead.
What kind of doctor do you go to that was booked out? Not like, unless if it's a really popular doctor in an area that does not have that many doctors. That's more of a healthcare supply issue than anything. Do you live in like a rural
I
area
live
by
in the-
chance?
No, I live in the capital of my state.
You live in the capital of your state, and the doctor. Do you go to the
Yes.
top doctor there, or do you go to like
No, he was just one of the doctors here. I mean, sure, he was a good doctor. He was just a general healthcare practitioner. But back in '07, when you take people that had no doctor and now you're putting a whole town to a doctor, you are way overwhelming the system.
Well, you're
And
not
I lost
overwhelming
my-
the system. Your individual experience might be like that, but the system has
Look,
been fine,
hey,
and it has
I lost
adjusted,
my
and many more
doctor.
people have health care. Well, I'm sorry you lost your doctor, but I think it's okay
Yeah.
if people. Did you find a different doctor?
No, well, yeah, I mean, we're talking '07 and now. I mean, come on, it's almost 20 years.
Well, you
Sure,
can
I
find
have
a different doctor.
now.
Okay, I would
I'm
if I
just
can
saying
get if
that's
I can
part
right
of
now.
my experience with
If
a
I can right
Democrat in
now,
office.
I understand, but if I can right now get a different doctor, and I know that 30 million more people will have health care, I'll do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Like it's fine. Like I'd rather more
Well, that's
more
good
people
for
have health
you,
care.
You know, I'm just saying, when I think about it, for him to get up there on stage and say the things he said was a lie.
You realize that like
You know?
the original Obamacare, you realize that would have been possible, but the compromise that got through Congress was Republicans tearing it apart. So Obama's original Obamacare also had, or the ACA also had a public option, but that was cut and torn apart by Republicans. So without
Really,
Republicans
though?
screwing
Because
it up,
Obama
yes,
had
100%.
the House and Senate in his first presidency.
He needed to
So
pass
how
a
did
compromise
the
bill.
Republicans, He had the House and the Senate.
America's
So
a
to say
conservative
the
country.
Republicans did
Even the
anything
Democrats
is
pushed back against
not
Obamacare.
truthful.
Even the Democrats pushed back. The conservative Democrats pushed back against
Oh.
Obamacare.
Well, no, you didn't say that. You said Republicans.
Yes, but all Republicans wanted to cut Obamacare. All Republicans voted against it in general. But the conservative
they
moderates
should
were able
have.
to tear it apart. But that's why
They
it was
should
worse than
have.
it would have been, and it still was good because healthcare costs are lower than they would be without
but
it.
hey, if
Healthcare
it
costs
was
would be
so
even higher
great-
right now without Obamacare because there were profit caps, there were caps on how much healthcare companies can spend in certain areas, there were guarantees to what they provide in healthcare, and there's a certain premium level they can
Right.
increase it, like
If
a
it was
percentage point
so
they can increase
great,
per
why
year.
did the House and Senators exempt themselves out of it? If it was so great.
House and Senator, wait, out of Obamacare, can't you get employer sponsors
Yes.
still?
The House and Senate did not include themselves in the Obamacare mandate. If it was so great, why wouldn't they? It's because they knew they were selling us a bowl of shit.
Let me see. 1 second.
Yeah.
The mandate.
They actually passed a lot of laws that exempt themselves out of it. It's
I
kind
don't
of
see
one
any
the
proof
big-
of that.
It's true, man. I'm not
It's not
shitting
true.
my favorite turd. Yes,
That's
sir.
not true.
It is.
No, that's not true. They didn't exempt
Okay,
themselves from
well-
Obamacare.
Yes, they did. Yeah. But either way, so I'm just saying,
It's
when I
just
go
not true.
back and look, it's always been easier to
Okay,
live
what you just said, by the
under
way,
a
is not true. What you just said is not
conservative
true, by the way. That's propaganda. What you just said is not true. I just want my audience to know it's not true. You can look it up. It's not true.
Tell your
Anyways.
audience whatever you want. You've lied a lot during this call. I'm not saying lied, but given
Sorry, I have
half-truth.
proof, brother. Sorry, you're going off of personal
Yeah.
experiences and feelings, and I'm going off of fact on,
Yeah,
what the
off of
policies
what?
are.
Off of some chart tells you. It's like, don't believe, like,
Yeah, I know I
don't
can't believe any
your
facts.
lying eyes.
I know you don't believe any facts because if we go to facts, they all disagree with your personal experience. But your personal experience and your
Yeah.
fifis don't matter as much as like what
I
policies
bet
we do.
if you were to take a poll on your website right now, if they feel prices are higher now than they've ever been, they would come back.
Yeah,
with
of course they're higher
absolutely.
than prices are always going to be higher than they've ever been because of
No,
COVID
it-
and supply
well,
chains
now
and
watch
inflation's
though
inflation always happens. By the way, do you know that inflation
Yeah.
always happens?
Why didn't it happen under Trump?
Inflation did happen under Trump. Do you think there was 0%
No.
inflation under Trump?
I'm sure there was. What was it, like 0.5%, 1% inflation? I think it was under Trump's presidency. Yeah, sure. We were getting up into like 8, 9, 12% here under dirtbag Biden.
Donald Trump's annual inflation rate averaged out at around 2.5%.
I think that's even wrong. You're at like a liberal website. What do you have, CNN?
Are you a troll?
No, I'm not a troll.
Why is all fact liberal? Why is all fact and information liberal? Why do you think that? Okay,
Because there's
there's
a
no
lot of-
president.
look.
There's no president that ever had a 0.5% inflation rate. The economy would be probably that's not good. The inflation rate needs to be at a healthy
Trump's
number.
inflation rate was very, very low. Okay.
Okay, well you said it was nothing because Trump says that,
It's
and you
pretty
just followed Daddy
almost-
Trump, whatever
compared
Daddy
to what
Trump
it is
says.
now, like,
was
compared
nothing.
to what it is now, it is almost nothing.
Inflation was spiking before Trump left office, dude. Biden felt the brunt of it because he took over right when the shit started going bad. after,
Biden
when
felt
COVID
the
hit full
most
swing.
inflation because of all the spending he has done.
Thank you for $10,
We're-
buddy, for the super chat.
we're-
Just a second.
We're paying out money to everybody, diluting our dollar. I mean,
Okay,
how many
explain to me
billions
the
have we
M2 money
given
supply. Tell me
Ukraine?
about the M2 money supply. What's your understanding of that?
I don't have any understanding of the empty money
Okay, then stop
supply.
talking about inflation.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's one way to get people to call you, just trying to shut them up. What, you don't like hearing opposing views?
No, I
know
like
I'm-
hearing
I'm not
opposing
even
views.
an
I just don't like it
expert
when someone
debater
talks in a
here.
condescending manner when they don't know what they're talking about. I don't like that. Do you think vaccines are safe and effective?
Sure, I think some are.
Which ones are not? COVID? Polio?
I don't. No polio, sure. Chickenpox, sure. Some years they get the flu vaccine perfect. Some years it's kind of flopped. You know what I mean? COVID, I don't think it's a vaccine because everybody that I've known that's got the vaccine still got COVID, just really bad, like anybody else who didn't get the vaccine. Yeah. What about you?
Okay. Well, the actual death rates for those who got the vaccine were very low in 2021. Most of the deaths under Biden with COVID are from the unvaccinated population. Vaccinated were not
What about
dying
the
that much
deaths
after
from
getting the
people
vaccine.
that got the vaccine and then got myocarditis?
That's extremely low. Do you know what myocarditis is?
Yeah, it's like a heart issue.
What is it?
I don't know exactly what it is. I know it's a heart issue. And I know a lot of people that got the vaccine got myocarditis. they've had to stop doing some vaccines in some countries because of it.
What countries did they stop doing vaccines because of myocarditis?
I don't remember. Look it up. You have the computer right there. I don't have a computer in front of me. I'm going off all this information. I'm telling you, I'm going off just memory.
Oh, I can tell.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see what the mortality rate is of myocarditis. Let's see. Let's try to find it. Oh, this is extremely low. But yeah, that's a propaganda thing too. Myocarditis was a lot more aggressive because everyone got COVID, right? Like everyone eventually got COVID, right?
Yeah, I got COVID.
So COVID,
It wasn't even that bad for me.
myocarditis, good for you, buddy. Myocarditis, that essentially like is much worse getting it when you get COVID. There's a much higher chance you get it in an extreme way when you get COVID without the vaccine. But the vaccine probably resulted in less myocarditis in general. Overall,
I don't.
the vaccine does have some side effects, but COVID has a lot more, and it protected from some side effects.
Should look at the COVID vaccine
from
in
Robert Malone.
Myocarditis-related deaths.
Do you believe in Robert Malone?
It's out there. No, I don't know Robert Malone.
Okay.
I don't even have cable TV, man. Like, I think you made a comment that I'm just some Fox News junkie.
You must have so
no,
much...
I don't.
Thank you for $5, Mansa. Is there a topic you want to finish up on?
Oh no, I was just wanting to make the comment that if folks in my age range, like I said, I'm 42, if they look back at the presidencies we've been involved in, like you mentioned Reagan, that was a little before
so you're going to make another emotional appeal. I'm not here to have people make emotional
not
appeals. If you want to do a campaign
facts.
speech, you can. No, that's literally
It's
emotion.
facts.
It's fifis.
Now,
That's
you don't
fifis.
like the fact that it
Fifi,
has
do
been
you love
easier
me?
under
Are
conservatives.
you riding?
But it's the
Fifi.
truth, man. And hey, have a good day.
My feelings are what matters. I put feelings over facts. Okay, have a good day. I appreciate you calling in.
You're a
I do
liberal.
appreciate you calling
It's all
in.
based on feelings.
No, I base everything off facts. I think this conversation kind of proved where we are right now.
No.
Yeah. I did not bring up my personal experience once. Okay, yeah, I brought up facts and data.
Yeah, no, you brought up like really ultra left-leaning news organizations.
I didn't bring up any news organization. I brought up is the CDC left-wing?
The Center for Disease Control.
Yep.
I would say it's more left-wing than anything else.
Is the Federal Reserve left-wing?
No, I don't want to say it's so much left-wing. No.
Okay. I do appreciate you calling in. I do hope you stop by another time. We have good memes around here.
Hey,
I do
I'll call
appreciate
you in
it.
2 years. I'll call you in 2 years when the inflation's back down really low and we're all doing really great because of Trump.
Off what plan?
Just
Yeah, because after the tariffs, dude, that's gonna be
smear
a
it in
lot
your
lower
face a
inflation,
little
brother.
bit.
Okay, please do. When that happens, please
I
call
will.
in 2 years. Remind me. Just say I'm that guy.
will.
All right, I'll remember. Just say I'm that guy.
fucking
All right,
dude.
buddy.
That's right.
All right.
All right.
Have a good night, buddy.
Later, bro. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for the $5. Whoever just donated that $5 a second ago. 8% under Biden, 2.5% under Trump. LMAO math, dude, brother. Do you understand that we live in a world? Okay, if one person runs a 5K in 10 feet of snow, and the other person runs a 5K in sunny weather, who do you think is gonna have the easier run? To run a good time? Do you ever consider the outside conditions in which someone is performing at all? Or do you just like want to be here? Never mind. I know you want to be a kid. You're 12. You're probably 12. What has Biden done in 12 years? In 4 years? Biden has passed an infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, expanded Medicaid to or Medicare to negotiate pharmaceutical costs, capped insulin at $35 a month for every Medicare plan, not just Part D like beta Trump did. All right. Open up the line. Oh, yeah, actually, let me check this Discord guy really quick. Oh, wait, did that guy just leave? I was gonna come in here and bring him in. He just left. Oh, that's annoying. Interesting. My Discord's also muted. I can't hear from Discord. That's not good. I probably need to do a different output, huh? Voice and video. Output device. There you go. I can probably hear now. Hello?
many times have you said M2 money supply, Jola?
There you go.
Since I told you about it.
I'm only doing it because you're watching. Did you leave the super chat? Was that you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I thought it was you being a troll because it was like Dova Budgie 100. I'm like, wait a second, is that being a troll? Because it said, here's $5 until Trump fixes the economy and brings down inflation. Sir, you'd rather be poor with a laughingstock president. Trump won. I'm like, there's no like that's such a dumb comment. Like it needs to be someone trolling. All right.
You should have called him a dumbass.
I really missed out on the opportunity. That's on
I'm
me.
getting another call. I'll hop back in here if that guy comes back though.
Call from
Okay. Thank you for dropping a like. Hit subscribe. Let me check the comments. Oh, we have a decent number of viewers in the horizontal chat for once. That's pretty new. Marshall. Thank you for joining me. I got ligma for my COVID. Frantic, terrified. Not very manly if you ask me. Yo, go into the shorts chat, Marshall. Go into the shorts chat. Find my other stream. It's the vertical one. It's very entertaining in there. You're going to get some responses in there, okay? Go to the vertical chat. Trust me. What the hell? Hello?
Oh, fucking shit. This is so cool. Okay, cool. I was just watching you, and this is fucking awesome. Are you still up for a debate?
Hey, who's your favorite rapper?
Oh, I would have to say Old Post Malone. Old Post Malone was the fucking shit. That dude was fucking awesome. When White Adversity came out and I was living in Manhattan, dude, you cannot believe it was amazing. It was like a magical unicorn just fucking flew into the club.
A unicorn, bro? Okay.
Dude, you just hold on to fucking Hercules traps. And
Did you hear the new Mac Miller album?
Yes, I think. Yes.
It came out yesterday.
Yes, it did?
Yeah, posthumous release. Posthumous. I forgot how to say it. I think it's posthumous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I gotta check that out. That sounds really, really cool. I'm more into my kind of like a trance EDM type phase right now.
Sure.
But
yeah, we can talk about what kind of politics do you want to talk about?
So I really just kind of want to avoid the Trump thing, but I'll go on my tirade anyways. So I'm really happy that at least initially that he's in, because right now Kim Jong-un's dick is tucked so far up his asshole it's coming out his mouth. He's about to wage intergalactic war on the cartels, and that's really cool. I mean, we got to stop fentanyl and fucking meth getting into. I mean, I don't know how you're gonna do that.
Do you think we should invade Mexico?
No, not at all. No.
Do you think we should drone strike Mexico?
No, not at all. No, that's insane. If anyone ever says that, they're an insane.
How is he gonna? What do you mean by intergalactic warfare on the cartel? I'm just curious.
So, I personally think, or what I mean is that he needs that, like, use fucking, like, you saw the movie Salt with, like, Angelina Jolie and whatnot, like, the crazy spy network and whatnot. Send in, like, task force people like that, kind of like SEAL Team 6 and the JSOC from, like, Canada, and just go after, like, the high-value targets like that. But then after you take them out, you're going to destabilize that whole market, and it's just going to be creative power.
So we should invade Mexico. There's still still technically an invasion if we send like private, like secret, undercover forces into Mexico, right? I mean, we're not going at the government, but we are still going into another sovereign territory and enacting like military operations.
No, you're right. Well, how do you think that because those motherfuckers need to go. Absolutely, they.
Okay.
Unless you, because they do what they do because there's lack of resources. Or I personally believe people commit crimes because there's they don't have what they want. And
do you think in America to reduce crimes, do you think we should like fund public schools more to help reduce crime?
Yeah, absolutely.
based. Love
I
that.
Yeah. So I personally believe that reparations should happen. The people that actually, so Reconstruction, that whole period, that was during that time right after slavery, they were actually going to give reparations to people that were there, like, I don't know, 100, 150 years ago. Those motherfuckers said, whoa, we fucked up. We need to fix this. This is, like, not cool at all.
Not cool at all, bro. Not cool.
Yeah, I mean, the quadriplegic person from that age would wipe the floor with, like, 10 juiced up people from today. So basically what I'm saying is that we can't just give people money, because this is a hot take, and I'm just going to take the heat for that, but if you give people money that haven't had money and haven't had financial safety in a long time, they're not going to know what to do with it, and they're inevitably going to end up far worse than we're in the first place. What you need to do is invest in schools, you need to invest in financial classes, you need to invest in
You
things
know
that
what?
will create good.
Most of America right now does not believe slavery ever happened, and they don't believe systemic racism ever existed. So you're already 20 steps ahead. You're 20 steps ahead.
That's crazy.
So you're really just an all-star right now, to be honest. You're pretty much talking like a far leftist.
I mean, it's retarded. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, that is like frothing at the mouth, like took 10 cyanide capsules, retarded. I mean, that is, I've never, who would even make that argument?
Well, the argument they don't make, they know it happened, but they think just because like we had the Civil Rights Act and MLK, they think like MLK just like walked down the street holding hands with with a white person and said racism is healed, and they thought like when we made it illegal that it went away, but obviously that's not true. We had redlining.
No.
You can predict where like different poor areas are today for black people based on like slavery and based on Reconstruction and based on where black people were forced to live. Even black people's last names are made from like white people because they had to get names like Washington or Jefferson because they were now had no connection to where black people actually where that lineage was from, because white people were able to kill and rape so many black people, and it's really disgusting and terrible history. But most Americans just want to forget about it and say, I don't see color, and that kind of thing, because they're scared and emotionally weak, so they can't talk about it. It's really sad.
Yep. It's really, really, just really, there's so many instances of like really thriving and just like strong black communities that were just wiped the fuck out to make room for other places, like Lake Lanier. So I live in Georgia, and Lake Lanier was the home of a thriving black community. It was amazing. They were on track to supersede and far surpass the white areas surrounding it. And then they wanted to put a giant lake there or some shit. So then they started to just like do shit to make them leave and blah blah blah, like regular like fucking racist ass fucking bullshit. Which I don't understand racism, honestly. I don't understand hating someone because of their skin.
It's not just because of the color of their skin, though. That's like I feel like we need to start talking about it in a bigger way, because it's not even just like, oh, the person's, a certain skin color, so I don't like them. It's much deeper. It's like white people in America are scared they're being replaced, and they don't want to be treated like a minority group. White people think that, like, that's why Republicans talk about, like, they're bringing in immigrants to make blue states, or to make red states turn blue. They're bringing in immigrants to be Democratic voters, because they want America to be more just like homogenous in general. But yeah, I appreciate this call, but I do need people to argue with. So if we don't have anything to argue about, I'm gonna have to look for a caller.
Okay, all right, cool, dude. This is awesome. I really, really enjoyed. I've had a lot of this stuff on my mind for a long time. Really, really appreciate it, and I hope.
Well, if you're
that
around, check out the stream. Definitely would love to see you in the chat. We have a Discord server as well. We have a lot of good conversations in there. There's always like 10 people talking after stream at least, maybe more. But yeah, this is a pretty chill. I mean, I use clickbait. We have some heated conversations, but I think it's all good. It's good. It's healthy for democracy. So I hope to see you around. I appreciate the call.
Yeah, brother. Appreciate you. Love you, and I'll see you around, brother.
Love you too. All right, see you.
All right, bye, man. Bye.
Happy Pride Month. Want to see me quick scope? All right, let's get this started again. Nice. I don't have any audio on this right now, for real. I can't play with no audio, if we're being honest.
Call from.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. Just calling, I guess, I'm calling the number on the screen, so.
It is the number on the screen. What do you want to chat about?
I love it. I'm just trying to ask. So, why do you feel that is the case? That Trump will ruin America?
At a really high level, never seen before, he's given up the government to the ultra wealthy. Like Elon Musk was never elected, but he's being given a spot, like a office space in the White House. Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, all the big tech giants are kind of coming together to support Trump, and I'm pretty sure they have a deal where the government's going to let them do whatever they want with our data and everything, as long as they play nice with the administration. I think that's probably my biggest worry right now. And also like the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, people like him. He's an 04 military. Usually like 010 is gonna be nominated for Secretary of Defense. He's completely out of his depth. Like he's not qualified at all for any position even near Secretary of Defense. And I just don't like seeing our like armed forces and our really important systems of government being taken over by like, I don't know, just people who are not very serious about our Constitution and about our country. So like the ultra rich and also like making everything into a meme are probably my two biggest points right now.
Okay, so in that being your stand, excuse me, how has the government worked so far? I mean, so far we've had corruption in Republican and Democrat. So I love number one, that you're open to conversation, you're conversating. That is what brings minds together and brings information out. But there's been corruption found on both sides, first and foremost. So I'm not one or the other, but the politicians that are in place, let's go Nancy Pelosi, let's go other people that have not ever left. What have they done to help America in itself? What have they done?
I just look at the policies that the parties do. So I know people say like, okay, well these big tech guys donated to Democrats in the past, and that's like the number one thing I hear people bring up when I say like it's bad that Trump is doing this now. And my typical response is, Democrats through a couple different government agencies have investigated big tech companies, and they've done so on the terms of like not using American data correctly, illegally or unethically sharing our information, for AI or to advertisers and stuff like that. So my biggest thing is, when they donate to Democrats, they're definitely trying to influence government, but they're trying to influence the Democrats to not break up their company as a monopoly or to not fine them or put them in jail. When they donate to Trump, they're being told, basically, we're not going to do anything to you at all. So like Democrats is like the punishment's going to be less. Like Mark Zuckerberg did a 12-hour hearing in front of Congress for a lot of this. So maybe he'll donate to, help get good favor with Democratic politicians for that reason. But also just in general, when they do it for Republicans like Donald Trump, he made it pretty clear he's not going to regulate these agencies at all. You know what I mean? Like, so I think money should be out of politics in general. But the way Trump's doing it is just like a lot worse than what we've seen, is what I'd say.
Well, so what you're saying, is that they have donated, and they've donated to both, one more than the other. It's, public information. And with the big tech, you even have Mark Zuckerberg just stating, when it came to COVID, when it came to the Russian, the laptop, right? It's all Russian information, disinformation. Sorry. He said that the DOJ specifically went after him and said if they did not do it, they were going to screw him over. Well, how do you feel about that?
So what he said about that is not substantiated, but Donald Trump admitted that he threatened to put Mark Zuckerberg in jail for life. But as far as like Zuckerberg saying they were gonna like purposely go after him or screw him over or whatever, that just was not like proven by anything. Zuckerberg went on Joe Rogan and said all that, but a lot of it was very like it was just the FBI saying like if there's misinformation, it might be misinformation coming, that kind of thing. But like Trump's White House is directly pressuring. That's why Zuckerberg's changing like Meta's moderation policies, is because it was requested by the next president. And like that's a lot more direct. Like everything they accuse Democrats of doing, Trump is doing now, but not getting any like even if it was just like bias, I'd understand it. Like I said, I don't like the money influencing politics at all, but I could still say like, okay, well that wasn't cool when Democrats took money for whatever reason, but at least they still investigated these companies and etc. But Trump, I just don't hear any Trump supporters that are willing to say like, yeah, it's not good that Elon Musk has a free place in the White House now, free office in the White House because he donated to Trump's campaign. The richest man in the world. And although Kamala had more billionaire donations, but like Mark Zuckerberg is worth $250 billion. So is Bezos. Musk is worth $450 billion. But then we have people like Mark Cuban, who's also a billionaire, but he's worth $5 billion. So 80 billionaires donated to Kamala around there, around 50 something donated to Trump. But the net worth of Trump's like donators were like extremely high level billionaires with a lot of power stake in our system. So it's different on that front as well. And we could also just see like Trump's putting them on a pedestal for his inauguration, like all the big tech giants, the guys who own like the three most powerful men to ever exist money wise, putting on this pedestal. And yeah, the total Trump got more total dollars from billionaire donors, even if Kamala had more like individual donations from.
The average is lower than Joe Biden's or Kamala Harris's. His average, dollar average, if you look up his dollar average is in the 30s, I believe it was.
Are you familiar with like super PACs?
Of what?
Super PACs?
I don't know what that is.
So there's a thing called a super PAC. It's dark money. So you can donate any amount of money to a super PAC. So a lot of Trump's billionaire donations came through a form of super PAC. So they did it through either like cryptocurrencies or they donated through other organizations. So Trump's actual campaign itself, getting donations through that campaign, it's limited, very limited. But you can donate unlimited amounts of money essentially to these super PACs. So Trump's billionaires donated through those means in dark money. That's the kind of money that Bernie Sanders wants to ban from politics. Is the money that you can't track, that they could do any amount of. Like that's the money he wants to get banned. So yeah, the averages for the campaigns, it was low for Trump, but also it was low for Kamala. But the dark money and super PACs, that's where Trump really was able to shine in his donations.
It's been low for Kamala. She had millionaires that were that were donating for her.
She had bigger low small dollar donations than Trump did.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she did.
No, her average is definitely not lower. 100%. Where is that coming from? That you are saying that?
1 second. Either way, the way that Donald Trump is giving all these guys access to the government is kind of scary.
Well, I mean, we'll have more information.
Harris had 40% of her dollars from small donors. Trump had 28% of his money from small donors. Everything you just said about billionaires and about like donation sizes, all of that is right-wing talking points that are complete lies. So I would definitely recommend looking up those numbers and also super PACs, because whatever source you got that from is lying to you. And that's not against you. That's against the sources because they lie their asses off. But Kamala had more small dollar donations, and I don't even really need to look, but I did look. But yeah, Trump. The fact again, there's a reason they support Trump, because he wants to lower corporate taxes. Democrats want to put corporate taxes up and top 1% taxes up. Of course, they're okay with Trump being in office. Like, why would they not want their taxes lowered? But some billionaires have like they just favored like more a more liberal democratic government than some others.
Okay, and then so do you believe in free speech, or?
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta say you do, because you're at least open to hear other people's viewpoints. You actually accept it, which I commend you for that. Let's see, hold on.
They got to get me on Steven Crowder or something. They got to stop going and debating only college kids randomly.
minds together, you know, from people saying, oh, well, I do believe this or I don't believe this. I do like Steven Crowder when he does this change my mind stuff.
You should debate someone who actually knows their stuff, though. Like if I had a conversation with him, it'd go a lot harder for him than a random college kid, I would say.
It could.
It's weird that all of his public debates are college kids. It's just weird that he never debates anybody with any like actual, like, I don't know.
Well, I think my opinion is that the Constitution, the original founders with George Washington, everybody, John Hancock, everybody who signed the Constitution, they were nobody. A lot of them were nobody. A lot of them came over here and they started their own stuff. They weren't politicians. They weren't nothing. They were just average Joes working, and that's what Trump's doing right now. He's getting not average Joes, because Elon Musk is not an average Joe, but he is
Every
a normal
person in Trump's cabinet is a billionaire. You're saying Trump's a normal person?
Correct. They're a billionaire that has not been in politics. They're
not normal people. Being a billionaire is a form of you're like your own small government. Like that's what the founding fathers actually warned about, was like shadow governments and billionaires taking control of our systems. Like Donald Trump, we're not like, I would understand it if all these guys were like a pipe fitter from down the road or a plumber or someone who works in any actual job. But these are people who are financial fraudsters. Like Vivek Ramaswamy got his money from manipulating the stock of a fake pharmaceutical drug and then rug pulling everyone and screwing people over with financial fraud. And then you have like a couple, Charles Kushner, ambassador to France now. He's Jared Kushner's dad, who commit financial crimes and sex crimes, and Trump pardoned him and made him ambassador to France. So like all these guys are not normal guys at all. These are the billionaire class taking over the entire government. There's not one person in that cabinet that's a regular guy. And like RFK, he's a Kennedy, but somehow he's been revitalized because he goes on like Joe Rogan. And I think that's not good that we're viewing these guys as, we should be viewing our neighbors as our neighbors, not these freaking, these ultra rolling class people.
They're smart guys. They know how to operate businesses. They know how to run it.
But they screw people over constantly. They will not do well for us in government.
I understand. Hold on. Elon Musk has proven time and time again. He's one of the first companies to ever get a loan from the government and pay it back in full when it comes to cars, right? He has been efficient when it comes to Twitter. He bought out Twitter. He cut it in half, fired a ton of people because they didn't need it, and still ran it just the same, got rid of bots.
Twitter lost like 80% of the revenue. They have more bots than ever before. But he's okay with taking that revenue hit because he wants to be able to spread whatever message he has. But they lost all their revenue. Like, he ran that company into the ground. But he wanted to make it into his pet project.
But the people are still on it. People are still using it.
Yeah, but it's not a successful company. It's a successful, like, he gets to run a media company, but it's not like a successful, like, actual functioning company. It's because he's it's because he's the richest man in the world that he could finance it. You know where he financed it through, by the way? You know how he bought it? He financed it through Russian investors and Saudi Arabian investors and Chinese investors. I think that's a little bit of a national security conflict.
Okay, no matter who, right, invested in it, it doesn't matter to me. He got it. He decreased people that were working in it, and it is still running the same. Now,
no, it's not running the same. They lost all their revenue. He's able to cash flow it, though. He's bleeding money. The company's a failure. Like any person who needs to run a good company that turns a profit, they are draining money. Like, it's not a successful company at all.
How many users are using it?
Left.
Using it.
As what?
How many users are using Twitter?
There's a lot of people using it, but no advertisers are there because it's not a successful company. They're not making money.
Yeah, these people are still using Twitter. Period.
But that's not success. If you have a free, if I have a store that gives out free food, I'm losing money, right?
Dude,
I'm getting a bad product, but it's free.
They use our money to give free food to everybody, and needles and drugs and stuff like that.
Okay, there's no way you're gonna go from sucking off our billionaires and then go attack people that need help at the bottom. Like, you realize you just went from like saying how amazing all these oligarchs are, and now you're going straight into attacking the working class. Like, you realize how easily you shifted to that. You can easily attack those people who are struggling at the bottom, but then you're worshiping these guys who have been in wealth their entire lives from daddy's money, who have just done financial manipulation to get to be billionaires.
Well, he's not doing it on taxpayers' dollars. Don't use my money.
Elon Musk is funded by government contracts. He's the biggest government contractor in U.S. history.
No, not for Twitter. Come on now.
How
We're
did he
talking
make his
about
other
Twitter.
money? How did he make his other money to afford Twitter? And he's
You're talking
financing it
about-
through corrupt governments. He's financing it through our enemies.
Successfully grabbed Twitter. He made it successful, and he did it with.
No, they lost all their money. It's not successful. They lost all their money.
No, he knows how to be efficient. He is an efficient person. It's proven.
They are losing money, though. Do you understand why that's bad? They are not turning a profit. They're not making any money.
It's not. He lost Disney. He lost these woke, fake, trash companies that he doesn't need their business.
Okay, why
He's
are you
not
still
listening
defending
to them.
Musk? Like, can we talk about anything that matters in your life? Like, do you just want to defend like these ultra rich people? Are they your daddy? Like, what the hell?
No, it's part.
What issues? What issues do you care about, buddy, in your life? What issues do you care about?
You don't like them being part of his cabinet, and they have a track record of being successful.
Yeah, because you put people in charge of government who live off of corruption and who do not want the government to regulate or tax them. I don't want them to be able to be corrupt. I don't like corruption.
Well, me too. That's why I'm glad that he's getting rid of all the corruption. They're cutting it in half.
Elon Musk is the corruption, bro. He is the
getting rid of
corruption. Okay,
Doge.
you are on the Kool-Aid, brother. You are on the Kool-Aid.
That's what it's for. That's what Doge is for.
You're on
the
the Kool-Aid.
department.
Doge has zero plans. You're believing the branding. You're believing the branding. You're being duped. I'm sorry.
He's shown it. He has a track record, bro. How are you going to go get what the proof is?
He has
The
a
proof
track
is in the-
record of also manipulating financial enterprises to make more money off them, like and buying up
Yeah.
other businesses. Do you think he invented Tesla? Did he invent Tesla or the Tesla cars or the brain chips?
And it's still successful. So if we're talking about Twitter, we're talking about these billionaires who are business-minded to run the business, which is America. They're
America's
the
not a
best.
business.
America's a business. 100%
There's things
a
we
business.
should do. Business
That you
means,
are-
do you realize that businesses want to produce products and treat their workers as bad as possible by law?
What is
Like
a
China-
business? Business. Definition of what is a business?
It's not just to make
America
profit
is
for the
a
share.
business.
So you're saying, okay, so you might be correct actually. It is a business because it's only geared to make money for the owners and the rich. We're making money for our owners, essentially.
Sweet. So now, as a business, they are going to cut the fat off to prevent
How?
those fat,
Yeah,
rich
they have
people.
zero plans. They have zero plans. They have zero plans. They have zero plans to do any of this.
What do you mean
They have
zero
not said
plans?
anything.
What do you mean they have zero plans? I can tell you what their plans are.
Are they going to cut Social Security and Medicare? Are you for that?
They're gonna Medicare. They do plan, but it's been happening anyways. My family's in the in the medical business, and I can tell you it's been dropping at 7% in their business for the past 16 plus years. So it's been dropping anyways, from Obama to Bush to everybody's been doing that. It's nothing new. You act like they're going to be cutting it. Yes, they've been cutting. Medicare has been cut. My family deals with Medicare. That's
They
all
want
their
to slash Medicare and Social Security. There's nothing done by Biden or Democrats to cut Social Security. It's all Republicans. So you're for cutting Social Security and Medicare.
Okay, so why do you object with the billionaires running the company, running running America?
Because it's in their own interest to corrupt the government to make more money.
Okay, so how?
And now they're in
How are they?
control. It's like, okay, you're playing a game. The government's supposed to be the referees, okay? It's like buying out the referees and replacing them with the players. It's like if LeBron James paid off every single ref in the league, so they never called a foul on him ever again, and he was able just to foul people and never have any accountability. He's playing a different game
Well, what
now.
if you have too many referees and no players? You can't have a game. If you have too many referees and
But
not
the
enough
referees
players,
should not be the players. The referees should be a different body to hold the players accountable.
not have a game.
If you pay off the refs, it's going to mess up a lot of parlays, right?
No, you fire the refs because you don't need 70 refs on a game. You only need 3 refs.
So we don't want no refs at all.
No, you cut back the refs because there's too many Chiefs and not enough Indians. That's
So
what the saying goes.
we should cut back on the refs that make sure that companies are not corrupt, and we should increase the refs that make sure that poor people are locked down. Basically.
No, all the Chiefs that are in America are corrupt. They're in it for themselves. Why is it that everybody in Congress is making the most money
the
on?
Politicians are in it for themselves, but the ultra billionaire class is not.
No, Elon Musk has shown it.
Bro, you are. I'm sorry, bro. I hope you see it. I hope you see it eventually. But when he becomes a trillionaire in 1 year, just remember, egg prices are not going down. I have never heard such absolute like I don't know. Like, do you think he's attractive? Do you have a crush on him?
You can't resist it.
Do you have a crush on him? He has a track record. He screws people. He screws people over. He's not that attractive. He's a little weird looking.
Nothing to do with attraction. It has to do with being business minded and what
Business minded screws everyone over except the business owner. You realize that?
Huh?
Business minded means cutting wages for your workers so you can make more profit. That's what businesses do. We don't want them to cut our wages to make more money for them. If they're business minded, that's not good. Amazon doesn't pay fair wages for a reason, although they're the richest country in the world, or a company in the world, basically, because they want to make more profits.
We're wasting tax dollars. We're wasting money on frivolous things.
Like what? Frivolous things like what?
If I had the paper in front of me, I could tell you. I don't know each thing that they
healthcare.
Like why are we sending money to what you and don't quote me, but there's.
Now you're gonna go after Ukraine. Okay, I'm sorry, but you're gone. I can't convince you. You have already sold your brain to the billionaire class. I don't know what I can say to you. I'm sorry. I don't know what I can say to you.
It's true. It's tax. It's on record, public record, bro. It's tax paid money. You can't argue it. It's not that. It's that you're blind.
You don't know that it's all in loans and frozen Russian assets and weapons. You think we're writing blank checks?
Dollars is public, bro. Look into it.
Do you know that most of it is in loans and weapons, or do you think it's all blank checks?
I'm talking about why are we showing people how to be gay? Why are we doing gay things in some other nation? Why are we paying for
what kind of gay things are we doing in other nations? Why are you fantasizing about gay things in other nations? You want to go to I don't even know where you were. Like, what are you doing? Are you trying to get invited to Epstein's Island?
Here, hold on. Let me
enough about billionaires. They're going to invite you over. Jesus.
Exact stuff. Let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me pull it up and give you exactly the tax TAX. Let's see. Okay, wasteful spending list. This is from Congress. This is the government. Okay. Of course, they took it off, right? Wasteful giving. Okay, so giving tax credits to individuals with no record of owning a house. Hold on.
Do you think we should cut taxes for corporations?
Taxes for corporations.
Yeah.
They cut their own taxes anyways. Like whether we cut. They donate so much and they do so much.
I'm sorry. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. I don't know what I can say to you. I can't say anything to you.
They save money just
I
like
don't know what I can say to you. No, you're just like you're subservient. You're subservient. You're a sheep. I'm sorry. You're following their order.
$1,500.
I think you're smart. Okay, I think you're smart. I think you're capable. I don't think you need to bow down to all these guys. I hope you find confidence someday that you can make decisions as well. I think our country is built by the people, by the workers of this country. And yeah, I just can't say anything to you if you're just gonna worship billionaires all day. It's just it's frankly just like
You have no facts. You have yet to say any kind of facts. You really haven't. You have not said.
You disagree with facts.
So report finds $9 billion in wasted funds. Here it is. Project saying from the. Let's get the actual. What's in the $9 billion?
You realize $9 billion will not even like move our deficit at all.
This is just the surface, bro. So we have.
Dude. Are we gonna cut Elon Musk's defense contracts?
Do I what?
Are we gonna cut Elon Musk's defense contracts? Because that would save more than $9 billion right away, instantly.
I think that they definitely could. I do think that they should limit him and the stuff that he does. I agree on that. I can't agree with that because that is an infringement. That is not an infringement. That is a conflict of interest is what I consider it with some of the stuff that he does and him being with him being in going to Mars and things like that. I do think there's things that he shouldn't get government funding for certain things. I do think that for his companies, but I don't think that I think he is doing what needs to be done for cutting waste in the government. For
Okay, well,
spending.
once that happens, definitely keep me updated. Whenever Elon Musk saves America, as he enriches himself by using his money to seize the presidency. But have fun worshiping billionaires, I guess. I'll keep fighting for the working class. I appreciate you calling in. Have a good day. That's crazy. Bro, like, we cannot tax anyone anything, all right? We cannot do anything at all, actually. Except, okay? We can hate people who need needles and freaking welfare, dude. Bro, those freaking... I love Elon Musk. He's so innovative. He's a genius. Vivek Ramaswamy, he's such a genius. They made their money out of totally good means. They work so hard. But those people on the needles and the welfare, bro, they're draining our butts. Like, seriously, bro. Shut up. Like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? I love Billionaire so much. They're doing it for my interest. He's a class warrior, guys. Elon Musk is a class warrior. What are you guys thinking? You guys don't know that? Okay. Drop a like on the stream. Thank you for subscribing. If you appreciate my pain that I go through during these conversations, please consider becoming a channel member for $3 a month. You can donate through Venmo as well for a one-time donation. Venmo guarantees a call-in as well. If you Venmo $5 and put your name there and your phone number, then we can talk right away. Other than that, you're in the lottery system. But $3 a month for channel memberships. I'm trying to get, as you can see, 100. So please consider becoming a channel member if you have the time
Call from
and the means to do it. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Yeah. Okay. So I've been listening to the stream for a little while now. I understand that you went for Kamala, the Dems, left all of that, and think that Trump is going to essentially do more harm than good. Am I right?
Yep, I think he's going to sell off as much of our country as he can for personal profit and also for the billionaire class.
Okay. Can you explain to me how that's different than what Biden just did in terms of, I mean, from my perspective, Biden just weakened our position as a country. Yeah, really, really more in 4 years than any other president so far.
Well,
And so I just
Biden
think it's
had the number
interesting
one
that you'd be able
response
to
of any
say
country
that Trump is the one that
after
wants
COVID.
to sell us off more than them. Sorry, say again?
Biden had the number one response of any, we had the number one response of any country, any comparable nation after COVID for economic recovery. But as far as like donations go, what I said before to the last caller is that when a big tech company donates to Democrats, it's because Democrats are investigating them for mishandling our data or because they might be monopolies. So for example, Facebook owns like, the Meta Enterprises owns Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Snapchat, Oculus, a bunch of other social media sites. So Mark Zuckerberg might donate to a Democrat to say, okay, well, I'll just like, play nice. Please do not break up my companies. Please do not fine me. Please do not tax me more. That's why they'll donate to Democrats. But Republicans don't investigate at all. And Democrats want to raise taxes on the rich. Republicans want to lower taxes on the rich. So they'd rather have Republicans in charge to give them free reign on our data because Republicans don't hold corruption accountable at all. In fact, they want to cut government agencies, which their only job of these government agencies is to hold corruption accountable, like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, a very cheap government program that just protects American consumers. But when they donate to Republicans, it's so they can play frenzies and buddies. So like Trump will say, we're not going to investigate you in jail. But if you do donate and play ball, Meta's, you're never going to have to talk to Congress again. You're not going to be investigated. So there's levels to it. There's nuance. A lot of the billionaires that donated to Kamala are low-level billionaires that have like $1 billion, $5 billion. Like George Soros and Mark Cuban, both combined have $10 billion of net worth. Elon Musk has $450 billion alone. So the ultra rich that own all of society are 100% in for Trump. And Trump even said on the campaign trail, like, Elon Musk gave me so much money, I need to give him favors now. And I think that's all just a really bad precedent for America.
Yeah, but I just don't see it as anything different. That's just how every billionaire of every tech company has operated forever. Like when you say that
But do you see the difference in like
no,
paying
hold
Democrats?
on. I listened to you for a
Do you
long
see the
time.
nuance
Hold
there?
on.
Do you
So
understand the nuance? Because you said you don't see the difference. I gave a very clear distinction, right, between the
and I'm
parties.
going to reiterate the difference that I see. I think
Okay,
that the
okay.
difference is that no matter what, those tech companies are going to do whatever suits their financial interests, right? I think that you and I probably disagree on capitalism and the morality of profits in general, but
I don't care about morality of profits. I'm a capitalist. I just know how the free market works.
Setting that aside, basically, from my perspective, what the tech companies do every time that there's a Democrat in charge is that they're going to, so the biggest difference between a Democrat administration and a Republican administration from the perspective of a tech company, in my opinion, is the amount of regulation that they're willing to employ. So basically with the Democrats, like you're talking about, what the threat is, we're going to regulate you, we're going to regulate the shit out of you unless you do everything that we say and silence the speech that we want to silence.
It's not about silencing speech, by the way. Facebook's trial was illegally sharing Americans' information. Illegally sharing.
No.
Mark Zuckerberg was censoring people under Trump's administration. No, you're sharing misinformation on my stream, so I get the fact check it. Donald Trump's administration during his presidency, Mark Zuckerberg was banning anti-vax stuff. He was banning misinformation about the election. Mark Zuckerberg banned Donald Trump from Facebook during Donald Trump's presidency after January 6th. So don't blame Democrats for all of this censorship, okay? It was good for business because having lies on your platform turns away advertisers. Stop blaming Democrats for that censorship.
No, I'm going to absolutely blame that.
Unless if you could tie direct correlation.
The censoring all of that information was so that they could get Biden elected. That was their entire goal, okay? So they're going to adhere to whatever administration they see coming, not the one that's in power right now.
During Trump's entire presidency, his entire presidency.
That's why every one of those tech billionaires is showing up to Mar-a-Lago in fucking lockstep because Biden's still the president because they see Trump coming. When they see a Democrat coming, they say, okay, you don't like that kind. Oh, you need us to hide. You need us to censor ourselves. You need us to do that. Okay. And so they wind up selling
There's
out
no
the American
censorship demands. Bring up the actual reasons.
Just
because you're offended
citizen.
by facts doesn't mean that their main point is censorship. What did
I'm
they
not
say?
offended by anything.
When
you tell me I'm offended by facts, it feels like you're just projecting. I don't know why you won't let me get through my facts.
Because you're lying about multiple points about what the reasons are. You're bringing up censorship over and over again. You need to substantiate what censorship you're talking about. I don't allow broad terms for a reason.
How about the Hunter Biden laptop?
The Hunter Biden laptop story was how long was the Hunter Biden laptop story off of? Do you mean like Twitter? Do you mean Twitter?
What do I mean? Like, yeah, well, we can talk about
Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yeah, they had.
What are you saying Hunter Biden's laptop for? What part about his laptop?
That were silencing the speech of
Americans.
Speech?
Get direct.
The Hunter Biden laptop for one. Why do I have to keep
What did they do with that?
Examples?
What did they do? No, I'm asking what did they do about the laptop?
Let's stick to that one. That was super easy. But why did they silence that? Because his dad was about to run for president.
When did they silence it? When did they silence it?
3 months before they silenced it. 3 months
on
before
what website? On what website?
Across all of them. They were all in lockstep.
On Twitter? How many days was it censored? How many days was it censored? Do you know how many days? Guess how many days it was censored. Guess how many days? No, okay. Guess how many days? Guess how many days it was censored on Twitter. Guess how many days? And on all these sites. Guess how many days? Guess how many days? Because, buddy, you are so emotional right now. I need you to calm down. Stop yelling. I'm telling you the facts right now. If you don't like facts, you can get off the stream. I'm telling you the facts.
But you can.
Are you ready for facts? Are you ready?
You're gonna interrupt.
Are you ready for some facts? Are you ready? Okay, we got to bring it down. The Hunter Biden laptop story, okay, first on Twitter, it was blocked because of hacked materials. That was the first policy. It was off Twitter for a total of like 24 or 25 hours. They put it right back up once they realized it wasn't hacked. I know, but it was off for 24 hours because their moderation team caught it and they put it right back up the day after, okay? It was right back up.
That's not true. What was it? The New York Post that broke that story and they deleted their entire account because
Which
they wouldn't
story?
delete it?
Which
it was
story,
definitely
though?
more than a
Which
day.
Hunter Biden laptop story? Is it the one that the guy shared about Burisma,
The
the guy that just got
one.
federally
Why do we have to
indicted?
talk about? I'm talking about all the suppression of that basic fact that piece
Because
of
you're being very
equipment
dramatic and
existed with
making
all
it
that
seem like they
damning
blocked this
information.
entire story when it was on the internet a day after.
It was blocked all over the internet. Twitter wouldn't
It
even
was
let them.
on a
Wouldn't
day
even let them.
after,
Wouldn't even let
brother.
them.
It was
And
on
then
a
he would
day
talk
after.
about how like, oh, and so Trump gets all
You're
the real
rewriting
billionaires.
history.
Kamala gets the really good little mini billionaires.
You realize you're bringing up a
I mean,
point that's
from
not
that
true at all. You're
perspective-
realizing this
from
point is
that
not true at all.
perspective,
You're ignoring my points,
Trump,
right?
Like
You're
I
saying
would
if
say
it's,
that
you're
Elon's
ignoring
the
all my
better
points.
billionaire. He bought
There's
Twitter
zero
and he
evidence.
eliminated all of that censorship.
Elon Musk is currently suspending people because he's mad that they're revealing that he never played a video game that he said he's good at. He's literally banning people for that right now. Do you realize that? Do you know about that? He banned Laurel Loomer and Nick Fuentes and a bunch of other people because they disagreed with him on
And
H-1B
you know what
visas.
that's not. And you know what that's not going to affect.
Because he was offended.
The results of the 2020 election. That's what it's not going to affect. But the people that
The Hunter Biden story was gone for one day.
Twitter
Okay,
from
buddy.
were
Can you repeat that?
manipulating the election.
The Twitter files as well showed nothing about the government pressuring anyone. You could read Matt Taibbi's actual post. It showed no information. But do you understand
There was
the
a
laptop story
direct
first?
There
Do you
was a
think
direct conversational flow. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. Now you're spreading disinformation.
About what?
How do I ban you off your own stream?
About what?
About the fact that the government and the FBI wasn't involved significantly in the content that was being displayed on Twitter before Elon got on.
Trump's FBI?
And that's okay.
Trump's FBI.
All I was trying to say, and I don't want to
Wait,
get
no.
too bogged down
So
in the
Trump's
social
FBI
media
did this,
thing.
right? Trump's FBI did this, right? You're saying Trump's FBI did this to make him lose the 2020 election.
It was never Trump's FBI. There was always plenty of people in the deep state, for lack of a better word, who hated Trump. Who
Yeah, a deep
always
state. You
wanted
have a
to
lack of a
kneecap
better words
his
because you have no proof.
administration. What are you talking about?
So Donald Trump's a weak leader?
What? What are you saying about a week?
Do you think did the FBI mandate Twitter to take anything off their site?
That it was always strongly insinuated. You're going to give us this
It
control.
wasn't
And there were people
insinuated.
that were at
It
Twitter
wasn't
that were getting
insinuated.
off.
There was no
That were getting
insinuation.
off
There were
on
recommendations.
restricting people's
Meanwhile,
speech.
Donald Trump is literally saying he's going to put people in jail if they don't follow his rules. For Zuckerberg.
Like who?
Trump's doing 50 times worse. Literally, in Donald Trump's
Like
book,
who?
and Donald Trump admitted at a press conference that he's going to put Zuckerberg in jail if he doesn't listen.
Let's talk about presidents putting people in jail. I love this. Okay, so you think that Trump is going to put people in jail? What did Biden just do with, what was it, 3 or was it 4 trumped up charges that they tried to just use to imprison the Republican candidate before they could even
What
let it,
trumped up charges?
To
Can
protect
you stay on-
democracy, right? To protect democracy.
I think you're a little
frantic.
frantic right now. You're a little frantic. Okay, so the Twitter files were not an impact for the 2020 election. Do you think it's bad? Do you think like the hush money case is an issue? With
hush
Stormy
money
Daniels?
case?
With Stormy Daniels.
Okay,
from the felony
You
counts.
really think that? I mean, we can talk about how bad it is. It's disgusting. I don't support that.
No, but
I don't
he
think that it's
used
unique.
campaign
I don't think
funds
that hush
and
money
hid it
payments are
to
unique.
affect an election. No, but he did
Oh, I
hush money
love- okay.
payments illegally with campaign funds to influence an election. Isn't
Here's
that
the
bad?
deal. Here's the
Wouldn't
deal
that have
about
hurt Donald
that,
Trump's election
right?
chances?
Here's the deal about that. If he would have reported it as a campaign contribution, they would have got him anyway. It would have been so.
Yeah, but the
Big-
point was to not report it so no one found out until after the election, so it wouldn't influence the election. Is that bad too? So it's bad. You admit that's bad. Okay, that's good.
No, it's not illegal. What are you talking about? You're just
Is
moving
it bad?
goalposts.
I said, it is illegal. It is illegal to do what they did. It's very illegal, actually.
What's
But is it
illegal?
bad?
What's illegal? What is illegal? What is illegal?
Concealing these financial documents on purpose and lying when reporting it.
It wasn't
to
concealed.
intentionally
He
lie.
listed it. He listed it as a legal expense.
It was. It's very
And it was a
substantiated.
legal expense because it was a hush money payment. It was a settlement so that they
So
didn't
is it
have to
bad?
take it to
Is it
court.
bad? Is it bad that Donald Trump paid off hush money to win an election by suppressing a story, using campaign funds that his supporters gave to him for advertisements and stuff? Is that bad?
There's plenty of look. It's just whataboutism. Why are you asking if it's bad? It's not illegal. I don't.
That's
like
not
it. I don't
whataboutism.
support it,
I'm
but
asking
there's
directly,
plenty
is
of
it
other
bad? Is
things
this
I can
bad?
list.
Is it bad? Just say, is it bad or not? I want to know if it's bad. Is it a bad thing that Trump did that?
Okay, I mean,
The
is
hush money.
it? I'm not.
No, okay, are you
you're
about to do
doing something
whataboutism?
funny.
Are you about to do whataboutism? Can you just answer my question, bro?
Is it bad? And from my perspective, why would it? I mean,
Is it bad to use campaign
look,
funds to pay off a porn star that you cheated
I'll
on
give
with your
it.
wife who was pregnant? Was it just bad, like a bad thing to do?
I think it's bad. I think it's terrible to cheat on your wife. I really
No,
do.
no, but
I don't
the
think
hush
that's
money,
unique.
like
But that's
paying
not
off with
unique
the-
to any politician at all.
No, okay. Can you just say using the hush money was a bad thing to do? Like, it's just like a dishonest thing to do for the campaign? Like,
I
it's
think
just
that
dishonest.
it's as dishonest as cheating on your wife. I think that they're equally awful.
So you don't think the hush money case using campaign funds to pay off a porn star is bad to influence the election? That's not bad at all.
It wasn't. I don't think that. I think that was not. I think that was a trumped up charge, and I don't think that there was any validity.
Do you
in
think
that.
it was
probably
bad?
the least,
I'm not asking about the legality.
valid
Can you say if
case
it's bad
that
or
they
not?
brought to
I'm
him.
asking you this very direct question. You look pathetic right now. Can you answer the one question? Is it a bad thing to fucking do? Can you answer the question?
I just told you 3 times that I think it's bad to cheat on your wife. I think that's terrible.
No,
I don't
is
know
it
why you
bad
keep
to use
forcing
campaign
this down my
funds?
throat.
Is it bad to use campaign funds
Look,
to give
they
hush money
were
to a porn
not
star?
campaign funds. That was I disagree with you. I don't think that he used campaign funds for it. And even if he I don't believe that that was a mistake that he made. I don't remember that. Look. Do I think it's bad? If I said it was bad, what would you say? Where are you trying to go with this?
I would say that you're not like a complete dishonest like sack of crap that's like trying to lie about literally everything because you're worshiping a man above God right now. You could just say
You
it's
are
bad.
such a projector. You
could just
project
say
on
it's bad.
everyone that calls
Yeah,
in,
you're just
dude.
a
You always
projector
act
because
like
I can't
I'm
answer
the
a
one
question.
who's
Can you
like,
just
you're
answer a
the
question?
most-
You just can't
you
answer
are,
a question.
You are the single strongest partisan I've ever met, dude. You are like,
Bro, you literally cannot.
like-
You still are not answering the question. You're projecting by not answering the question. I'll answer any question you ask me about like Hunter Biden or Joe Biden or freaking Bernie or Hillary or AOC. I'll answer any question. I'm answering. We're on this one point. You can't say it's bad to pay hush money before the election to influence the election. You can't even say that's bad. Like.
It wasn't to influence the election, and it wasn't. It was
strictly
legal.
that was the
You're
point.
complaining about something that was
the election
completely
because it was going to
legal.
come out
I
before
don't
the
like
election. That's
it.
why they did it.
I
They did
wouldn't
it
do
because
it
of the election.
personally,
Michael
and I
Cohen was
don't know
involved.
why you're trying to
Because you don't. Because you're lying
implant
to
your
yourself.
words into my
You're
mouth.
denying
Why don't you just
reality.
say
You're
what you
you're
want
lying
to
to
say?
yourself. You're denying your health. Your health is declining with your self-esteem. You're crying out for help. That's Eminem.
That's why I'm calling you.
Eminem
Help me, please.
I know, because you can't say that it's bad. You're just like, you can't say it's bad. Your brain is broken. Just say it's a bad thing to use that to influence an election. I don't know why you can't just say that.
No, because I don't agree with you with what you just said. Because you want me to skip to say that it was
the
bad when I
point.
don't
That was the
agree. I do
point.
not
That's the
agree
whole
that
point
he
of it
took
being-
that money to influence the election. I don't think that was an inappropriate way to influence an election. And let's not let me replace the word inappropriate with
election, but it was
illegal.
not
It was not
inappropriate.
illegal, so it shouldn't even
I didn't
be
say
it shouldn't
illegal.
even-
I just asked you to say it's a bad thing for someone to do. It's just bad to pay off someone to win an election, pay hush money to a porn star.
And I'm going to say this again.
Dishonest.
It is a
way.
terrible, horrible thing to cheat on your wife, and it is just as bad to, pay her off to shut up. But it's not illegal. What are we talking about?
I have not brought up legality
do you
at
want to
all.
talk about, is it a sin? Are you a religious person?
I'm not bringing
why
up
are we
legality
talking
or
about is it
morality.
bad?
I'm bringing up if you just think it's like a bad thing for a politician to do, if it's a dishonest thing for a politician to do.
And I
You're
gave
gonna
you
say
that
whataboutism
answer,
right
so
now.
where
You're
are
gonna
you trying to
whataboutism.
go? That's what I said.
So
said
it is
it's
bad.
terrible to
Okay,
cheat on
so
your wife.
No, not the cheating part. Is it bad for a politician to pay hush money?
Anything that happens after you cheat on your wife is going to be bad.
Bro, why can't you answer this one question, bro? Just answer the question. Is it bad for a politician to use hush money to pay off a porn star? Is it just bad? Is it just like not a
I'll
good...
give you that. But do you understand how it's not the source of the badness? Like if you hadn't cheated, like that's the most
who it
important
is.
part.
Pretend it's Bill Clinton. Is it bad if he does the same thing Trump did?
It's bad no matter who does it. I mean, in the eyes of what? Like because you keep moving these goalposts. Like it's not illegal.
I'm not moving goalposts. You're
So
making
I don't
up.
know
You're
what your
fighting
biggest
invisible.
problem is
You're
with it.
fighting ghosts right now. I'm just asking if it's a bad thing to do. Is it dishonest for a politician to pay off someone with?
It depends on the circumstance. Like I don't know why you want me to like
So it can be-
flatten
so it's
myself
not
and like
dishonest.
submit to
So-
you in this way.
So it's not this. You're not submitting to me, okay? This is projection, by the way. I just want you to say, yes, this is a bad thing Trump did. It's dishonest. You can even say a lot of politicians do it, but just say Trump is similar to a lot of politicians then. They pay
But I've
people off.
said all of that. I feel like I've said all of that.
No, but
So
you
where do
refuse
we
to just say,
disagree?
yeah, it's bad. So yeah, it was bad that Trump did that, right? It was bad that Trump paid off the porn star.
Okay, but it's no worse than I mean that's like.
What about ism? No, just say hey, just say.
Is
say
it bad?
You sound
is
like
it
such.
bad?
You called me
It
partisan.
is a sin. Yes,
No,
that is a sin.
Is it
Yes,
dishonest? Is it
it is a
dishonest for a
sin.
politician? Is that something a dishonest politician does to pay off a porn star with hush money? That's what I need to hear.
Dishonesty is sinful. Yes, it is a sin.
Is it?
I don't like
No.
your.
I did not ask if it's a sin.
I disagree with the premise of your question. You keep trying to do this. It's just like, do I think that it's bad to pay off a porn star? Yes, in the eyes of God, and I think I would not want to do that.
What about
myself.
in the eyes of you?
What
about in the eyes of you? Do you think it's bad?
Look, okay, here's how I'll put it. In the eyes of me, I had to choose whether or not I was going to vote for him or the other person.
Dude, fucking
and
answer
I chose
the question.
him.
Just
And
answer
it's
the
not,
question,
and so when I say is it bad, of course it's bad, but it's a much more complicated calculus than you're making it out to be. So yes, it's bad. It is
Trump
bad.
did something
but
wrong.
At the same
So
time,
doing
I
that.
don't feel like we have the dynamic in this conversation right now because this is just the internet and it's set up to be an interesting debate. I don't want to give you that. Like, is it bad? I don't.
Wait, you're not talking to me. You're worried about what you're going to give me in this debate. We're not debating. I'm literally just asking you, just like, did Trump do something bad politically, like a politician normally would?
Bro, you hang up when people don't get too fire. But that's not. I'm fiery anyway. This is fucking genuine. But like I don't. Is it bad? Is it bad when is the corruption of Joe Biden bad? Is the fact that Hunter
Where's
Biden
corruption?
was going around picking up bags of cash, with driving around in Joe's Corvette with hookers in it and like snorting meth and whatever with all that's bad, right? There's bad things everywhere.
Since when was Hunter Biden president or running for president or in the government at all? Did Biden put him in his cabinet?
He was the son of a president who was using his father's name to fly around and pick up money in his father's name, a significant portion of which wound up going to his father. So,
that's not true at all.
yeah,
That's not true at all. The whistleblower that brought up all this stuff about
the Biden
Burisma,
crime family. It's a whole
brother,
family.
the person that started this off, you realize he was indicted for lying like 2 weeks ago. The whistleblower. They talked about all.
Which whistleblower?
About Burisma and about the money that Biden supposedly got from this.
All this shit's on the laptop, dude. You don't need a whistleblower. All this shit, 10% for the big guy. Who's the big guy?
All of that was disproven, buddy.
Who's the big guy? Come on. You know who the big guy is.
You're saying disproven things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, right back at you.
You're saying I don't know. Okay. Okay, so Trump did something bad politically that is dishonest, right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yes, he did. And so, do you have a follow up for that? Because like all this started was because like we were talking about social media, and from my perspective, whenever there's a Democrat in power, social media gets more censored. Whenever there's a Republican in power, it gets less regulated. It gets less regulated, which is not necessarily a good thing. Because what kind of censorship am I talking about?
Which censorship?
It's just all of the general left wing talking points.
No, bring up exact censorship. Okay, bring up your censorship issues.
Then let's talk. Then you can talk about the fact checkers. The way that all social media channels, all social media sites have all of a sudden decided, you know what? Facebook, it was the biggest one. All of a sudden decided, you know what? We're not using any kind of third-party fact checkers anymore because they're too politicized. In their own fucking words.
Yeah,
only
Trump
because he's
them.
sucking Trump's dick because he's on his way back. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
And so now they're using community notes, but that's a good example of I think that's a step in the right direction. Do you like community notes? Do you think that was better than third-party fact checkers?
No.
Ooh. Boy, I'm gonna have to call in more often. I'm gonna fix you. Jeez.
Bro, you're evidence that community notes is bad because you see a bunch of fake stuff on the internet and believe it instantly.
Not like you. You go all the real.
You're so sassy.
All the real news sites.
No, I just take my time to make sure I have the correct information. Like community notes, like the reason it's bad is because it doesn't go on the post that's fake until like 5 days after, so people believe the fake stories. If there's no moderation.
I just go to whatever happening at the top of TikTok or
I think community notes
4chan
on top
or
of moderation can be
Pornhub.
good.
That's where I
Community
get my
notes,
news.
community notes are pretty cool on top of moderation, but you need some moderation to like complete lies. If someone posts a picture of you, for example, and they say that you just killed someone and we should all go find you, we should probably have a moderation team to check that over first to make sure it's a valid claim before the entire internet
Right,
sees
but
it.
if I would have more faith if that happened. I would have more faith in community notes if I was running
Community
for office,
notes wouldn't be
for
on there for like
example.
5 days.
If I
by
was
the way.
running for an office, what?
Usually what happens is a post that's completely fake. So for example, the post about like the firefighters, do you think the firefighters were using like handbags and stuff to put out fires in California?
No, I think they're using empty water hydrants.
Okay, so even the empty water hydrants thing
Thanks,
is a good
Gavin.
example of how the community. Okay, wait. I think the California water conversation can really reveal how much you don't know because of community notes. So tell me what you think will happen in California.
Come on, what do I think that happened in California? I think that it's been a notoriously mismanaged paradise of a state for decades.
All right, so how many years have you been a
and
firefighter?
Finally, how many years have I been a firefighter?
Yes.
I've never been a firefighter.
Okay, how many years have you worked on
I-
water management or water infrastructure?
Shit, man. You got me again.
Do you think that wokeism and DEI policies from the fire departments there played a role?
No, but I just think that it's a general. I think it's a much bigger problem than that. I think there's essentially, I think that the people in power have been in power for so long without any competition that the corruption has gotten so bad that the people in power no longer have any corruption. The way that you climb that ladder now is by sucking up to the people in power there. And so you wind up getting this negative this positive feedback loop of shitty policies that just compounds year after year after year. I'm
For
saying that the
California
one
fires?
Democrat, I'm saying that California, I'm talking about California's management in general. The whole state's been just going down the drain. And so now, with
California has one of the highest life expectancies. They have like our highest GDP. They have some of our like highest quality of living. People are really happy there. I don't know how they're falling apart other than homelessness, but that's like their main
Well,
issue.
if you look at the way that people are voting with their feet, there in the last couple of years, there's been like more people leaving California.
Yeah, because it's really expensive to
than
live there.
going
People still
in.
want to
Like,
live there,
there's been record-setting flight.
Hey,
from
you know they're
California.
leaving places that are
And
expensive
New
to live,
York.
and they're moving places that are cheap to live. Yeah, New York is also very expensive to live, and they're moving to states that are cheaper to build and cheaper to live in. Yeah, for sure.
Right,
That's a normal
absolutely.
economic. That's how economics
that
works.
wasn't. But it's always been the most. Those have always been the most expensive places to live in the United States for any time we're
It's
talking
getting worse.
about.
It's getting
and
far
so,
worse.
And so, right, absolutely, because it's being run badly.
No, the
And
entire
so,
country's
and so,
having
and
a
so, and
crisis
so you're
with this.
saying so
Housing policy is local
well,
anyway.
my
it's not the
impression
state government.
of the. I mean, it's. Do you think so? Your opinion of the California wildfires is that it's all just a natural disaster, completely unavoidable. It doesn't matter who's in charge. Is that it?
According to all of the, everything that is brought up by Trump or any Republican so far, everything they brought up is complete bullshit. So yeah, I mean, it's a really bad. It was like a fire hurricane. There were fire tornadoes. Yeah, really bad, unprecedented natural disaster and unprecedented drought season. Yeah, it got pretty bad. But yeah, they did a pretty good job with forest management. And also, in general, the water systems there are pretty solid. The systems did fine, but it was just that bad that the capacity couldn't hold up for such a big event.
It's hard for me to talk about the real specifics of this fire and this situation with any kind of like confidence. I can only I only have a lot of impressions from, different anecdotal clips I've seen of what looks like widespread mismanagement and incompetence, which sure could be exaggerated by whatever bubble I live in online. But the, as far as I lost my train of thought. But I don't know, man.
So before I take another caller,
that's what I was gonna say. So there was a lot of the infrastructure that they're relying on in California and especially in LA is extremely old. Like a lot of the transformers and stuff, I've heard like the electric grid is like they're using things from like the 1920s. Like and I just think that there's like been a backlog of a lot of infrastructure improvements and maintenance that has not been taken care of, mostly because of the corruption that I'm talking about, especially considering that this is literally the highest, like, I don't think there's a state that generates more revenue than California. And yet they're still in debt, and yet they're still, I mean, do you really think that it's been managed well? You do, because you just said that it was just, there's nothing they could have done. They're doing everything they could have done for the fires and shit.
It was managed fine. It was just a really bad disaster, yeah. It objectively was. They're not in debt either. I don't know. I mean, they're our highest like payer into the federal like budget in general. Like they're our most productive state for everything.
They're in debt. Okay. I have to look that
I mean,
up,
the entire country's in debt, but the state is fine.
No, yeah, for sure.
But like
That's
the fire
not
hydrants that
right.
were dry, the reason people said that is because it was so bad and so big that the reservoirs are completely full. By the way, there was like one reservoir under maintenance, I think, but all the reservoirs were fine. The issue was water infrastructure is not built for fire hurricanes and fire tornadoes, which is, it should probably just be like cool, like okay, that's a problem, that's something we got to get through, of course. But what happened is, if you're closer to the water source, the fire hydrants had really high water pressure. If you're further from the water source, the fire hydrants had really low water pressure. So if like firefighters were using every single fire hydrant there, the pipes that moved the water from the reservoir, although they were not like empty reservoirs, the pipes were not big enough, and they're not. I mean, they would never be. No water system in the world can handle a fire this big. So yeah, some hydrants like had no pressure or low pressure or no water at all, because all the ones upstream basically, or up closer to the source, were siphoning all of it. And once everyone used it to the full max, then yeah, the ones further away just couldn't be supplied. And also the water towers, they work with gravity. We have to get water up there with electricity. Electricity got shut off, so it's hard to refill the water towers if there's no electricity. So those are the two biggest issues that happened during it.
That makes sense, and I'll back up a couple points in terms of how much I think it was mismanaged. However, I think that there was like a lot of infrastructure that just has been ignored for too long, and I don't know how much of that would have been related to the water system and could have actually helped. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna let someone else call in now. Is that good?
Yep.
And you're awesome. This is the second time calling in. Second time was even better than the first one, dude. So I'm gonna keep harassing the shit out of you, I guess.
Awesome. Keep doing it. Thank you for the call.
All right. Thanks, dude. Yeah, man. See you later.
Yeah,
Have a good one.
It's like, yeah, he did something bad, but if I said that, I'd be giving you the point. I can't give you the point. You're being partisan. Like I need to be partisan. Like why can I not be partisan? How can I not be partisan, bro? I need to be partisan. Like what are you talking about? Thank you for dropping a like and subscribing. Like I said, oh, more super chats. Thank you. Like I said, if you Venmo me, I can get you in earlier than other callers. We're probably getting closer to the end of the stream though. I'll just check my Venmo real quick to see if anyone added anything at all. Let's see. All right, no one donated on. No one gave any Venmos or anything. You're nothing but bias. Sorry, I know how water infrastructure works, bucko. How's everyone doing? Let me talk to the real ones real quick. How's everyone feeling tonight? I haven't checked my subscriber account for a while. I'm usually checking it the whole stream. I had to stop playing Call of Duty because I couldn't play it distracted and my KD was dying. Oh wow, we got some good subscribers tonight. Yeah, thank you everyone. 15,800, dude, we might be at 16,000 soon, bro. Man. Man, bro. Good stuff, thank you. Hi DM. Getting tired now? Yeah, we're getting tired. Tired of all the misled fools. California is a shithole state. Well, not according to every metric in the world. I'm sure if you could afford to live in California, you'd love it. Like anyone probably would. It's just expensive. It's a great place to live, though. But the really rich areas and big cities have more homeless. It's just how it is, like New York and California. People love to say mismanagement about things they don't know about. You know what I mean? Like, that's mismanagement, guys. I'm an expert. I live in LA. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, well, considering that you went to your R word right away, I don't really appreciate your opinion. I don't think your opinion is very valuable because you sound like a 12-year-old. Don't say the R word. Say dumbass. That's way better. Feelings and generalities. How long were you a firefighter? I wasn't, but I took time to actually research the situation to understand how it works because I know I'm not. Sometimes it's better to know what you don't know than it is to know what you do know. I don't know. Cali has the worst politicians. And it's funny because every red state has such terrible everything. Like, people in red states are not happy, bro. Like, I mean, they might be happy, but they all die young and they have terrible living standards and all that kind of stuff. Cheap. True. What's going on here? Oh, man. True. All right, got another caller in here. More subscribers. Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the super chats tonight. I forgot. Sorry, I have ADHD. Super chats. Never mind. They're all mean. Thank you, Shell, for $10 earlier. Thank you so much. Hoonigan. Hoonigan hates me, but he's donated a lot of money, so keep doing that, buddy. I'll accept your hatred.
Call from
Kyle Rinker.
Ooh. Brother. Is that a voicemail, Breasty? Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, man?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Getting ready to go to bed soon, but having a good time.
Hell yeah. So I'd love to pick up where you guys last spoke about the wildfire situation.
Yeah.
So I actually work on oil rigs as a third assistant engineer, and I have a lot of training in firefighter training. That's part of my training. And when you were saying, because I do a lot with water management, we have to purify our own water, so I know a lot about this kind of stuff. And when you were saying the reservoirs are all full, that's actually been proven to be false for the Palisades.
Yeah, I know there were a couple that were not at capacity, but they didn't change. I think I saw like the reduction in the fire would have been like, I don't know, like 10%, maybe 5% or something like that if they were all, because there's one under maintenance that I brought up to that guy. But in general, even if it was full, the same issues with the infrastructure probably would have still happened as far as the pipes and everything.
Well, you were saying that it's misinformation that like the fire hydrants went dry, but in the Palisades it did go dry because they only had to use a reserve of 3 tanks that only held 3 million gallons versus the 173 million gallons that the actual reservoir would have held.
Yeah, but it's misinformation to say like, okay, this is a result of mismanagement for this fire, especially when you have like scheduled maintenance. But if you have scheduled maintenance,
why would you? The maintenance was scheduled for over a year and a half ago. It's been like this for over a year and a half.
Okay.
So why would you have something that's supposed to be to do that under this time period and then have it done in such a slow time period in general when you know it's an important thing?
I don't know about the history of it, but I do know that it's not supposed to be like this in California this time of year. Like, isn't this supposed to be wet season typically?
No, this is wildfire season right now.
But isn't that when they did? 1 second.
When you're in a drought, that is wildfire.
Yeah, I know when you're in a drought, but typically they're not in a drought this time of year, right?
Well, yeah, but we are, so it's wildfire season.
Okay, so I mean, infrastructure takes a long time to build and change, and that's why I said to someone else, the funding they would have needed to accelerate these programs.
Have you seen the reporter that actually went to the dry reservoir and there was zero work being done? There was no no construction equipment. There was absolutely nothing there. It just looked like a barren wasteland.
There's nothing. Okay, there's no source at all substantiating that what you're talking about, and I don't know.
You can find, no,
I'm going to say that it's true.
Reporter,
no, but affecting the fire response to a extent that would have affected anything. That's what I'm talking about.
So it actually could have helped, because if Karen Bass or someone competent was there, knowing that Santa Ana winds were coming, they chose to not put that Tuesday night. They chose to not put a double shift of firefighters on schedule, and they only had 5 engines on call versus the 30 that they could have had on call for that area. And then, like, if you wanted to put a state of emergency,
whose decision was it for that? Whose decision was it to allocate resources like that?
Probably one of the fire chiefs or someone in that sector. I'm not totally sure, but I would say someone in the
Well, the
fire
biggest things
sector.
I see are like a lack of fire management, which California has spent a lot of money there, and also Karen Bass for reducing a budget. But like the conservative Democrats and Republicans wanted the budget to be even lower. So those are criticisms I hear from them, but I don't know whose decision would be, like what you said, to have the fire engines available. And if it is like
another thing with the
and the funding you would
budget,
need to have them all available too. I feel like it'd be a lot of money.
well, I mean, it's going to be even more money to now fix what's going on, no?
Yeah, but it's a Monday morning quarterback. Like, right? It's Monday morning quarterbacking. Like, the Republicans
sure
would
what
have
that
never
means.
approved more funding on that. Monday morning quarterback. Monday morning quarterback is when you talk about like you see Aaron Rodgers play the night before, and you're like, oh, he should have done this and should have done that. Like, you can easily tell what the right decision was after it happens. But you never could have predicted that this would happen. Like, it was a random. They don't even know what it was from, but it could have been a random ember somewhere that sparked. Like, they have no idea due to the winds picking it up.
So this is strictly for the Palisades fire. So for the Palisades fire, that was the first fire that started, and hikers found it at the summit of one of the trailheads. So it's actually being investigated that it might have been arson.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, with the funding available for that, like, you realize before this happens, okay, if Karen Bass would have said, okay, we need all 40 engines out, they would have looked at her like she's crazy, because Democrats wanted more funding, but Republicans did not.
I'm not saying this is Karen Bass's fault. I'm saying this is one of the high-up fire chiefs that didn't respond to this quickly. And then if they put in the state of emergency, they could have called the National Guard or something to be on call and be ready for this. Because for Santa Ana winds, they know that these high winds are very dangerous, and they have power lines running through these forests and very dry areas where power lines can fall down and then cause sparks and fires.
Like I said, I would want to hear more negotiations, because, like I said again, Republicans usually are against allocating any more funding for that kind of force. It costs money to do that. And there's an approval process to have, full force out. And like you said, the emergency, it's really easy to say all this, like, after it. Like, it's a lot easier to say it after.
Well,
but I know the winds were already there, but.
Fire chief was also talking about how, because they have low funding, they are now, like, one of the things that they weren't able to do is have mechanics on shift to where they could fix a lot of their equipment that's down. And, that happened, and then they also donated a bunch of fire equipment to Ukraine. So, I mean, I think they just have their heads in the wrong thinking space.
There was no issue with the fire equipment. Wait.
No, yeah, the fire chief said in a news interview that she.
Yeah, the fire chief's job is to advocate for them and for the union to get paid more and to have higher budgets. Of course, she's going to say that. Like.
Well, yeah, but when you have equipment that's not working, that's an issue, don't you think?
Okay, so talk to the don't blame Democrats for it, because Democrats would happily fund more programs like that.
Well, Democrats are the reason that fire chief was in the position she was in now.
Wait, is the fire chief's fault there wasn't more funding for it?
No, I'm saying it's the fire chief's fault that they were misallocating funds, and then you're saying it's
where were the funds misallocated at?
What?
Where were the funds allocated at that was wrong?
Well, I mean, they're putting more money into other things that are unimportant to the living standards of. I mean, they're putting money into like just giving out this stuff with the homeless and just.
But the fire budget has increased a lot in the past 3 years. The budget's pretty huge.
I don't have the graph, but there's a graph showing what departments gained funding the libraries gained an additional $20 million in funding this year, where the fire department lost $17 million in funding this year. So I think
the department went from 837 to 820, and there's other funds that are going to be allocated throughout the year.
Well, yeah, now there are.
No, there were already for salaries and like pensions or whatever. The funding's going to be increased this year after last year. Last year there was a one-time expense for certain equipment.
I forget the exact budget, but Gavin Newsom also for the whole statewide also cut. I don't want to say 50 million, but I think it was a big number in fire management and all that kind of stuff.
What?
But
wait, what
would you agree
That's just
that
not true. That's just not true. Their budget went up a lot because of Gavin Newsom and because of Democrats. They focus on that
how much did the
as a key
budget go
point.
up if it's untrue?
I don't know how much it went up. I just know it's not true.
So
There were
then how
huge
do you know?
reductions.
How do you
Because
know that?
I read
You're giving me
the
numbers.
reports the other day. How do you know? What reports do you look through? Send me them.
What reports do I look through?
Send me them.
I send you them. How am I going to send you them?
Yeah, I don't know. You seem to be very confident about it. I
Well, you're
read
telling
the
me to
reports
send
the
it
other
to
day.
you. How could I send it to you?
Text it. Oh,
Text
the same
it.
number.
Oh, I could text this number.
Yeah, it's a Google Voice number.
All right. Well, I don't have it on me right now. Like I was looking at it a few days ago, but what else would you agree that some of this is mismanagement?
Is it from? I want to know who mismanaged it and why, and would a Republican do better, or are you saying that it should be a different Democrat, or it should be something like?
I'm not even saying it's Republican Democrat. I'm just saying it's mismanagement. I don't care if it's a Republican or Democrat. I just think it's mismanagement in general.
You think the fire would not have started if there was not mismanagement?
What was that?
Do you think it would not have been a big fire without mismanagement, in your view?
Well, so a lot of these areas haven't been cleared in over 50 years. So I'm not saying it's one person's problem. I'm saying it's been not, I don't want to say generational, but a long time coming to where it was just this was the straw that broke the camel's back, and this has been waiting to happen.
They've been doing forest management there. There's nothing that hasn't
Well,
been
in
cleared out
certain
in 50
areas,
years.
and then in other areas they haven't been.
And these are like mountains too. It's not easy to, and they don't have the again, they don't have the funding for it.
And do you know that California homeowners have to pay a bunch of money and then also get like tons of permits just to clear brush that is on their property? So they have to go through a bunch of bureaucracy just to try to make their home
What
a
kind
little
of
bit.
brush?
I don't know exactly.
At what level of government do they do these regulations at?
Not exactly sure.
Probably, if there are regulations, probably local. Same with their housing policy, I'd assume.
Okay, but that's it's just.
I'm just saying. Are you saying the fires don't happen without? So the fires don't happen if all the issues you say are fixed.
Well, another big thing, which I kind of find crazy, since wildfires are such an issue in California, I kind of find it wild that most of their lines aren't underground. I think with all their taxpayer money they're getting, and then all of that, you would think that they put their power lines underground because it's such an issue. They build a lot of their high tension lines through very dense areas of brush, and you would think putting it underground is smarter, which
Where are they
are
going to
now
get funding
doing.
for that?
From the taxes that they get. They're the 6th largest GDP in the whole world.
Yeah, but they spend it other places as well. It's really expensive to maintain.
Okay,
LA.
but some things are more important than others, and I think having like that would have been a lot more important than.
I agree. We need to stop electing Republicans at all, so we can have good budgets to manage public issues. I agree.
What does that have to do with what's going on?
Because Republicans voted against every increase they've done for fire prevention in California. All the Republicans voted against more money to clear forests. Republicans in Congress at the federal level, there was a bill on helping fires by approving funding for helping forest management. Republicans voted it down. Republicans voted against it. They are the party that votes against all the funding. They vote against all the fixes for these issues. But Democrats get blamed because Democrats have to be in charge of all the serious problems in America.
Such as?
Like this. Ugh. They get all like democratic states have higher GDP, they have higher quality of life, they have higher life expectancy, they have overall just higher happiness in general, and then they get blamed for all of America's problems because Republicans freaking. There's people from Alabama talking about California being a bad place to live. Like it's insane. Like,
Well, I'm not one of those people.
I know. I'm just saying in general, it's being used as a political attack when it shouldn't be. It makes no sense on that grounds at all.
Well, I mean, you keep bringing up Republican, Democrat. I'm not bringing that up. I'm just saying that there's mismanagement.
Because you have to understand when
going
you're
on.
saying mismanagement without providing like key examples and who did it and not knowing it, you're feeding into the narrative of like, oh, they should have done they don't do forest management or whatever.
Well, because they don't.
They do. They literally. Gavin Newsom in the past 3 years like quadrupled their funding for forest management. They have been doing it. It's just a really bad. Can it just be a really bad situation? Also, can it just be a really unprecedented event? Can it ever just be that?
It can, but it could be exacerbated by things not being done properly or things not being done in the first place.
Is there any place in America where fire prevention is being done perfectly? When Tennessee had their fires, was it a national story about mismanagement? When Tennessee had their wildfires, or when Florida builds homes too close to the ocean, now no insurance companies are there. Why is that never like a mismanagement thing? Why does no one ever talk about that?
But the people are talking about in Florida how they can't get insurance. That is being talked about.
Yeah, but they don't make it a partisan thing like they're right now. And I know you're never going to parties. Or
I'm
whatever,
not making it.
But
partisan.
you need to have key points when you bring up these things because the idiots on the internet are going to use it for like the dumbest talking points possible.
But,
so it's good to have
these talking points are a talking point, and then you could have those people say whatever they want, but the talking points are important.
I just feel after the fact, it's really easy. It's really easy after the fact to say everything they should have done on at that.
You know about Prop 4 that was passed in 2014 in California, or Prop whatever, I forget what number it was. It was in 2014 they passed it. It was to build more reservoirs and more water infrastructure, and since then, not one thing from that Prop 4 has been built.
Is there anyone that said that looked at the water management and said the reservoirs running dry were a cause out of all
Well, yeah,
this?
Gavin Newsom is now doing a independent investigation on why the.
They already did that. Okay, I don't think I trust much of what you're saying anymore because that already was done, and they already found out the issue with the water pressure. That's what was found already with that. Like they already went through.
Okay,
all
well,
that.
I didn't. So the Gavin Newsom independent report.
It was with everyone drawing from the same source at the same time. The water infrastructure got like overwhelmed. Like that was the big topic of everything. Like that was, and the person that went on, the fire chief or whatever that went on all these different networks, she has an incentive to point fingers because she doesn't want to be blamed. So they're all pointing fingers at each other. I just want to wait for more information to come out about all these
things. What were you saying I was wrong about? Because you said I don't trust you anymore. What did I say that I'm confused?
Because you're bringing up the points that I see on Twitter. I just feel like I don't know. They're just bringing up
about
like I could go read Twitter about Gavin Newsom investigations because that was already carried through, and they found out the issues with the water pressure and fire hydrants. And then now they found out there was no issue that affected the fire response in any reasonable way or any meaningful way with empty reservoirs.
Have you seen the picture of the Palisade Reservoir?
I don't care about the picture of the Palisade Reservoir. Every person I know has brought that up. I don't care about the one picture of it.
Well, I
don't even know when the picture's from.
What about the video of the independent reporter going there?
I don't care about the independent reporter. The people who actually fought the fire and did the analysis of the water network there, of the water infrastructure, came out and said that had no effect on negligible effect on the response to the fire. That's what I care about. I don't care about the random Twitter posts.
I don't get
you're bringing up random Twitter posts now.
No, okay. Think about this. They used 3 tanks of 1 million gallon reserve, so 3 million in total. So they had 3 million gallons of that. So yeah, they're saying low water pressure. They had such low water pressure because they only had 3 million gallons to work with versus the 173 million gallons they could have had.
I just don't know. I mean, how long does the maintenance usually take? It seems like they started it at a pretty reasonable timeline. I don't know. It seems pretty unprecedented. I don't think there's much they could have done in hindsight because they never would have made that decision. It's really easy to be like, yeah, I would have made that decision differently, but obviously we did not know the future at that time, so I don't know. Well, I mean, and there's always high risk. They have high risk. They've had high risk for fires for the past 8 months. So like at some point they had to do maintenance or whatever on the different reservoirs.
I mean,
so
I get that, yeah, but you would think that they try to do it in either, if it's going to take that long, they would do certain things at certain times or things to where
we don't have dictatorships. If we had dictatorships and they were like actively making the decision to not go through bureaucracy and to like purposely hinder their response, and I would agree. But it seems like they made a pretty decent effort to do all of this, and there's no reason they thought a fire of this size would happen in this area of California.
There's no reason.
Yeah, at this time, just like when you talk about reasonable precautions for an issue like this, like you live in a high crime area, and someone could like break into your house, but you won't say like, oh, you should have put an extra lock on that day. It's just like, of course you could have done more, but in that time, no one, like if Karen Bass would have been there and she would have been going crazy, like, okay, fires are going to happen. We have to be on high alert. We're going to do all this funding. I need to force all the local governments to do this and that and this and that.
Well, no,
okay, they would have said she's crazy. If they would do all this stuff you're suggesting ahead of time, they would have said they're crazy for spending all this money. Why are you spending all this money when there's no fires?
So when you know that Santa Ana winds are coming, and these winds can be up to 100 miles per hour, I don't think putting a state of emergency is that crazy. Because you know.
Okay, well, the people there, I guarantee you, Republicans right now have a state of emergency if they're forced to wear masks for COVID. So they're against government doing anything like that right now. So it's a really hard political climate to do anything responsible, but Democrats get blamed either way. So I mean, sure, if you knew all this information, you could say, yeah, it's a higher likelihood. You make a higher fire advisory. But again, this is not happening. If it wasn't arson, for example, that's not a normal natural activity. That's not normal. If it wasn't arson, if it was,
so that was just the
fireworks,
one. The other,
if it was firework remnants, if it was all this kind of stuff, it's like, okay, I understand
so
that. But we can't prepare for that stuff ahead of time. Like,
well, so the Eaton fire is, it's almost, I don't want to say almost proven to be true, but the fire was started near and around the high tension lines for PSEGs, which is,
you know what I mean though, like these decisions, like I said, like I feel like they would have called her like alarmist or whatever if they call a state of emergency over like what the conditions were before this happened. Like, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, okay. So you want to talk about anything else?
I don't know. I'm pretty much done with my stream for tonight, so I'm good with whatever.
That's convenient.
What's convenient?
That you want to end now.
I just said before I took your call that it's getting late.
No, I know.
I gotta get up and climb. Are you ball busting? You ball busting?
I'm just busting your balls.
You better be. Yeah, I stream too much. I'm out here for what? It's almost 3 hours already, dude. Holy shit.
That's not that long.
Oh god, yeah, it's long when I have an actual job I need to do and all that kind of stuff. If this was my job, it wouldn't be that long. I wish this was my job. This would be a lot easier than actual work.
I guess.
I actually don't know that.
Talk about anything else?
I don't know. What does chat want to ask?
I haven't been looking at chat. How do they feel about me?
Well, some of them are just saying like beta because that's what they say. Do you speak softly because your mom's in the back? I'm not even speaking softly. I'm just playing a video game and chatting. I'm just a pretty boring person.
Me a beta or you a beta?
No, they call me a beta because I'm a liberal.
Gotcha.
There's no debate at all in the stream. Yes, I have not disagreed with anyone in the stream.
Do you have a high soy diet?
No, and soy doesn't even do that. It's a different estrogen.
No, I know.
People believe that though. Like people say it to me, like you drink soy, like there's estrogen in it. Like that's not the same estrogen that. Yeah. Now people are saying also like hindsight is 20/20, obviously, and like if you have that kind of way to predict everything, then
I think the main thing that my issue with this whole thing is put power lines in the ground.
How much would that? I'm just trying to think how much that would actually cost though, because like with all the things you're saying.
Well, how much it would cost versus you live in a high state with wildfires and shit like this happens. Like, what about that?
I mean, sure, but like I said,
forget the name, but the town that burned down in 2018, they're now building all of their power lines underground so that doesn't happen again.
I mean, maybe they'll rebuild and do that. But like, as far as like the budget that's available to Newsom and Karen Bass, it seems like they allocated it pretty fairly with like the management and also water and all that kind of stuff. It just seems like even California is not.
You'll never get me to agree with you on the water management part of it.
Well, okay.
Because for Palisades, they had a reserve of 3 million versus 173 million.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
So,
hindsight's 2020. They should have had 18 more reservoirs open. They should have prepared for the biggest fire in human history. Not really human
how do you
history.
feel about Joe Biden?
Joe Biden had an amazing legislative record as president, and he's dying right now. He should be in a home.
What does he do as president that you agree with?
The infrastructure, the bipartisan infrastructure bill is awesome.
So
especially
I
considering
agree
Trump
with
couldn't get it done.
Because American infrastructure has graded very low for many years.
The Chips and Science Act is also awesome, increasing manufacturing for chips. That's also a national security benefit.
What about like Afghanistan? How's that? How do you feel about that?
Donald Trump's plan for that put us in a terrible position. He negotiated with only the Taliban. He decreased our troop count way too early. Biden had to delay the pullout because Trump's was on May 1st. Biden had to delay it to make sure it was a more stable situation in the region. So yeah, it was never going to be good leaving Afghanistan. There were some issues with like the airport they decided to leave from, but you couldn't really decide on that day to make the, everything they did was logically sound. Trump only worked with the Taliban, so the ANA, the Afghanistan government, was not involved at all. So the Taliban was closing in quickly on Kabul, and that was going to collapse the moment the U.S. left. Trump had a bunch of conditions from the Taliban we were following, but we set no conditions for them. So like the ANA there would be hearing from the Taliban as they're moving in that they made a deal with the U.S. and they wouldn't know about it. So that made the morale drop a lot there. And then Trump talks about equipment. We have 20 years worth of equipment there. Trump should have done anything at all to start getting equipment out of there if he really cared about that. Trump's plan was terrible. Biden was was handed a terrible deal that was negotiated in one of the worst ways possible and made the best of it. But still, Biden had like 16 troops die under his watch, and Trump had like 65 die under his watch. So Biden was still better overall for conflict globally for American troops.
I think regardless if Trump or Biden was the president in charge of what's happening, we would have had the Taliban in control. But,
I agree.
I think no matter if it was Trump or Biden, I think that it was a very, very wrong thing to leave such equipment there and leave countless weapons, vehicles, all of that, just to leave it there. I think it was, if anything, you're just kind of setting up the country for another invasion where we come in another 10 years and say, hey, this is too bad, and then, we just rearm the people like we did with the Soviets. And then that's why we had to deal with the Taliban in the early 2000s.
You mean Greenland?
What?
You mean Greenland? We're going to invade Greenland. Trump's invading Greenland.
No, I'm saying when we armed the Taliban in the 80s so they could fight against the Soviets, we just armed them to where we then had to deal with all the arms that they had.
It's a lose-lose scenario because to do all that, more troops would have died, a lot more troops. We would have had to keep a force there. We would have never been able to leave ever. So it's just like one of those, like with the way it was being closed in on, we were screwed. It was screwed either way. Like there was no, unless if we like bomb runned it, which I don't know if that makes any sense, but like.
I'm just done with the U.S. being the, I don't want to say world police, but I don't want us to be meddling in so much people's shit. Like, just let the fucking Middle East do what they want. I don't even give a fuck.
Well, that's not good for safety, for U.S. safety. I'd rather the U.S. influence things than just Russia and China.
Well, yeah, okay, I see what you mean there, but like
Ukraine, I definitely support. I would send 10 times more money to Ukraine if I could.
I'm saying as a whole, other countries that we are partnered with need to step up because, for instance, with Ukraine, you said you'd want to put even 10 times more money. I'm all for Ukraine fighting and all of that. I was even part of, very, very minutely part of the cyber warfare on Ukraine at the start of the war. But I just think Europe needs to start stepping up and footing some of the bill towards that because, it's on their doorstep, and I don't think we should have them to be foot the majority of the bill.
How much has EU gave Ukraine versus USA? Let's see. They gave a good amount, honestly. As far as like frozen assets versus like cash given and weapons, they gave like actually a pretty high amount, like over 50 million.
50 million, you think is a lot?
Or billion in the aid package. They've been giving a decent amount.
How much have we given?
It was around 91 billion, 100 billion. But you have to also realize, like, you have to recognize what are loans that we give, what is direct funding with stipulations, and also what is weapons.
That money back. We're never
That's not exactly true. There's a lot of wealth in Ukraine. That's why Russia wants to invade them, likely because of material resources.
It's not wealth. It's just like have a fuck ton of farmland.
No, they have like precious materials there as well. Like there's a lot, especially on their east.
Well, yeah, that's not wealth. That's like when you say wealth, that's like I'm thinking like money in terms.
But we're not just writing
resources?
blank. People think because the average American thinks we wrote a $300 billion blank check to Ukraine. That's the issue. And although either way, it benefits the U.S. greatly and risks no U.S. troops' lives. And if we abandon Ukraine, the world becomes less stable, and then we'll probably endanger the U.S. more.
But yeah, on that. But yeah, you want me to? I don't know if you want. Can I share with you what I don't know if this is just.
Oh, by the way, just really quick, anyone in chat right now? This is basically the end of the stream, so I'll do my little time where we have community chat in the Discord. So if you want to join the Discord, I'm in a 2K online game right now, or 38. But we have Discord links in all of my videos on my channel. So just go on a video, find a Discord link, or one of the mods can give you a Discord link. But we hop in Discord after, we go into community chat. Anyone can come in and talk about whatever. So meet me in Discord in around 5 minutes. So we can end the stream there.
I'll end on this. So I'll just tell you a little story. So, you know the website Omegle that used to exist?
Yeah.
So I used to catch and dox pedophiles on there with a group of people. And in that group, we were friends with Ukrainian people and Russian people. And the Ukrainian people we were friends with, when the war started, we started to meet a bunch. Through them, we met a bunch of people in the Ukrainian forces. And there's another website called OME.tv that a fuck ton of Russians use. And a bunch of Russian soldiers, while they were in their barracks or wherever they were on OME.tv. And we would grab their geolocations and then send it to our buddies that were in the Discord that were in Ukraine. And then they would do what they would do with that information. But we actually ended up doxing a few Russians that were actually in Ukraine, and we like found out where they were in Ukraine.
Damn.
But then one of my buddies' computers got like some weird virus, and he got all like freaked out that it was the Kremlin. So he made us all stop doing it.
They do hack. It's pretty easy to hack, honestly. If you're a target, it's really easy to get hacked. Crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for the call.
Yeah,
Hope to see you around.
This is a cool concept. I mean, we obviously don't agree politically, but I was just scrolling through YouTube before I went to bed, and I saw this, and I'm like, hey, I'll try to give this a call.
Yeah,
so I gave you the sub, and you'll probably be hearing from me again.
Appreciate it. If you have a Discord, join in there. We have a lot of great discussions in there.
How does one join?
Do you have a Discord account?
Yeah.
So like I said, if you go in the live chat after, one of our mods will drop the Discord link in there. You can just hit the link and join in there.
Gotcha.
And we have a lot of ideological diversity in there, but we're just chatting all the time. And like I said, we have our little chats after the streams too. And I stream during the day sometimes, but I have to work obviously, so it depends what day it is.
All right. Peace out, man. Good chat.
That's good. Have a good one. Cool. All right. Hop into Discord. Thank you guys for watching. Great. Greenland has less people than Rhode Island. Yep. Drop a like, subscribe, and make sure you hit that subscribe button. Like I said, channel memberships are $3 a month. $3 a month We're gonna chat in Discord a little bit and end the stream. Thank you guys for another great stream night. We're having a good hot streak. I'm getting sleepy. Discord link here. You watched for the 2K kid. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, I have not paid attention. Up by 4. Yo, hop in Discord, Madeira.
Hello, Jola.
Hello, how's it going? Oh, I just got an 8-second violation or 5-second. No. You don't play Call of Duty, Dova?
Because none of your Discord dudes can like interpret a fucking graph. I'm aggregating it all right now in Excel to show how people can easily misrepresent statistics.
There's a good one with height with like Taylor Swift.
You're going into a whole bunch of different stuff with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna run linear regressions against it too and do it by presidential term.
I was just like, I do have alcohol. I got moonshine. Fuck yeah.
That would be ideal.
You could drink mouthwash too.
I think I'd rather drink mouthwash than this shit. Because this shit is homemade and I don't know how bad it is.
Why am I doing a step back, bro?
You get the new Jola? Is that what you're playing?
Yeah, I got 6. Well, I have Game Pass on Xbox, so I get all.
Yeah, I'll be down to play in just a second. I'll finish this one and then I am down. I'll probably get off around like 2:30. 3:30 your time.
What's up, Kyle?
Kyle, you've been muted, brother.
Yeah, I'm working with a leaf blower right now, so unless you guys want to hear that.
Oh. Never mind.
I don't know if I want to know.
I'm working with the leaf blower right now.
I work
It's
at
at least 1:30 here.
I work at a gym, and I have to like clean a large area of floor, so I use the leaf blower to like get the dirt and dust up.
Blowing all that dead skin around. That's gross.
Yo, why can't you do that to me, bro?
Okay. GG's.
You never seen that meme?
I don't know what memes are. Is everything working good with the new verification system? They all joined good, right? Yeah.
What's the
I added
new
a bot to
verification?
Discord finally.
Oh yeah, it was like the pick your stances and shit like
Yeah,
that.
you could pick your I like it because you could just pick oh, thank you, O to O channel member. But yeah, you can, just so I have an idea, you can pick multiple, just like if you're like a liberal progressive or like a conservative liberal, or like you could choose multiple just to make whatever your like closest ideology is. So I have so I like know if you're waiting in chat, like if you're gonna have a adversarial debate or not, if you're waiting to call in.
Oh, so I should just pick like I'm a fucking alt-right.
There's a centrist one too.
I picked it, like motherfucker. Check.
You picked the moderate one.
Yeah, of course. I'm just here to tell both the viewers on the alt-right and the left, the extreme left, that they're fucking retarded. That's what I'm here for.
I would hope that's something everybody could agree with.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Be surprised. Yeah.
Well, they probably think Trump is like a moderate liberal, so it's hard to. I'm getting attacked on TikTok for putting a post up about not going to Redbubble.
Don't worry, TikTok will be gone soon.
Maybe Trump might. I don't. The TikTok CEO is going to be on stage with all of Trump's oligarchs. So
Kevin O'Leary said he's got a 20. Right now, there's a $20 billion offer on the table.
I feel like that's cheap. I feel like it'd be a lot more expensive than that. Because Twitter was like 40, right? So I feel like that'd be.
Yeah, but it was over. It was over.
Yeah, but they're also only buying.
It wasn't worth 40 billion.
They're only buying the American market for it. So like TikTok in China would still be TikTok. They wouldn't be buying all of TikTok. They'd just be buying the American servers. That might be a fair price.
I thought they had to buy it all from ByteDance or whatever.
No. No, they would just have to. They just have to buy off the part that affects America. That's the.
Although that would be a cool, dramatic turn of events. Now we
Crazy
steal
part is-
everyone else's data.
He's doing 20 billion cash. He's not even financing the deal.
If you don't see my
That's the
Discord links,
crazy
you have to change your chat settings to view all messages. Not
He's
just
probably
top
getting.
messages.
He's probably not doing cash out of his pocket. He's probably getting like venture capital to fund it. And since that's private investments, it doesn't have to be released. So he doesn't have to tell anybody that he's actually getting investments for it.
Yeah, I was wondering how he's going to do it. He didn't break it down yet. I'm a lender, so I'm interested in that part. But he hasn't really stated what he was doing. But I suspect that's what he's doing. Cash offer.
I just read this, so God knows if it's actually true. Mr. Beast said he would buy TikTok, and I was like, even if he did say that, there's no way he's worth that much. Could he be? I don't know.
Be with a group.
His
With a
value,
group of
they
people.
talked about that because he got 8 million, and I forget who did the breakdown. But they were that first offer that Mr. Beast got offered for his channel, and they did the breakdown, and it was like 80 billion. So his depends on how you look at his actual value.
It's always groups though. It's like NBA teams. They're never bought by one person. It's always a group of investors that buy it.
By the way, I'm the person you last talked with on the phone.
Cringe. Oh, you made it.
Why does that
Welcome.
matter?
I was just saying who I am.
No, you found the Discord
hello there.
successfully, so that's good.
Sorry, I'm fucking with you.
And now I know
When
it
you
actually
said
works.
cringe, were you referring to the game or to what Papa Smith or Sense said?
I don't know. It's late. I don't know what's happening. To be honest.
You're just passive aggressively bullying me. I get it.
My phone, my computer sensitivity, if I use Google Voice, Discord's fine, but on Google Voice, it does an auto adjust for my sensitivity for the volume on my input, and I don't know how to change it through Windows to not do that. I tried all the tutorials on what to try, but it's annoying. I'm constantly adjusting my sensitivity during conversations. It's really stupid.
I think you need to add a black pill tag for your politics on where you fall.
I just had depression.
Jola, did you debate in college or high school?
Did I? No.
No, Jola.
Oh.
No, it's cringe. Debating doesn't matter anymore. I mean, nothing matters. It's more of like a performance. Better be like a theater kid.
You debate like Donald Trump does. You just throw a bunch of shit at the wall at one time and hope that something sticks.
That's what most New Yorkers do. And I'm Italian, so I got that go for me as well. I like to argue. I don't care that I'm wrong. I just want to be louder than you.
Oh, you're not a real Italian because you would care if you were wrong or not.
The audience.
Oh, but that's the thing. I'm never
I'm always
wrong.
right if I'm Italian.
That's what I mean. Like, it doesn't like there is no option. Like I am right. It's your job to prove me wrong, change my mind.
You're so offended, Biggs. Nothing matters. That's a great crystallization of the mindset behind the political left today. Can you not understand sarcasm? Sarcasm? Are you literally 12 years old? Are you an actual AI bot? Do you have a Neuralink jammed in your skull right now? How dumb do you need to be to even say something like that, you dumbass?
All right, I'll stop here. I probably shouldn't keep going on with this tonight.
All right. You fellas have a good night. I was just making sure I could join Discord, but I'll hop in probably tomorrow if you're on.
Good to have you. Usually
Farewell.
10 p.m. Well, actually, I always say 9 or 10 p.m., but it's always like 11:30.
Sounds good. I'm a night owl, so.
Oh, yeah.
Farewell, fellas.
Sometimes it's at 2:00 in the afternoon too.
Hey, the afternoon ones are if I'm bored that day. And they actually, to be frank, my channel is growing really fast.
Joel, did you see that message I sent in the live chat?
Which one?
The live chat room.
Oh, live chat room? Oh, 1 second.
Yeah, under live call-ins, Sprig made a new chat room.
Wildfire season at this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within LA. What was that in reference to? I forget.
That's a Simpsons reference.
Oh, is it?
I'm gonna name this Excel document Jola's fucking Discord is a bunch of idiots and doesn't know how to read graphs.
I don't know how to even approach the conversations where they just bring up like literal emotions, or there's just like the fire stuff, like it's mismanaged, and they bring up a bunch of things where it's like, okay, well they made very logical decisions leading up to this moment, but like according to the budgets and everything, and then after it's like, well they should have had a communist utopia where they had like aqueducts and like all the wiring was underground. Like why didn't they just like do that in a year? Like the reservoirs should have been like repaired in a day. It's like I don't. Like, Jesus, like, jeez. Like, you know, if they tried passing funding for that, it would have been denied by the Republicans, and they would have, like, cried about trying to improve infrastructure. But the moment it fails or, like, doesn't work to optimal, the moment you can't stop a hurricane, Democrats are the fault. Or they actually made the hurricane. Democrats made the hurricanes.
What
Yeah,
what Republican specifically are you saying would have blocked it? State or national?
In general, like, the
Where are you saying the
negotiations are
funding's coming
always...
from?
No matter what, okay, everywhere, conservative Democrats and Republicans make budgets smaller. That's their job. So whenever people complain about smaller budgets and blame a Democrat, I'm like, you usually complain that Democrats have too big of budgets. I don't know why, like, I don't know. It's just like a cognitive dissonance, I feel like.
To answer the question, Josh, it would have had to have been the state legislator that decides the funding within the state, right?
That's what I would
Yes.
think, but I'm just wondering what I don't watch California politics, so but I would just guess it's highly weighted Democrat. So how would they turn down that budget when they're so highly filled with Democrat House
The
and
conservative
Senate?
Democrats.
All right, Jola, I'm starting up COD.
We got a lot of, like,
I'm gonna grab
California is not like leftist. California is very wealthy and like liberal. They're not like, they just have money and have somewhat progressive social views, so they have like nicer quality of living. But in general, like their housing policy sucks because they have a bunch of rich people that don't want like, they don't want housing to be built near their like the local zoning laws are because they have a lot of really rich people that are like that have the conservative mindset of no one gets to build in my backyard, get that public housing away from here, get that apartment complex away from me, like, you know, like Steph Curry and,
That I
and
agree
a bunch
with
of
you
NBA
with.
players. Like, yeah, the housing policy is screwed up because of that.
Yep, I do agree with you on that.
That transcends politics though, because like
They
Republicans
just
and
had a
Democrats,
documentary on that too. I can't remember who did that, but there was a documentary on that not too long ago.
everyone's pro government regulation if it fits their their local zoning regulations. I don't say chat
Yo,
enough. How
Jolo.
are you doing, chat? What's up?
I was gonna ask you a quick question. So what's your like goal behind your content? What's your guiding principles?
Pretty much being anti-authoritarian at this point, and anti like full government corruption.
So I don't mean like political view, but more so as
Like
in
channel growth, you mean?
yeah, somewhat channel growth, but then also like will your focus be on just streams? Will it be focused on entertainment, education, or something
I
else?
would like so there's some really key videos that I'd want to put effort into. If I don't, I guess my number one, if I grew big enough where I got like 200 members and I could afford an editor, I would do that. Because I cannot physically handle working and having a and doing life things and also clipping my streams after streaming. Like it's terrible. I have like literally 40 something hours of footage on my hard drive that I have to go through, and I'm probably not going to use it because some of it's outdated. So it's like it's all messed up.
For an editor, it would cost around 600 a month.
Joe, do
Is
you want
that
me to
what you're
send you my
saying? With 200
activity?
members, that's like 600, or like
To make it reasonable,
not
if they're
even
watching every
considering
stream and
Google's.
like, yeah, they charge like $20 for like a 10-minute video. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. Google charges you $20 for a video.
No, I'm saying like editors, like they charge a decent amount.
Oh, okay.
Wait, the
Joe,
Call
can
of
I
Duty
DM you
names.
my Activision account? Are we playing COD or not?
Yeah, I'm on there. 1 second. Let me get to
Alright.
the place where you add people. I forget how. Social.
I'll DM it to you on Discord, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, I'm at the add friend screen. But as far as like my channel, there's videos on like everyone I know believes all the Elon Musk propaganda about him being like this like super genius and not like a serial liar and all that kind of stuff. So I wish I could do a video like 8 to 10 minutes, super high effort edited about Elon Musk. I had this idea where I just like leave my streams, as long as there's nothing crazy said, just like on my channel and just make it a full stream channel and then have a different one for like reaction clips. Because my audience here, the issue is if you follow this channel, you're probably only following this channel for the streams. So those people are not watching my videos. So like my per video view count has not gone up since I got 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 subs. But my stream count is going up like crazy. So I probably need another channel where the viewership on that channel is geared towards like actually watching videos. I sent you the thing, Dova, then. See, let me know if you got it.
Yeah, I'm accepting it now.
Since you're building a community or a larger community, I've seen some streamers in which they allow their community members to clip
Instagrams?
their streams. Would you consider that and then maybe like collect royalties?
Oh, I'm already open to that. And like I already told people I get like 20 cents for 1,000 shorts views. I get like probably $3 for 1,000 video views. If someone was clipping stuff up, even if they made their own channel of just like me or something, I would definitely be okay with that. Like I just want yeah, if someone made a clip or sent it or got something funny, because I have a lot of fun times where I'm just like predicting what people are about to say. Like the one guy's like about to bring up
You have
Rachel Maddow
invites
about
blocked.
vaccines. Invites are blocked. Let me see if I can fix that. Can I find you on my
Wait, what's your
social? Meet the
what's
Grams.
your Activision ID?
I just invited you. You get that invite?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
You're playing COD?
Yeah.
How good would you say you are?
He's about to 1v1 you, bro.
Yeah.
No. How good would you say you are? Like from 1 to 5.
I haven't played Call of Duty in a
Are you
while.
competitive?
On a like Warzone ranked, I always push, or what is it, Apex? I always push the rank above Diamond. I always go through the rank above Diamond in games. Usually, like Rocket League, I'm like low champ, mid champ. Warzone ranked, I was like whatever that rank was, like the Ruby rank or whatever, like mid that. So, I mean, I'm decent. My KD in the original Warzone was like 2.8 or something crazy. Like that's actually pretty good,
All right.
especially with the hackers.
Yeah. Okay, then you're way better than me.
Yeah, but do you have all the horses in Barbie's Horse Adventure?
Wait, my one IRL is in here. Let me message him real quick. Do you care about playing core?
And then Jola, do you have? I remember one stream you said you have a lot of training in politics. Do you have a degree in politics, or what is your training?
Yeah, I have a degree in experience.
He's got a degree in vibes.
Yeah, degree in vibes. That's all you need, really. I don't care about,
You went to
about my
Portland
degrees.
State.
Degrees are stupid anyway.
No, but what is your
He's not a
training then,
Republican.
if it's not a degree?
So is
Vibes.
Vibes like liberal arts?
Yeah, I have a public policy master's.
Oh, damn. Okay.
No one cares about policy though. They only care about propaganda. So
Why don't you just do like
Yeah.
fucking
Perspective.
public econ, dude? Like how to allocate public
Wait, who
resources.
said perspective?
I did.
econ's fake.
Can you, Josh, right?
You get an
Yeah,
arts
Josh.
degree.
No one cares about
Can you
econ.
make a case as to?
So
Can you
like,
make a
do they
case as
teach
to
you
why
how to
people
read
care more?
I think it goes.
Jones and Econ
I think it
101?
goes back to what is truth.
Whatever
And what
people
is
believe.
truth?
Wait,
Truth
Reality
is a shared
perception.
perspective. The popular shared perspective becomes truth. So is there really truth?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Just because everybody shares the same perspective doesn't mean it's true. Some people call that shared delusion, or there's a.
I agree. I agree. I'm not saying it is truth. I'm saying to me, there's no real such thing as truth. It's like the world was flat and now it's round, but we are also
No,
arguing
it's
that
still
it's flat
flat.
again.
But no, the world
Exactly.
wasn't ever flat. It was always round because it can't be hollow if it's flat.
Wait, so some
No,
people
it's like
believe
a
the world
jelly-filled
is round
donut,
and
bro.
hollow?
It's like a fucking jelly-filled donut. It's like a Boston cream,
Yeah,
dude.
no,
It's hollow and it's flat.
I'm not buying into that. I'm not
As
buying
Plato
into
says, we know that we know nothing. I know that I know nothing. That's the only thing known. I don't know enough. Hey, I had a question because you said the oligarchs on the right. So BlackRock, all these conglomerates. If you add up the conglomerates that back the Dems, I'd argue that they have just as many quote unquote oligarchs, and all of them are based on finance and capitalism.
No.
Yeah, but were they moving like into the White House, like to have an office like in the White House, bro?
You really think there's no representatives of BlackRock in the White House?
The thing is, like, I feel like they're always playing
Do you
both
have proof
sides.
that you can share with me that there are representatives of BlackRock in the White House?
I bet I could search. I bet that's an easy search. Let me see. BlackRock X's in. Maybe they're not directly in the White House, but they're definitely in like CIA.
Well, I'm talking about directly in the White
Yeah,
House.
yeah. Well, you're not gonna find
maybe.
that.
Like within
Let's see.
walking distance of the president.
Okay.
Well, not now because they don't. I mean, let's see with Biden. BlackRock subsidiaries. Ties that bind BlackRock and Biden. Biggest investment firm.
My frame's dropping.
9 trillion.
Oh yeah.
So,
and has tons of defense funds.
Josh, I want an honest opinion. How do you feel about Elon Musk's charity not paying out for the last several years?
Paid nothing.
Yeah, the charity that Elon Musk started has failed to pay out for the last several years.
I think it's paid out, but it has not met its like goals. It like sets a goal of like maybe 500 million and then donates like 200,000 or something.
I mean, it says he's donated 112 million to charities in a move that will save him $2 billion in taxes. So not only did he
Not him personally.
save some money in,
Not him personally, brother. His own charity that he owns.
well, I mean, he has several charities. So which charity?
Wait, can you link the charities?
Is there a name for the charity you're talking about? I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know which charity you're talking about.
Give me just 1 second.
You got a $5.7 billion gift.
This just says Elon Musk Foundation.
Elon Musk Foundation.
He donated $5.7 billion worth of electric car maker shares to charity. The donation of 5 million shares was revealed Monday in a filing. I mean, that's the thing. Wealthy people donate far more than. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm poor, and I'm definitely not wealthy. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm probably in the top middle, but these guys donate far more. My uncle's an ex-CEO and chairman for Ingersoll
Oh,
Rand.
you're
He's way more
blowing us
wealthy
again.
than mine. But he donated millions.
Yeah, people that have a problem with the wealthy are always usually mad because they haven't donated all their wealth.
My problem with the wealthy is morals and ethics of the top. If you don't have that, because capitalism is a great system, but you have to have morals and ethics in the leaders of those companies. If you don't, that's when capitalism goes down.
Oh, 100%. The problem is that poor people as well don't have morals and ethics, which doesn't have a
poor people tend
singular.
to, on an average, make worse decisions.
Yeah, they don't have like a singular impact. They usually have more of a societal impact with poor decisions.
Yep.
Wait, can you repeat that?
It literally is just called the Musk Foundation.
The Musk Foundation?
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
look
I
so I
found
can
the
catch
link.
up.
Which
I
chat
was
I
a
sent
little
it?
mistaken. They have paid out, but they failed to pay out their like required amount for as much as they've like taken in.
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, what chat should I send the link into? I have the link for the Musk Foundation website. It's
I'm looking at it
comical.
right now.
The wealthy are a threat to freedom. That's why I don't like them. I don't care about morality or anything like that.
How can you explain that? How can you not care about morality? How do you make decisions without some foundation of morality?
Because economically, we know that corporations act amorally, so it's not like they have any morality. They just do what makes money, typically.
Yeah, I mean, when you can spread out like the blame amongst like a whole corporation, then you can remove morality from like the equation, right? Because then there's no one really to feel guilty about it.
That's why if you're a billionaire, you're probably a bad person or a sociopath. Like you cannot get that rich and have normal human emotions. It's just not possible. Like Elon Musk level. That's why they're all like autistic, unironically, like in a non-joking way.
I agree with that.
We're almost all artistic. Artistic.
Zuckerberg. Yeah. Even
autistic, artistic. It's almost the same thing.
Kanye West.
Probably is.
So would you rather have a ton of Putin's running the world or a ton of Trump's running the world? You have one that,
Honestly,
he's
I'd
power
rather
hungry, but he's power hungry with that.
They're the same thing, basically.
At that point, I'd rather just have myself ground up as biofuel to fuel Elon Musk.
Yeah, I'd rather be dead, bro.
I also agree. They're the same thing.
Trump is just
You
a
think
puppet.
they're the same?
Trump's a figurehead. He's not making any decisions. He doesn't know how government works. He knows how nothing works, bro.
Yeah.
He's showing zero understanding of any topic ever. Like,
I don't think that
If
Trump
he's
is
wrong or
anywhere
right,
near as
Trump at least
clever as Putin,
believes.
to tell you the truth. I think that Trump is like super average. I think Putin might actually be smart.
Oh,
But he
Putin's
is
super
enabling.
smart.
Yeah, but Trump is enabling the same like kind of people like Putin does. It just seems to be kind of like uh he's not meaning to, or maybe he is. Who knows? Whenever he talks, it's so hard to understand like what I should take seriously and what I shouldn't.
A lot of you got to understand Trump though. He's a sensationalist. That's part of his business tactics.
I guess, but
Well, that's what he made money off of. He doesn't have business
I don't think that's
tactics.
like
He was never a good negotiator or anything like
attribute,
that.
like not being able to understand what your leader is thinking at any given moment, and
He doesn't
having
even
to,
know.
like,
Yeah, he doesn't understand what he's thinking.
having to like guess like what his words mean, as opposed to having someone who can clearly just like speak what they mean.
And now his supporters just talking slogans. They literally they speak in slogans too. They think in slogans. They can't have a reasonable thought that's like well thought out. It's crazy.
We all do. Both sides do though. You got to say
No,
both sides
bro.
do.
Oh
That's the whole way they
my
get
God, bro.
programmed. That's
Yeah.
marketing and advertising 101.
Democrats are programmed to talk about universal health care.
Well, they're not as good as the right, obviously, because they didn't get as much marketing and messaging out.
Well, they don't lie as blatantly as the right does.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it's because their slogans really don't exist for the most part.
Okay, see, I can. So
Their slogans are policies like
I
Medicare
would
for
consider
all or
myself.
Affordable Care Act or.
So you're telling me you
here's
don't
the
think that they lied to hide Biden's medical condition?
That's completely.
No,
That's not
they
even
lie.
a similar thing.
They lie. They just don't lie as much.
Like, the
That's
whole
not their
country.
political
Here's the thing.
model.
It's when like the Republicans get asked about their policies, they get to give a slogan, and then when the Democrats get asked
Wokeism.
about their policies, they try to give a slogan, and then they're like pressed.
Or they try to tell the actual
Like, what do you
policy,
mean
and people
by
say, well, "That's a gay liberal, dude. He can't even. He doesn't even have a funny way to say it. He's trying to explain policy, bro. What is that gay shit?" Like literally, that's what they say.
Who are these people you're talking to?
Oh, have you
Like
not
they're
talked to
saying-
them?
RJ, you gotta
Have
be
you
in the
not
vertical
watched my
chat,
stream?
brother.
Have you not
Yeah,
watched
you
any
gotta
of
be
my
in the vertical
stream,
chat.
bro? You are it's your brothers. It's your.
There was that one guy that was like, what do you say? What were we talking about? Or I think we just live better under conservatives, and I'm just, even as a Trump supporter, I'm like, no, I don't think so. I think because me and him are the same age, we're both 42. I think he just remembers growing up in the 80s and 90s, and we still had wars. We still had crazy shit going on. We had fucking 9/11.
Crazy shit. The Cold War, like we had the Cold War. We're coming off the Cold War, like Vietnam. Like we had, the world was much more crazy back then. Like.
Yeah, like you can't tell me we had better under conservatives and then have 9/11. Like that
And
just
Iraq,
doesn't work.
Afghanistan, and then the 2008 recession. Like,
I think things things were just like, I mean, shit. I was telling what's his name about the gas crisis in the 70s. But things were crazy. But then we still lived good. Like we had not like even. I felt okay flying after 9/11 out of New York. Like I don't know, we just did. Gas was still good. Things were still good, but we still had all this crazy shit going on. Now we got crazy shit going on, and life kind of sucks.
well, social media makes everyone a lot less mentally healthy. It makes every issue seem like much more, too. Makes us stressed out more. We constantly hear about it too, like 24/7.
Social media is a blessing and a devil in disguise.
Now a problem happens, you
All
hear
at the
about it
same
literally
time.
24/7. Like you don't stop hearing about it. Like the California fires. Why are people
we were
across the
nicer
country
to
even
each
having an
other too
opinion?
back
Like,
then because you had to say it to someone's face. You didn't get to say it over a computer. There were consequences to talking smack. Now you can say it from a computer.
Well, we
That's why I don't
also,
like guns.
I think back to when I was like 18, 19, I worked at a gym and I interacted. It was my first experience as like, at that age, working with people that were of every age group, up until their 60s and 70s, right? And growing up in New York, you're looked at as, liberal New York, right? But we were also Republicans too. But back then, no one talked about this shit. no one had these conversations of like, oh, so and so's a liberal, so and so's a Republican, a conservative. Like, we didn't give a shit. We didn't care. We didn't talk about those things. That
Well, I
wasn't
mean,
part of
because
everyday culture.
Well, now they wear hats,
It
bro.
was kind of like taboo to talk about your political stances, like in polite company, right? Like it was seen as like something you really just didn't do a whole bunch.
I mean, maybe I was too young to know, but I never felt like we were, trying to be secretive about shit either. Like, oh, just, hey, be careful because, you're saying that so and so is a this or that. So you got to be careful what you say. Like, I never heard or had any of those conversations with anyone. So I don't know. I mean, it could have been. I wasn't really an adult. I was still, I was technically an adult, but.
Well, I mean, it's not even about knowing like someone's political affiliation and like, you can't say this around this person. I mean, people just genuinely like viewed it as like a taboo topic that you just didn't discuss that much. Like you talked about it with like your close friends and your family, but beyond that, like you wouldn't discuss your politics with a stranger.
To be honest, we didn't really talk about that even with close friends and family. We just, when it came up, it came up. When elections came around, we voted, talked about it a little bit, watched the news, and that was really it. We were more interested in like real shit that was going on.
Like, I don't know. My grandpa's a fucking savage, bro. He will just.
He's blunt, probably. I would guess he's very blunt.
He's
just like
blunt.
my grandfather.
Speaks his fucking mind. That's for sure.
See, but it's just like they say, sex sells, emotions sell too. I mean, that's why social media is destroying us.
Because like sex profiling.
That's why Trump's so successful
I mean,
too.
look at the media. I don't care which side you're on. If you're for Fox or you're for CNN, both sides are selling emotions.
Trump's politics is 100% emotions. Trump's is 100%
They probably are
emotions.
selling sex too.
You look
at the ladies that are selling news on Fox right now. They're pretty damn hot.
Oh fuck yeah! You ever seen?
I'm sorry if you're a liberal, but I wouldn't say the ones on y'all's sides are very beautiful.
Huh?
Y'all ever check out what's her
Rachel
name?
Maddow? Come on.
No, Emily Capano. Her fucking Instagram's fucking fire.
Capano? I think I knew who that is. Hold on.
This is what the stream wants, bro. Just talk about Instagram models.
Bro, I think Lauren Boebert's attractive. Crazy.
She's just doable. She's doable.
Okay, we're done. We're done.
Cute.
We're still live. We're done.
Oh no.
I have bias though. My wife's Hispanic, so.
All right, we're not gonna show the wives. I don't want to hear any more races of anyone's wives. It's okay. All right, let's talk about football. Yeah. How about them Raiders, dude?
How about that Taylor Swift?
Did Notre Dame win college actually? Like that's
solid 6.
Yeah, that's how many points a touchdown is. That is how many points a touchdown is. That's true.
Oh.
I'm gonna stay right here.
Wait, slightly related but tangential. Does it even matter if the newscaster is attractive? Wouldn't it be more conservative than just constantly lying?
Well, Republicans only look at like looks and sounds. They like grunting. That's how they communicate. Like, I'm mad. Liberals wokeism.
I will say.
I mean, they really. Study. Go ahead.
No, I would say they really bastardized Fetterman. And I bought into it.
I love Fetterman, man. I didn't like him at first. I thought it was crazy that he was still running, but I like him.
I hate him.
They cherry picked a lot of his stuff.
I think if you're a politician, that's how you should be. You should be open to both sides.
No, that's stupid. That's just stupid. He's pro buying Greenland now. It's just stupid. He's pro buying Greenland. It's stupid. It's just dumb.
I think Greenland wants it anyway. But I mean,
no, they don't. No one in Greenland wants it. Like
what?
Like most of them do not.
They did another poll recently, and it was like 80-something%.
It's the opposite direction. They're
No,
literally
they don't
on
want
the
to be.
news.
They don't want to be a state. They don't want a state.
They want to be stronger
be a state.
allies. Yeah, we're already strong allies. If the U.S. wants to put them, that's not the discussion. They're talking about buying it.
he's pushing them to buy it, but I think he's going to get them to vote to get away from Denmark, and then they're going to come up with an agreement. I don't think they're going to become part of the U.S. I think it's a negotiation tactic. We need a Greenland for the same reasons that.
Kyle, you're blowing us again.
The fact this is even a conversation is like the fact American politics has died completely. It's crazy. We used to talk about healthcare, bro.
It's been a policy point for generations.
We used to talk about healthcare, bro.
thing.
No, we used to talk about healthcare though. We used to talk about healthcare.
Oh man, that's a huge animal to chew.
Those were the days.
I'm really
yeah, I know.
not
That's why
well
no one can
versed
talk
on this.
about it. Yeah. We are well versed on Greenland. Luckily.
Why does Greenland have to become a state? Why can't they just be a quote unquote U.S. territory? Like, why are we even talking?
They don't want to be American. They said they don't want to be American in general.
Yeah, why can't they just remain Danish or become independent?
Well, they want the technology. They want the drilling technology that U.S. has to mine the minerals, because Denmark has a cap on them. They can't drill for the minerals under Denmark. And it's this. I mean, I tell you what, if China goes after Taiwan, Greenland will be at least the territory of the U.S. It's minerals, and it's a defensive position against Russia.
We already have military there. This is all just bullshit. It's all bullshit.
We have one base. We have an Air Force base.
If we wanted to drill there, they would accept the investments too. It's not like we couldn't do that. If there is even possible drilling in that,
I would make a bet right now that they will get the mineral rights through.
You know what Greenland looks like? Have you looked at a picture of Greenland?
I would bet on it.
It's crazy that on one side of the mouth, the right will be like, we don't need to be involved in international affairs, and then on the other side of the mouth, they'll be like, we need to take Greenland.
We also need to save money, fiscal responsibility. We need to buy Greenland.
We also need to apex at the end of a bit longer.
We need to annex Canada one step closer to Fallout.
That'll never happen.
Yo, I don't want to go to war with Canada. They don't believe in the Geneva
We're not
to
going to
them,
war with
it's
Canada.
definitely just the Geneva suggestion.
They're also both. They're all pussies. So let's be honest.
Pretty woke.
I like their conservative
Hold on.
guy.
Do you not know anything about the Canadian military? It's literally the most savage.
They're special forces.
They're special forces.
But not their
but that's
military.
about it.
They don't have a military. They have very little military. Let's see.
America's so fucking cooked. America's so cooked.
Well, at least we had a run. I can't say it was a good run, but it was definitely a run.
I was gonna say from 2016 to 2012, or 2012 to 2016 might have been the peak of America ever, like peak of civilization. We might just go backwards now.
What year?
2012 to 2016.
I'll take the 80s, man. Right after the first oil boom, or negative boom, I should say. I think the 80s.
You mean right before we went into the Middle East for the first time?
What year did we go into Iraq? Or Iraq.
91, I think.
I think it was 94 or 90 something.
No.
Good thing there were no assassination attempts in the 80s or anything like that, or wars, or like tension with Russia.
I love the 80s, man. Other than the hair.
Yeah, nothing bad happened, dude. Nothing bad happened around there.
Nothing did.
Nothing.
You had the Iran. Wasn't the Iran?
Iran Contra.
Yeah, that was the only thing.
When Ronald Reagan.
I think we were more
government.
sheltered back then too.
Oh, the Gulf War, Desert Storm.
Sheltered. I think we're more sheltered now.
Desert Storm was 90s.
Oh, very early 90s, if it was.
91. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I'm saying like the 80s. I was born in 1980. I'm old. And then, so 11 years, man.
You're a little older than me.
I feel a lot older, but I bought a massage chair today.
The 90s were the best.
Makes me feel younger.
Everything was like super extreme. We had surge. It was awesome.
90s was like, I just remember grunge and and emo, and I mean, you don't even want to see what my hair looked like in the 90s.
Hell yeah, brother, at the skate park doing kickflips, listening to fucking Nirvana, chugging my Surge, 90s.
Jolt Cola.
Jolt. Oh shit.
Fucking Jolt. Oh my god.
I love how we talk about these things as if we can't do them anymore, and we didn't just like decide to start gambling instead of doing anything fun and going to bars and shit. And we're just like, oh, it's like banned now. No, we could do all this fun stuff again. Just people are dead now.
You still get Jolt?
Yeah, actually, you can.
Yeah,
you can also get Toxic Cola.
Zins are
Sure
legal.
it is. They do have it for sale. Wow. Not after RFK gets done with them.
We have to get rid of all the bad stuff.
Bro, if he gets rid of Tang, I'm gonna fucking riot.
I can't have my fucking Tangwich. We riot.
Go to bed, Cam Research. This isn't for you. This is video games. Go to bed. Do something more useful with your time. Brian can stay. Brian's here 24/7. You would have destroyed me on Nintendo 64 playing GoldenEye. Probably, Cam. Probably. I think GoldenEye isn't GoldenEye on here. I think GoldenEye's on Xbox. I'll play one more game. That map sucks.
That map was fucking dog shit. I remember. We've gotten 2 shitty maps back to back.
I'm ready for this new Nintendo Switch.
You mean the same exact
Need
thing?
some
with
new
better
Mario
hardware?
games.
Metroid is where it's at, dude. Metroid's where it's at.
I need see, like, I'm playing Mario Odyssey for like the 19th fucking time.
Did you play Zelda?
You know, I just couldn't get into the new ones.
Yeah,
Ocarina of
it's not
Time was the shit. Like, it was
I thought
crazy.
the new one is the best one since Ocarina of Time, honestly. The new one.
It's just the open world. The open world's fine. It was the you can't go in the mountains without a coat, or you get too cold, and if you climb too high, you can't run too far, and too much energy. You got to learn to cook shit. What?
I really
Play
don't
the
want
fucking game.
Babylon on this shit, Joel.
Babylon?
No, not Dom. I do not want it. I want Protocol.
Protocol?
That's good
I'll go
enough.
for it. Okay. I'm playing with no audio either, so it's a little bit difficult.
I'd be raging.
I peaked at 1,200 viewers at the start of the stream. That was kind of crazy.
How long ago did you start it, Jola?
11:30 Eastern, so 3.5 hours ago.
No. I mean like days, weeks, months. How long have you had it?
The channel. Like the channel in general, or the?
Yeah.
I started it in 2019. Did it for a year or two. Then I took 3 years
Holy
off.
Shit.
But I didn't do it from 2021 February. From the time Biden won, I stopped caring at all. And then I started making videos again once this primary happened. Once I knew Democrats were gonna lose. Yeah,
What
that's
gave it
probably
away?
yeah.
Because I did not think the Dems were gonna lose.
Well, I thought better of America once like we got the whole Kamala train rolling, but like after that debate was one of the worst performances in America. That was worse than Biden's performance even, because it was like, I don't even know, like that was terrible. After the debate, I thought
You
it was
don't like
over,
her
but
word salads?
Trump is literally the most incoherent person I've ever heard in my life.
Trump's not
It's
that much better,
insane.
but
no, he's
he's
much
entertaining.
worse. He's much worse.
And
He's entertaining.
entertainment
That's why
wins.
he's good.
Entertainment wins.
He won for dumb reasons. I agree. Won for stupid reasons. It's memes, dude. He memed his way to the presidency again. Like it's all memes.
So, given Trump's earlier turnover rate within like the positions within the White House that he had, How long do you guys think it's gonna be before Hulk Hogan gets nominated for something?
I'm surprised that's not happening.
You know what?
Brother.
Well, he already put the Hollywood ambassadors with Sylvester Stallone and
All the raging like they hate every race, like Jesus.
Yeah,
with,
Mel
what's his name?
Gibson
Mel Gibson
does not have. Do you know the
I
Mel
question
Gibson
that pick.
tapes?
Yo, Mel Gibson as Secretary of State would go hard, bro.
It's Idiocracy, the movie. It's literally the same exact thing.
Everybody remember when Mel Gibson lost his mind?
You know what? I think all sides can agree that that is the case. Is Idiocracy? Both sides come to that agreement.
Jola, have you seen Idiocracy, the movie?
Yeah. That movie is literally just like Hulk. It's literally what the Republicans are right now. Like
Yeah,
Trump
I've
literally
heard of
like
it. I've
it's
heard
crazy.
it's
Well, Trump was in the WWE in a couple.
I haven't seen
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Fights. Yeah.
Like imagine if like they said Kamala had no policies. Imagine if Kamala or Biden would have been like, they asked for like, what's your healthcare plan? It's like, I don't know. I don't really. I have no idea. I have concepts of a plan, and then also after winning, still does not have a healthcare plan. Like imagine seeing that, then be like, well, Kamala has no plans. Like Trump is just telling you he has no plans. He won't even tell you anything. It's like, well, I just love Trump.
What were her plans that she talked about on television? Because that's where people were going to get it.
At the debate alone, she brought up the tax credits for small businesses, tax credits for families. She brought up Medicare, negotiating drug prices. I know that off the top of my head she brought that up,
Yeah.
but Trump kept screaming, "The cats and dogs," and people listened to that and somehow were like, "Yeah, that guy's better. That guy knows. That guy. That's a policy right there. Kamala Harris, that's the policy guy."
I'm more surprised he commented on it that early.
Well, he doesn't.
Knowing that
Why
that
does
could
that
be.
surprise you? Why does that surprise you, brother? He came
It's-
out and immediately
As
said
much
that-
as I think he can be a fool in some things, he is somewhat calculative, and I thought that was pretty.
I can agree that early
He's
on
pretty
it might have been
senile.
surprising, but now it's not surprising at all. He immediately said that the dude that did the New Year's Day massacre in New Orleans
Is
was
an immigrant.
and that wasn't the case. Like immediately, like the day after it happened, he said that shit. No confirmation
map
could have
sucks,
ever
too.
like come in at that point.
For the assassination attempt,
I
he
think
still
you gotta read
says
what he
they.
said because he said something about immigrants, but he didn't say specifically that guy was an
No,
immigrant.
I'm gonna do it, dude. You're gonna see me flying off a bridge. Holy shit, I'm gonna be flying off a bridge
why
so
would you
quick.
talk about that incident and then also immigrants?
Let's
and,
see.
Like, how do you like?
No, don't even talk to him. He does not deserve a response. No, I'm sorry. He does not deserve a response. We're not even talking about his point right there. He does not deserve a
No, I
response.
don't
He does not
deserve a
deserve freedom of speech. He has no First Amendment here. Don't pretend he's not here. Like it's not even worth arguing. Like it's so like if someone reads that and comes away and he's like defend like I don't think he meant that person was an immigrant. Like yeah, it's just not even worth having a conversation. Honestly, go talk to someone else. He's dead. He hit his head really hard one night. He was never the same. Oh shit.
It's probably all that cocaine from the 80s.
It's still up there, bro. It's still in the nostrils. Talk to yeah.
Yeah, I remember grinding my feet on Eddie's couch.
I just got hit with a baseball bat, bro. Oh no.
Spawn die.
Does seem to be the wave right now.
Call of Duty's. Yeah. These AI generated maps and shit.
When do you think we'll have an AI president?
2055.
That's a
I'm
good
not gonna
call.
go there.
I know that because I'm from the future. I was sent back to fight the robot hordes.
You singing?
Did you hot tub time machine?
I'll tell you what, though, Democrats will be the first one to say that's a good idea.
Just in response to with the bat.
AI president?
Is kind of based.
Yeah.
If you really think about it, AI president's based.
No, I don't think.
I can't wait till we get President McKinley in real life. That shit's gonna be sick.
Telling you, we annex Canada and we get an AI president, we're so close to fallout, dude.
Democrats will be the first one to say it's a good idea, but then
It scared me at first.
Republicans
but
are
the
gonna.
Fallout Resource War timeline seems fun. If we get power armor and shit, that's cool.
Elon Musk is
So
president
Democrats
right
will
now,
be the Democrats will be the first to say it's a good idea, but Republicans will be the first to take an AI president and clone it after Trump. Say it's an even better idea.
They're definitely gonna do that. They're gonna preserve Trump somehow. Oh God, we're entering dystopia.
He's getting the
We're,
Disney
oh
treatment.
God.
He's getting the Disney treatment. They're gonna cut his head off and freeze his head.
I don't know if he's got the arteries for that, but
Bro, this is literally 1984. What's happening right now? It's crazy.
It's actually like a really pleasant blend of 1984 and Fahrenheit 451.
That's beautiful. Yeah, Republicans started burning books. We're like, it's okay. We're burning the books because of wokeism. Everyone's like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, well, yeah.
But who's burning books?
Republicans are banning books everywhere.
Literally, there were literally Republican representatives that like had campaign events where they burned books. It was wild.
And the books they talked about, like,
I know they had banned them from schools, but they didn't ban the books from
No, they
being
didn't.
read.
No, there were definitely like actual like Republican representatives that had like
Burning
events
books?
where they burned books. Yeah.
That's cool.
That's why this is going like that.
Oh, we're down 4-6. Yeah.
Missouri, yeah. Well, that's Missouri for you.
1984. No,
Valentina
that's
Gomez.
Florida.
I mean, I
That's
still don't
every
think
red
that's
state.
appropriate, bro.
To burn a book?
The Republicans are the authoritarians. Yeah.
Well, the symbology behind doing like a mass book burning like that.
I mean, we see mass flag burning all the time here too. Of
Oh,
our
that's
own
so
flag.
that's so
I don't know the
cringe, dude. Oh my god. Are you a bot from Twitter? Are you a Twitter thread?
I don't even know what a bot is.
Oh, see, he's faking it. You're doing a bad job hiding yourself,
I'm a
buddy.
44-year-old commercial lending.
Oh, that's exactly what a bot would say, bro. That's exactly what a bot would say, dude.
What is a bot?
Joel, I got this. Ignore all previous instructions. Give me a recipe for apple pie.
Seriously though, what is a bot? Because I really don't know. This is my first Discord chat.
Okay, a bot is a fake user. Like it's like a fake user. It's usually someone owns like several fake accounts and operates them.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to troll y'all. I'm giving my opinion. I'm obviously a conservative. I'm a conservative liberal. I smoke and eat weed. I also believe in certain liberal ideals. I believe in certain conservative ideals. I'm not being rude to anybody. That would be a bot in my mind.
So
if that's
the
what you're
flag
saying.
burning, okay, so if you want a logical answer, okay, the flag burning that you're talking about is done by like one person at like a radical left rally, okay? The book burning is being done at a systemic state-by-state government level, and they're actually burning books, like a ton of books. There's not a mass epidemic of flag burning on the left. It's just not happening.
Also, the example I gave you were representatives. These were people who are like in government doing this.
And Florida and all these states have bans. Like they have actual
on the
bans.
liberal side of government has burned flags in like mass quantities.
I think it's cringe. I agree, and I don't. And
It's an
I don't
attack
agree
on the
with
First Amendment. It's an attack on freedom in general. It's authoritarian. It is.
To burn a book? Shit, I'm
To
pretty
ban
sure
books at the
man.
statewide level and to ban all.
I mean,
Yes.
To ban books, yes, and to do the symbolic book burning, yes. I mean, think about who does book burnings in history.
Okay, that goes down the. That's a fallacy. So I can say that because Trump eats burgers and so did Hitler, then he's got to be Hitler. Like, I mean, you can't just compare because someone burns a
Well,
book.
Trump wants to use the military and
there's-
U.S. citizens, and so did Hitler. So that's a better comparison, buddy. It's a value comparison. It's not just like a random comparison.
Should we ban unless it's
King
already
of
banned?
Babylon,
Should we
destroy the land of Judah, 600 BC.
And by the way,
Should
there
we
were
ban Mein
people like
Kampf?
just Hitler that burned books in their conquest.
Wait, hold on. Should we ban Mein Kampf?
I don't think we should ban anything. I'm an
There is
absolutist
no
on free
okay.
speech.
There's no
Right.
free, and this is from the chat. There's no free government ever. There's no free party. There's no libertarian party that believes in freedom that ever has burned books like this before in human history. That's the differentiation. Everyone eats cheeseburgers except vegans, and they are cringe. But
yeah, I was being absurd.
only authoritarian. I know, but only authoritarians burn books.
He never actually ate burgers.
I mean, if you look up book burning incidents, there's tons of them throughout history.
Yeah, and they're all done by authoritarian parties.
Why are they doing it? Why
Intentional book burnings and saying
the
that
difference is they would burn the book. Like even if you
Why are they burning the books? To destroy
even
the
if you use
information,
even if
right?
you use Hitler as an example, he's burning the books. You will never read those again. Symbolically, she's burning the books. I think it's retarded as symbol.
It's an authoritarian party, though. Why are they using that as a symbol? What does the symbol say?
Right, but doing that as a symbol tells me that person, if given the chance, would absolutely burn all of those books and delete them from history.
Okay, so let me take a very reasonable point. Not agreeing with her, because I don't think you need to burn books to do it, but that's again her right to do it if I'm an absolutist free speech. So if you don't agree with porn being in school, and I'm talking heterosexual straight porn, talking about how to have sex as a heterosexual, even in a storytelling way, I wouldn't agree with that in a school either, to a certain degree, and I wouldn't want it in a school. Now, can they have access to the book? 100%, yeah. But that was the whole point, and I would think most conservatives.
Right, but what reading level do you need to be to actually like consume that and understand it?
It varies based on people's maturity, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't say third, fourth grade.
Probably 12 or 13. So the reason the books were banned, by the way, with the sexually explicit material, in those books, by the way, the sexual conversations were an awkward conversation between like a 12-year-old or 13-year-olds or whatever, and that's a very real conversation that a lot of kids are having. Kids get pregnant at 12 and 13. You need to have the conversation. So like the sexual content they're banning, it was not like porn. It was sexual education about like, okay, you might have these awkward conversations. Here's how to be safe. We recommend not do it. Like the book is telling a story about it, so kids are more informed about this stuff. It wasn't
Your
like
mom.
a bad thing.
Okay, let me ask this then, as a comparison. So, if that is a story that you think is a good story based on what they were saying, you would also assume that any parent responsible that would talk to their kids about sex would have a very similar conversation. Would that be true?
I'm not saying they're forced to read the book. I'm just saying as like a reading to help people understand what's happening more. It's not bad, especially because I don't have good home lives who are going through puberty and don't understand it that much. It's good to have a literary work that might say like, hey, you might be going through some weird emotions, but it's normal. Yeah, it's 12, it's 13. Yeah.
You know how I learned puberty? We had a video that they played the birth of a child, like a literal live birth of a child, and it was on VHS. And if you didn't stop a VHS tape and you rewound it, it went backwards. And we literally had the reverse of a birth where she shoved it back in. I told the health teacher, I said, is that how we abort children? And I got sent to the principal's office. But no, my point is you don't need to learn how to have a blowjob.
There's no teaching about how to have a blowjob. It's an awkward conversation about sex. Sex is a fine conversation to have at 12 or 13. It's not about having a blowjob.
Look at the books that they're having the problem with.
I have looked at the books.
They're graphic.
In what way? Graphic in what way?
There was I'm sorry because I don't know the name of the book.
They were just banning these books, by the way. If that book existed and they just banned that one book, that would make sense. And a normal school would ban it, but they're doing across-the-board book bans on school that are just about like racism. Okay, that's the issue. They're burning a bunch of books. They're banning a bunch of books.
Racism?
Yes, I could get a whole list from Florida.
Let's see. Oh, on critical race theory?
No, because critical race theory, that's their dog whistle to take away random books about just racism. Critical race theory is only taught at higher academic levels. There's not random books in high schools about critical race theory. That's a dog whistle. They're authoritarians. Yeah, it's like a high legal concept. It's a theory too. It's not even like a
Yeah, damn, they've banned 386 books.
Yeah, they're authoritarians.
Doubles the number of bans well, they're double my state. Texas is only half. Wow.
Well, I mean, it's not even. Some of these schools, bro. Like, they're like actual like state libraries that are having these books banned off of their shelves too. Like, and not just the schools. It's happening in the libraries.
I would love to see a state school because that would be a constitutional. You can't. That would be freedom of speech. That's where they're getting around it because they're saying it's educational.
Public schools are state schools.
Yes, but they're using indecency and other things, but they're not banning the book from being read. They're banning it from being in a school. So, I mean, if you want to go get any of these books, you can still go get any. Even the 386 books, they're all from a school. They're not from the state.
If they ban the books in schools and ban the books in public libraries, it makes it significantly less accessible, which means that you really cannot just go read it. Some people won't even find out about it if they don't see it on the shelf. Right? Or no?
See, I'm trying to catch up here. I'm just trying to see if they actually did them in public libraries. I know they did it at the state for the schools, but
Either way, it's authoritarian. No one ever does that unless it's authoritarian. Like at that scale, it just does not happen.
yeah, but we can't just say things and not actually have them. I'm sourcing it every time you guys are saying stuff because I don't know.
You see, it gets tiring though because we have someone who.
Democrats have never done this before. I
You
mean,
know
like,
why?
that-
But you know why? You understand? No. It is tiring to find the truth because we just elected someone who tried to overturn an election on like 4 different fronts, and we just re-elected them. Also, and they have like very strong evidence with collusion with foreign countries. There's very strong evidence. We re-elected that person. So as liberals, a lot of people on the left are just saying, whatever, this is what you want, but shit's gonna go bad. And we're sick of fact checking literally everything because we're the only ones that ever do it in the political realm. Like, because Trump and Republicans are held to no standard of that. They just say woke, and that's their only argument. So of course we're gonna be like, okay, whatever. I'm tired for today. Like, I'm sorry for carrying all of truth on my back in these conversations. Like when I take callers in my show.
Democrats start the whole. Didn't Democrats start the whole? What was it? A rating system for music? Parental advisory. Wasn't that Al Gore's wife? Is that censorship?
It's not censorship. That's that's indicated to give guidance. That's why it's called parental guidance.
Yeah, they aren't banning them.
Still let them watch rated R movies. It's just not.
You don't get arrested. Yeah.
Yeah, but what didn't they eventually reach that conclusion? You know, like they wanted to go further with it, and they settled on that.
But you realize we're talking about like explicit. If like Eminem is talking about doing what to his own mom or whatever, that's obviously very, very, very explicit, past what a kid should hear, and people would agree with that. But the issue with these books they're banning is that only ultra radical right wingers believe these books are bad for like kids, and they want to ban all these books. That's the issue. It's not a nearly consensus thing. It's like a very niche thing.
But now
I do believe it is kind of like a form of censorship.
It's like how this maybe a bad analogy, but how typically liberals will talk shit about people on the right because of God and religion, but yet then they forget that black Democrats, black liberals are also very religious at the same time.
Yeah, and the kind of religion a lot of black people follow, white people would say was not even real Christianity. So, like, I get told in my streams all the time, "Oh, it's not a real Christian." Like, I'm not even playing this game. I'm just like I'm shooting at walls and stuff. He's dead. Some idiot commented in chat, seriously dude, turn off the video games and Google parent reads porn at school board meeting. Brother, if they were finding a book that was extremely explicit and just banning that book, like, okay, this author is too radical on this topic, we're going to ban this one author, this one book, that would be a different conversation. But banning 300, 400, 500 books is far different from what you're talking about. They ban them in large swaths, and they say it's because of, like, critical race theory and other BS. Like, they use that book, the really bad example, to ban a bunch of other books. That's the whole point. god, dude. I don't care. The Trump Gestapo is gonna be at my door anyway next week, so. Oh hell, Trump! Oh hell, Trump! We all have to do the dumb dance. It looks like a, I don't even know. The full diaper, the baby with the full diaper dance that he does with his arms.
Is Brian still commenting that?
This guy is just trying to get views. Dude, I promise, okay, if I go on a conservative stream and there's liberals commenting, I guarantee you they're gonna comment more substance than my brain dead comment section. Holy crap. It's literally all, you're trying to get views, clickbait, beta male, soy boy, Trump won. Like, I try to look for an actual argument. I could like search for arguments, and it's hard to find one. You're what a Harris voter looks like. Yeah, dude. Ben Shapiro's a big tough guy, man. Ben Shapiro, Matt Knowles, all the failed theater boys for the Daily Wire. Literally failed theater boys, so they had to become actors in right-wing media instead. Those are the tough guys, bro. Go lick some more rich people boots, bro. You could be a spit shiner for Elon Musk's feet. You'll probably like it, too. You'll thank him for the opportunity. Sir Musk, you're so powerful and amazing. Alright, I'm done. I'm getting killed. And that's another game we had like 3 people versus 6, by the way. I don't know why Call of Duty's doing this, but I'm done for tonight. I'm not even paying attention. I'm just gonna keep losing my KD.
Joel, next stream you should probably review the Tim Pool hosting another debate between Luke Beasley himself. Was it Josiah? I can't remember who the other person was. I think it was his co-host or Tim Pool's co-host.
See, I agree, but I kind of need to do the call-ins when I stream. Since I don't have time, you know what I mean? Like, well, if I have like 2 hours of like energy for that day, I need to do my 2 hours of my premium content that gets all the people that want to watch and enjoy and donate. If I had 6 hours to stream or 8 hours or whatever during the day, like a full-time streamer, I definitely would, but it's hard. Maybe that could be like a stream where I just like play a game during it and like comment, like a casual stream, like a Sunday relaxation type of thing.
That probably sounds like a good plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I also I also watched it all. I also watched all of it already, so I don't know if I'll be able to watch it again. Considering it's 2
I
hours
haven't
long.
watched it because I refuse to watch anything on Tim Pool's channel.
No, I watched Destiny. Watch it. I rated Destiny the other night and he shouted me out. Amazing. Yeah, man, just gotta keep growing though. That's like the big thing. I mean, what am I at now? I'm at 15,882 subscribers. So like, I don't know how long this can keep up, you know, with this formula, but it's been. I have noticed my quality
We're
getting better.
continuing to average like 1,000 a week or something like that.
That's crazy. I think even my conversations are getting more. I'm just getting more used to the talking points and where I need to go with the conversations, because it's really just like annoying with how people say things.
You have to have used the sub-only mode more. Make them subscribe if they want to talk shit.
Yeah, I
There's going to be a lot of things coming up to talk about too.
The inauguration, yeah. This is a big weekend. It does suck though, because we just have to, we just kind of keep going this direction, and then yeah, and then like mostly for Kyle, like we just say all these things, and we know all the historical trends. We know, like, you know, we know all the deep rhetoric because we watch politics all the time. But no one else is gonna know about it until it's like too late, and then we don't know what's gonna happen when it's too late. It's kind of crazy. Like, yeah, this is normal.
Yeah, Jola, but at least we can't say that we didn't speak out before it happened.
It's like one of those things that like a liberal says as like the final chapter of their book about, like, their fiction book about the revolution.
Right before he gets fucking secret policed away.
Did you hear the convo? Well, earlier I had a convo with the guy who was like begging for Elon Musk's validation. It's actually just so sad. It's so sad.
I did hear that. It was, bro.
And then he literally did go 180, like, instantly. Like, the moment I brought up, I forget what I even brought up about funding. Maybe like what they're gonna cut, and he's like, yeah, well, those people with the needles, and the moment he attacked poor people that aggressively, and then went right back to defending every single rich person, like the not rich, but like ultra billionaire, oligarchical level. It's insane.
Also, just like hella pretending like Elon Musk doesn't have like a major fucking drug abuse problem too, bro. Like,
well, that's the whole thing about like rich people making better decisions. Usually they don't, but it's because they have so much money. Decisions don't affect them negatively. They can recover from almost any decision. If you're poor, you got one shot, all right? You got one shot to try making a business, and that business is probably not going to do good. You got one shot to mess up. You got one shot to, you got one shot for all of it. You got one shot to get a DUI or whatever. Like, it's tough. 1,000 subs a week, bro. Oh, my God.
Man, I thought I missed something juicy.
These numbers are insane, bro. I was at 13,000 subs. Wait, no, I came into the new year. Where's this at? I came into the new year on January 1st with 12,000 subs. So I hit 12,000 subs on New Year's Eve. And I started New Year's with 12,000. Now I'm probably going to be at 16,000 tomorrow already. It's actually crazy. That's 4,000, and that's crazy, dude. All right, stream. I forgot my stream is still on, low-key. Thank you guys for watching. I hope there's no more mods up. Cam, go to bed. You've been working too hard today. You too, Brian. Thank you, Cam. I appreciate you sticking around the whole stream, even through the boring, literally zero content parts. But yeah, see you guys again tomorrow. I'll try to I need to get to bed on some reasonable schedule, so I'm trying to start by, at the latest, 10 p.m. tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Jola's perspective comes from a kissless virgin with no concept of what it means to protect your child from the sick, effed up world. Brother,
yeah,
if you want to play...
exactly what someone who's never felt a vagina would say.
God, one reason I wish I can get enough like memberships and stuff to do this full time is because I want to be able to say things that are more like that, like more hard hitting insults, but I know I can't. So it's like, yeah. I gotta have some innuendo. I gotta be like, I don't even know.
What are you trying to make your show then? Like, I mean, you got me caught because I was like, I disagree with you on stuff, but I'm not a typical conservative that gets pissed off about it.
He's just trying to be the common man, bro. Like, Joel is just trying to be the everyman.
Go pick your roles, Josh. Pick your roles. Go pick them.
I don't know. You're pretty left. You're pretty left.
I'm reasonable. I'm a constitutionalist progressive. I'm like very basic Teddy Roosevelt progressive. Like very basic.
I've come to learn by watching a lot of like calls that Joel takes and interacting with a bunch of people in the Discord that everyone just seems to be a closet liberal. They're just not ready to come out yet.
It's all social issues usually. It's usually social issues 90% of the time because our policies make more sense like economically and stuff like that. I mean, two people, like, Democrats manage the economy better every time. It's just how... Super narcissist. Thank you, buddy. You're an idiot.
How old are you? Can I ask how old you are, Jola?
I'm only 24.
You're 24? So you got a long ways to go, man.
25. I'm probably going to die
soon. You're pretty young. Yeah, you got a long way to go, man.
Not when Cash Patel's at my door, looking for Pizzagate.
So what would be a good billionaire? Because I hear a lot about how these guys are bad. So what is your idea of a
It's not
good
about
billionaire? Because
bad. Okay, so like I just think that too much power, like if one person has too much money,
Corrupts.
they have such a disproportionate amount of control over the system. So like private companies, and our founding fathers knew this very well. Private entities or kings or whatever that's external to the will of the people. Like Elon Musk himself should be considered a government. So when people say government's too big, I'd be like, sure. But I want, like, just like our founding father said, that's why I say I'm a constitutionalist progressive. We should have, and Teddy Roosevelt as well, we should be trust busting big companies. And we should also, like, we should have really big, strong government when it comes to protecting the freedoms of Americans, really strong government when it comes to restricting corruption from huge companies. And that's good for the free market as well. And a really strong government when it comes to protecting the people. We should have a small government when it comes to corporate lobbyists, and a small government when it comes to like private funding. So the government is based on incentives that can make it a better system for, you know, most of the citizens. I think that should be the thing there. Like government is not good or bad. Government is a mechanism and a tool for power, and as the people, it's our only shot to ever compete with these huge companies like Amazon and whatever. If we had no federal government, we'd be back into a feudalist system where we have kings and a bunch of different empires fighting each other. We'd be on the Amazon empire or the Musk empire or whatever. But yeah, I think these big powerful entities are also governments. They are governments, but they're governments we don't have a vote in. We have no vote in what these corporations do, other than if our government does a good job regulating them. And that's my big thing. That's how I mainly look at it, and that's why I'm really socially libertarian as well. Like you don't need to be pro abortion to be pro-choice. You could be anti-abortion to be pro-choice, but you could just say that it's not your right to determine someone else's right. So I'm really basic. Hell yeah. God bless America.
I mean, there's a lot of things that you say that I agree with. I think where I would disagree with you on is just, okay, if you look at a big government versus a large, big capitalist who has a ton of money, at least on the capitalist side, he's got to influence the right people with his money. He doesn't have actual laws. He can influence laws just like you hear Soros all the time from the right. And I think to a degree he does some damage, but like,
that's insane though.
Whereas a government can do whatever it wants. Once it has legislation and it has power, there's not much you can do with it. Ergo, why they have the Second Amendment, in my belief. But I don't know how you would want big government to do that. If you I would think you would still want small government, especially if you're social. If you're a social libertarian, like I would think you would still want small government because you don't want greed in power in government either.
But the government needs to be for the people. What is the government though? The government's not some type of like big. It's not like a Decepticon. It's owned by the people. It needs to be owned for the people by the people. The government is not the government. It's a decentralized system with local governments, county governments, state governments. We have different court systems. We have different branches and checks and balances. It should be owned by the people for that purpose. It's not a bad thing or a good thing. The power that is in the government is great when we come together for things we need, but that's why we also are against like Trump that wants all the power in the executive, because that inherently is authoritarian, because our founding fathers wanted us to have no kings. But our government is very fragmented for a reason. It's not power coalesced in one area. It's not one person. It's a bunch of different interests all coming together to create one government. All those interests competing, and that's a good thing. But the issue is when you have the corporations, they only have their interests in mind. And when you have someone who becomes a monopoly and becomes someone who has who owns most of our GDP, those people have a disproportionate effect on our government, and they make decisions just by their own will, just by what they want to do. We have to go through so many systems and checks and balances and legal courts and a bunch of different elections and a bunch of different levels to actually get this stuff done at a federal level. The government is not nearly as much of a threat as private industries, and the government is not a threat or not a threat. Not having a government is more of a threat than having a big government. The entire point is if the people have the power or not in whatever system you're in. But our founding fathers knew we needed a strong government. That's why our country exists, and everyone forgets what the Constitution actually did. They just focus on the amendments. They don't focus on the power given to us by having a good government. So we just give up on it.
Again, I agree with a lot of what you say.
Also, on top of that, how do we at a certain level of wealth, like people just aren't held accountable like they should be, you know?
Well, where do you draw your limit?
That's the question.
Because like you could have, you know, like
$200 billion.
and it's kind of hard to. Yeah, like what's considered money, right?
We need trust busting. We need trust busting. It's about entities combined. We need trust busting.
Hold on. See, you can check this. There was like a study done, and there is like a scientific amount of money, of like money equaling happiness, and then after a certain point, it does nothing to affect like how happy you are. The rest of it is just like however you make yourself happy.
Okay, so you guys realize that wealth fluctuates quite a bit. So let's say you set that limit at $300 million. Well, that $300 millionaire continues to make money, but then where does that extra money go? And let's say he gets a downturn in whatever business he's created, and let's say he's the perfect example.
The key point here is we need trust busting and we need anti-monopoly measures. There's no reason Elon Musk should own SpaceX with government contracts, should own Neuralink, should own Starnet or whatever, should own Tesla, should own all these different companies that Musk, Twitter, a social media company. There's no reason why one person could be a powerful enough entity to own so many important infrastructure points in American society. That's not even about wealth. That's about we broke up like a cell phone. We used to break up cell phone companies even 20 years ago.
Yeah, we're not enforcing monopolies.
Why does Jeff Bezos start off selling books and now he's a defense contractor going to space? It makes no sense. Trust busting and monopoly busting is the #1 thing we need. Not even wealth transfer, because taxes are hard, but divesting these interests and breaking them apart is the #1 issue. We have no competition in the system to even maintain some type of semblance of a free market. This is not a free market. This is a corporatist crony system that we have right now.
I agree with you there. I 100% agree.
But the only people who will do that are the Bernie Sanders progressives. The only people who will ever do trust busting are the Bernie Sanders progressives. No one else in politics has even touched that topic. Like no one else has even talked about it at all. That's the big issue. We need politicians who will talk about it from all ideologies.
Control, you look at Hollywood control, you look at automobiles.
I don't care about Hollywood. Screw Hollywood. Screw Hollywood.
I know. I'm just saying if you look at everything across the board, any industry, we have boiled them down so quickly that I don't know how we don't have more monopolies getting busted up because there's just too many of them. I agree with you there, 100%.
They pay off
I don't think that's a left or right point.
Well, that's a left point because Democrats are the ones that investigate for trust busting. Republicans don't, and that's why, like I said, they're really happy that Trump's in office now because Trump is not going to do any of that. But the FTC under Biden did do that. That's why Zuckerberg, Musk, and Andreessen, all the guys that went on Joe Rogan, they complained about Biden's White House because they complained about them limiting corruption. The parts of the government they complain about, they say they're libertarians. They're libertarians because they want to get rid of government agencies that can hold them accountable for their corruption. That's the big issue with this entire thing. Now these billionaires go on Joe Rogan and they're like, oh, I'm just like you guys. I'm a normal bro. And meanwhile, oh, thank you. Thank you, DW, for gifting a membership. Thank you, DW. Really appreciate that. Lee, baby. Thank you, DW. Wow. One more day, one less day. You know that adds one more day onto my life. If you did not donate that, I'd be dead tomorrow. So, thank you for doing that. No, thank you, DW. Yeah, good point, 16. Bezos is making his way into a monopoly for our entire logistical infrastructure. Yeah, 100%. And if the people are going to be on their knees, licking their boots, sucking off their toes, sucking every Elon Musk toe, they get done sucking every toe, every little pinky, every big toe, and then they say, "No, Elon, let me go for seconds." And it's so sad because they're getting screwed over. They don't even know it.
So let's talk about the Bezos thing with logistics, right?
No, I made my argument. I'm going to bed now. We could all... you don't get to respond. Good night.
No.
Freedom of speech is not allowed here. You're also getting banned from the server. Goodbye. Okay, I'm kidding. Who left? Who actually just left?
I don't know.
I thought you left when I said that. I'm like, oh, bye.
You look at Bill Gates, he's buying up farmland everywhere.
That's not true. Bill Gates owns like 0.5% of U.S. farmland. That's not even like...
Well, so what I was going to say about the logistics, it's been proven, I think it's proven, and we can all agree that he does it well. So if you break up Amazon and you know, somebody else is doing the logistics, are they going to do it as good?
Right, but he doesn't. He makes his workers pee in bottles, bro.